It's fucking March! Good morning. It was fucking March yesterday, but I didn't notice until it was too late. Good morning! Good morning. I had a mini heart attack because both of my chats in OBS decided to crash. My browser also decided to crash, and I was like, oh god, am I no longer live? Am I gonna have to reset everything? What is happening? Thankfully, it was just the chats that crashed, and everything else was fine. Everything else was fine. February was a black hole. Yeah, essentially. Fucking essentially. Good morning at 3 p.m. Well, that's when I start work, so, you know. Why can't Elon Musk buy time and make it stop? I wish he would. Elon, fix it. I know you have the money to fix it. Just do it. It was only March yesterday. It's fucking March today. That's a good way to look at it. Thank you. Reset this. It's 9 a.m. here. Maliciously medicated March. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Razgriz108, thank you for that 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Deadly Flame 17, thank you for the 20-month resub, my guy. You've been in Florida for 5 days. Help. I'm sorry. It's already too late. The bath salts have gotten into your blood. You're becoming a Florida man. We can't let you escape. That's your home now. Looking forward to one last round of snow. DoorDash is a side hustle. That usually means extra business. I was so mad at my fucking DoorDasher last night. I caved and I bought pizza. Alright, it's been a hot minute, but like, I wanted pizza, okay? So, I got a pizza DoorDashed while I was on Wicked Virtue stream. And they were just like, oh, your pizza will show up by 8:10 p.m. And I was like, oh, that's not bad, because, you know, I ordered it at like, oh god, like 6... because I started the stream at 7, so it was like 6:40 that I ordered the pizza. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. They're gonna, you know, probably pick it up from the place at like 7:40 or some shit when it's done being baked, because it was a fucking Chicago deep dish, okay? And then the lady who picked up my order did like multiple other deliveries before delivering my pizza, so it didn't get here until like 9 p.m. And I was like, that seems kind of fucking weird. Like, obviously it was cold when it got here, but like, I hate delivery in current year. I would like to go back to real delivery where like you pay them a tip and it comes directly to your house. Or like, at least if they have other deliveries, it's like incredibly fucking close to you, man. You have Red Barons and you freeze it. Dude, Red Baron, that's kind of like, not the big pizzas, right? But if you buy the Red Baron like single serve pizzas, those are pretty fucking peak. Those like taste amazing and they have a really good crunch with a really soft center. Always gonna rep the fucking Baron, dude. Restaurants outsourcing their delivery to DoorDash is a travesty. Yeah, can't everyone just be a really cute Outback Steakhouse delivery driver? Red Baron's disgusting. DiGiorno reporting. I hate DiGiorno's sauce. Like, I'll eat the DiGiorno, like, stuffed crust because I love stuffed crust, but DiGiorno's sauce tastes really weird to me. Red Baron is like the soup. Yeah, I know, I can't buy Red Baron anymore. I'm slowly running out of things to buy, and I don't have buy local, support local down here like I can in New England, man. Speaking of which, I'm waiting for a text from my dad as well, because he was going to tell me when he could go actually, like, view a house. But, you know, he does the dad thing sometimes, where he'll drive by the house because he's curious about it before he, like, goes to do a showing. And he sent me a text that I woke up to this morning, and he was like, so it was like 7 a.m. and he was like, I'm gonna drive by the one that you wanted me to look at when I get out of work today. And then several hours later, like on his lunch break, because I guess it was close enough, at like 11, he was like, I just drove by the house, holy crap. And I was like, what does that mean? Is that a good holy crap or bad holy crap? And now I'm waiting for an answer. Tombstone is a good one too. I'm not a huge fan of Tombstone. And like, again, the Red Baron, like the large pizzas, the normal size pizzas, those are kind of gross. But like the single size pizzas. So they have regular size pizza, they have like bagel bite size pizza, and then they have single serving pizza. And the single serving pizza ones actually taste pretty good. I don't know why they have like different sauce flavor and like crust crunch than the other ones, but like, it's just better. You stopped eating Tombstone after they stopped making stuffed crust? Man. It was so bad he fainted. I mean, I'm sure he's back at work, and that's why he can't reply. But it's like, Dad, you can't just hit me with the, I just saw the house, holy crap. And my dad doesn't really use, like, punctuation very often, because, you know, he's a boomer. And so, he had an ellipses at the end of holy crap. Not even just a regular ellipses, like 5-period ellipses. So I was like, Dad, you can't do this to me. The mysteriously ghosted reply. Oh, it's Jover. I was like, I don't know. Kier Dad is a tease. Yeah, emphasis noted, man. Like, what? Is that good? Is that bad? Please. 5-period. Shit, serious. That's a fucking omen from a dad text. I like, maybe he was wicked excited. Like, I don't know. I just hope he gets back to me. Asmongold encouraged you to add more pepperonis and oregano to store-bought pizzas. Oh, dude. I'd say same, but I don't buy the pepperonis. But yeah, with the oregano, absolutely. Am I single? For now, but hopefully eventually when I go home, I'll date not gay men, and then I will become barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, just suddenly. Love oregano! Oh god. Asian dads do 2 dots. It's hilarious! Ellipses are usually bad. Exclamation would be the good version. But from someone who doesn't normally use punctuation, I can't tell either way, right? Like, if I used ellipses, it would be bad because I regularly use punctuation. But he doesn't! So... Heinz bean pizza was the tits. They don't make it anymore. I don't think I want beans on my pizza. Like, I look at the British with contempt when I see them have baked beans on toast. Like, that's just kind of weird. Suddenly, for no reason at all, Kirsche became barefoot and pregnant. Like, nothing even happened, you know? I just fucking materialized there like a video game. Send him a shocked emoji face. I sent him a, what does that mean? With like 5 question marks to mimic his 5 periods. The lack of punctuation simply means that it's used for greater emphasis, so when it does occur, oh no, it's time to panic. Help, I swallowed my own spit wrong. Holy shit. Holy shit, the brain damage. You gotta no-clip the baby into the tummy. Yeah, exactly. Gonna do it like a fucking Counter-Strike pro bunny hopping video. Oh god. Okay, my eye. I'm shrugging. I'm shrubbing. Bloomy22, thank you for the 10. It's too late. The spoopy ghost haunting the Victorian sealed Kirdad in a painting. Grab your overalls and vacuum cleaner and save him. Oh, you know, that's also a possibility, you know? He didn't go inside. Again, it was just like a drive-by, but maybe the ghosts were waiting. They were waiting for people like him to do the drive-by looky-loos. To just grab him. Try catching your breath first before trying to explain why you're out of breath and choking? No! I will explain through my choking! No dying, if you don't mind the absolute slopness. The Kirkland dogs go well on the cheese pizza. Man, you guys out here making abominations to the culinary trade. Speaking of abominations, I have a chicken sandwich in front of me that I should probably endeavor to eat before it gets cold and I have to reheat it and then the texture gets all weird. If Kirsche does die, does Kirsche take over the stream? If I die, the Kirsche dies too. Oh god. I got a chicken sandwich waiting for you later. Mine has very goopy cheese. I like the goop. Chewy chicken ASMR. Well, hopefully it's not very audible. I don't like making chewing noises. Do I play any Call of Duty games? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Beerhoven, thank you for the 13 months of prune. Thank you for brooming. UNSC Saratoga, thank you for the 800 biddies. Over here in California, the majority of DoorDashers are illegals who use stolen identities to work for DoorDash. You were expecting a white lady named Freya last night to deliver you Chinese and got a Hispanic man who could barely string 2 English words together. All of my DoorDashers are just like black women with names that you wouldn't think are real, and every time I read the name to myself, I'm like, is this a real person? I don't understand. And my mods are like, Kirsche, you live in Atlanta. Of course it's a real person. I'm like, oh, I guess that's fair. And Kirsche and Kirsches are symbiotic. That means chatter, stop doing the Kirsches. Non-English speaking dashers are a fucking plague. You could have just ended that sentence at non-English speakers, right? Like, they don't have to be dashers. Non-English speaking are a fucking plague. Just be ESL yourself when you're complaining. Do I play loot and shoot mecha games like Mecha Break? Not particularly. It's alternate timeline, Kirsche. Working on DD. Oh no. Any chance for some Okage today? We'll see, because I do want to get through some tabs. And I do want to read thank yous. I do want to catch up on thank yous that I've missed for this past week. So we'll have to see. You can't curse your dead grandparents like that. I agree, non-English speakers are a plague. In the US. In the US. Trump has finally made English our national language. I don't know why it took so fucking long. I feel like anyone with half a brain knew that's what our language was, but everyone's like, that's bigoted. Like, you don't actually have a national language, so you shouldn't be upset when people in America, like, don't speak it. And also, actually, saying just America isn't correct, because that's the continent, and you're just, like, the country. It's like, okay, guy. Okay, alright, you and your fucking semantic argument. Could have sworn Biden did that, but you looked it up and nope. Why would Biden do something like that? That would mean he actually likes any part of the country he was a president of. Mods, tell Kier that alerts are off. They shouldn't be. They're not muted on my end. They're not muted on my end, so if they're broken, not me. Amunya. We live in the United States of America. You calling Disparu dad yesterday on Saucy Saturdays was hilarious. Well, that's how I feel like I have to do it, right? When I'm, like, talking directly to a British person. You know, their country is my country's father, so by default, they're my dad. Make the continent the United States of America. Turn them all into vassal states. True and real. If I could get a Victorian house, let's say with an additional side house, I would offer Kier dad and his girlfriend to move into it. Oh, absolutely. I mean, if I get a Victorian house, typically those are decently large anyways. So, like, even if they didn't have a fucking au pair or in-law suite, I'd be like, you want to fucking come live with me anyways? Because you guys are paying an obscene amount in rent and you're already looking for a new place to rent. I could save you money. I could have him walk into my streaming room at random and say dad things. You have to fight with everyone over the America thing. We did have English as the language required for governmental processes and business agreements, but that got changed during the waves of immigration after the Civil War. I know. I'm glad we actually have it written down so people can stop making these dumb arguments. I'm jealous of Papakin. I want to have, like, a fucking double date collab with, like, Pippa and I and then our fathers. Because I think our dads would have so much fucking fun together. Our dads would become, like, best fucking friends, dude. Reddit lost its collective mind over Trump making English the official language. Like, my dad loves fucking walking around in nature and taking pictures. He's never been, like, hunting. And Pippa's dad loves hunting. So they could go out with, like, hunting gear and cameras, and he could teach Pippa's dad about lots of nice nature pictures, and he could teach my dad how to kill deer. Oh my god, it'd be so much fucking fun. Yeah, the dad tubers. Let's fucking go, dude. Is Pippa's dad me? They elope Brokeback Mountain style. This is a VTuber dad stream. No girls allowed. Did I cover Zelensky getting chewed up by President Trump? No, I did not. I did not get to it on Friday because we had so much fucking shit we were talking about, and then yesterday was a really short game stream because I had a collab. So that's like the first thing I want to get to today. I still haven't watched any of the Zelensky shit because I wanted to give my first impressions on stream. Have I actually tried floating this idea yet, or have I only told my chat? I've only told my chat because I don't want to like tease either dad or Pippa with like the idea of this thing until I actually move and it's a possibility, right? Like, I don't want to be like a cock tease here, okay? It's okay. Reddit doesn't like nice people. What do you mean by this? Kier Dad and Papakin will be first dad tubers. They'll be more popular than the mom tubers. Nobody will want to fuck them, but they'll relate to them. Would I have Aiden on when I do smart briefs? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if she, like, reads the smart briefs or anything. Collab was a banger. You don't think we missed out on much? Plus, it was mostly Zelensky throwing a fit. Yeah, but I want to see that, dude. I want to see a world leader embarrass himself and get thrown out of the White House. That sounds absolutely insane. What about a Mamakin Kier Mom collab? Absolutely not. I would not curse Mamakin with that. You're not sure about that? You've seen a few folks thirsty for Papakin. Hopefully it's all memes. Tell Pippa about it. She'll help me get the dad playdate together. I wanna move first and have my dad, you know, be settled instead of it just being like a astral up in the air thing. Zelensky seems like a little bitch. Kier MomTube would be wild. I don't think she'd be allowed to stream anywhere besides, like, I don't know, fucking Chatterbait, Pornhub. Mamakin's cool. We don't send Kier Mom to cool people. Yeah, absolutely. All of them embarrassed themselves. Most of the grilling was rehearsed and irrelevant because of to the actual conversation. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe. I haven't watched it yet, though. I haven't watched it. The German World War II prisoners of war in Wisconsin and Nebraska had such a great time. Most of them just stayed. Meguro O'Hara, thank you for the 5. Good afternoon, my beautiful, kind, gorgeous, merciful, foxtistic goddess. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Crud Muffin, thank you for the 100 biddies. Most of my lifelong friends are lefties and are freaking out about Elon Musk. You brought up how glad you are. People are now concerned about unelected officials making crucial decisions about our nation. Silence and barely concealed rage followed. It's okay when our unelected officials push our ideology and our... I didn't want to say ideology, but I forgot the word I was going to use, and then my brain broke. Push our fucking... I guess agenda is the way to word it. Did I want to watch the entire 53-minute interaction between them? I think I have, like, a whole bunch of clips pulled up, Because I asked for the full interaction, and it was 53 minutes, and I was like, I don't know if I want to react to a 53-minute long thing on stream. Did I see Soros as interfering with the Wisconsin Supreme Court election yet? I have not, but that does not surprise me. Every time you bring up Elon Musk, you remind them about Soros. Haven't seen my stream in a while. You got some good and bad news. Bad news, your dad, I almost said daughter. Dad had a mini heart attack. Good news that he's fine. Now his fat ass has to go on a diet and stop smoking. Yeah. Yeah. After, like, if I had a dad that was, like, super fat and still smoking, and he had a mini heart attack after I made sure he was fine, I'd be like, now you're gonna fucking quit smoking, idiot? You gonna extend your lifespan now? Dumbass? Your mom cannot be allowed anywhere near Kirsche's contents, and she'd probably dox her just because she thinks it'd be funny and make her life hell for no reason. Absolutely. Absolutely, unfortunately. I mean, if she threatened to plaster pictures of my brother and I all over town on, like, telephone poles because we wouldn't return her messages about her pretending to kill herself. Like, that's not a very stable woman, after all. Being fat and smoking kills you. Wow. Hot breaking news. The Zelensky thing is a perfect litmus test for seeing if people are firmly right-wing, centrist, or firmly left-wing. Is it? Medicare taught you lung cancer is cool. He does have a funny laugh. It's very contagious, but it's not worth it. Don't smoke. A hot Grillo, thank you for the 500 biddies. Skibby-do, dear Foxu. I don't like that. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 124. Your oligarch beats your oligarch in a fight. My oligarch beats your oligarch in a fight. I had to reread that because I always try to, like, auto-translate messages in my brain. So, like, when you say my, if I say my, it, like, changes the definition. So, like, I always change, like, my to your, so it's like you're saying it. Asmon's mom never quit smoking. I know. It's a shame that he could not convince her. If you saw posters of someone mad, their children wouldn't call them plastered all over your town. The only thought I'd have is, yeah, no shit. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird threat. I don't know if she ever did it, because I don't have anyone that, like, lives in her town that can, like, go and check. But, like, she doesn't tend to put too much effort into things. She just kind of talks. Oh, my dad ain't gonna stop smoking anytime soon. Well, I hope you can convince him. It's smoking bad. Hot take. When you're trying to make peace, don't talk shit to the other guy in front of the media or threaten them. Also, I feel like it's really weird to have a shitty attitude to the people who've been bankrolling your war. Right? Like, friend calls you, are you lost? Red Baron French bread pizza. When I was younger, I ate the Stouffer's French bread pizza, but that shit was so easy to accidentally overcook and just become, like, super hard, crunchy block of bread. Bigglesworth, thank you for the 10. You had to explain bridge to a good friend last night. He's angry and confused. Yeah, that's usually what you get when you read bridge shit. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 5. Your fat dad's minor heart attack happened when he was on the highway, so that didn't end well. At least he wasn't at work flying commercial aircraft. Oh, holy shit. I mean, yeah, I guess that's a silver lining that he wasn't flying a plane, but it's still not a good thing to have happened. Sorry that happened, dude. Smug Goat, thank you for the 5. Crazy this tantrum occurs and the Gestalt forgot the Epstein client list. Yeah. I don't know if we're ever gonna get that list. I'm a little upset at what happened. I don't know if there is an update, because Pam Bondi sent that letter and they were like, okay, you gotta give us everything by 9 a.m. or whatever Friday. I don't know if there's been an update. I don't know if she's gotten anything else. I don't know if they've gone into the FBI offices because they don't trust them any longer. I feel like that's what they should have done, but, like, you know. That shit was destroyed years ago. Even if she has to come out and be like, the FBI destroyed all the files, that's still more information than we have now, right? There's no update. They're weaseling away. Bizusu Tommy, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Van Maru the Fool, thank you for the 50. 555 days ago, you made a decision to change your life for the better. You began at 333 pounds and you're now at 206. Thank you, Crazy Cartoon Foxwoman, for the steady supply of white pills for motivation and inspiration to be not just healthy, but successful. That's fucking amazing, dude. That's fucking amazing. I am proud of you, dude. Good job. Good fucking job. Taking control of your life, getting healthier, getting more fit, dude. Lots of weight loss. We celebrate these W's, dude. Congrats. Congrats. Thank you, Venmaru. Avion Zero, thank you for the 69 butter dogs. Yeah, I didn't hear a butter dog. Why are my alerts not working? They're not paused in my Stream Elements dashboard. They're not muted in my motherfucking stream? Can I replay it? Will it work if I hit replay? Replay activity. Blink, blink. Blink, blink. I can't even manually replay it. This happens like every so often. Happens every so often. So I imagine it's probably an issue with stream elements. Because any other time I've had Nim look into it, he's been like, I can't figure out why it's not working either. Let me just like refresh the cache of all of my alert pages just in case that needs to happen. Refresh cache. Properties. Refresh cache. And this one. Properties. Refresh cache. Alright, now I will replay the Butter Dog again. Oh yeah! There we go!
Remember Teresa loves /letter /email hint hint.
Oh, Avion Zero, thank you for that 69 Butter Doggo. Delayed hitting enter on the tip, but speaking of single, remember there's a letter in the email. I haven't gotten anything from my mythic guy yet. Kind of fine with TTS playing with the Butter Dog. It's like the TTS has its own BGM. If it's still audible, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Tech God Kirsche fixed it. In Nim's absence, I have had to pick up the mantle and expand brain. Thank you, Bezu Tsutami, for the 5,000 biddies. That's a lot of dicks. Hey, Kirsche, thanks for getting me through 2 months in the hospital after an 80-mile-per-hour rollover in your work truck. And your 27th birthday as a virgin. Yay. Thanks for keeping me from blackpilling. Hey, you're gonna fucking make it, dude. Like I said, my last boyfriend was a 26-year-old virgin. You're only a year older. You're gonna find your own foxwoman in real life. I believe in you. Congrats on surviving a fucking 80-mile-per-hour rollover. That is insane. That is actually fucking insane. I'm glad you're all right. Hopefully you don't have any, like, lasting conditions from that. Hopefully you don't have to deal with any back shit like I do from my accident as a teenager, dude. Congratulations. My brother in Christ, buy a goat. He's not a goat, fucker. And God saved you because you protected your virginity. Oh my God. You just got your paperwork back, going back to Iraq at the end of the month. Why? For what purpose? American soldiers should leave the sand countries. 80 miles per hour, that's certain death only God can save you from, right? Broker, do a barrel roll and said, I got this. Should probably deny that it was 80 miles per hour and say that it was 70. Wait, why? There are highways in the US where you can go 80. You met your wife at 29 and we were both virgins by choice. You're gonna make it. Hell yeah, Mr. Piano Man. Mr. Tuna on the piano. PJ Craddock, thank you for the 1257. Am I thinking of selling more plushies? Better yet, a life-size plushie, asking for a friend. A life-size plushie would be ridiculously fucking expensive as, like, VTuber merch. Because we're not a giant company like the Pokemon company. And so, like, if a VTuber did a giant plush, it would make $450 look cheap. Like, but yes, I would like to do more plushies. But not yet. I still have to focus on my Mythic Man doing the work to get up a shop for like a docky and the 3D mouse pad. That is going to be the first things I am focusing on for my own specific merch. I do have collaborative merch coming up. This month will be gamer sups. I'll be able to give a date soon. And then I have another piece of merch that I'm collaborating with a different company with that I cannot release details on, but it'll be for Americans only, unfortunately. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. Kirsche now has 2 brain cells. She's becoming unstoppable. It's because I'm sucking up all of your IQ, chat. Mythic Man doing God's work, spreading the Foxu. I love my Mythic Man. Etsy has custom life-size plush commissions at 800. That's still more expensive than 450. That's still more expensive. No, I need my IQ. Oh my God, life-size Kier would sell out fast. It probably would, but it would also be a very limited item. Wolfgar, thank you for the 6 months of prune. Thank you for pruning. Some Jabba, thank you for the 2-month resub. Enjoying your stay with the Spicy Foxu. Thanks for the 2 months, Kier. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Red Martian 50, thank you for the 2 months of prune. Thank you. Thank you. D7 Origin, thank you for the 50 super. Your daughter was born at 9:49 this morning. Picture in real life pics. She has the cutest smile. Hope a big brother will be happy. Thank you to everyone for all the well wishes. In celebration of her birth, please buy yourself a good dinner. Oh, congratulations on having your daughter born without complications. Hopefully your wife and you can go home from the hospital soon and be a nice little family. Hopefully you guys can get out of there soon. Jesus, yeah, that was a fucking, misspeak. I don't know, maybe she's one of the like X-Men mutants. She's gonna have fire powers. He's gonna have to get like an expensive insurance plan on his house. You love near-death experiences. You almost got crushed once. It was cool. What the fuck? Eggs over novice. Thank you for the 5. Hi, Foxy. If you're ever in Ohio, there's some lovely Victorian homes in the northeastern portion. It's a lovely state. I've seen a lot of nice Victorian homes at affordable prices, but unfortunately, I do not wish to move to Ohio. Baby cast fireball. Almost got trampled in a stampede. Oh, were you doing some like a fucking running of the bulls kind of thing? Kier stole the extra brain cell from Cheem's ball. I don't think I could handle having an orange cat shared brain cell. Ohio lies. She hates Ohioans. I do. That's why Nim is needing to escape from the corn. He's my head mod. And Kirsche, I have a cute laugh. Oh god, you feel weird saying, oh thank you. That's nice of you. He's working at Ram Ranch. Metal Murderer, thank you for the 2. Didn't the GOP Twitter rickroll the files on X? They did. That was incredibly poor taste. I retweeted that. Well, quote retweeted it because I was like, wow, what the fuck are you doing? Demons ate my dog. Thank you for the 2-month member. Joined stream, heard about a crazy woman and thought, the Fox who's talking about a batshit crazy mom again. Yeah. Mom do be crazy. Electroid 34, thank you for the 11-month resub, my guy. Thank you. A Fuzzy Animator OG, thank you for the 10-month resub. Worst thing about a 10-month anniversary is that you don't get a placenta. I know, it's one and done. It's unfortunate. That's how humans work. Cold Acid, thank you for the 100 biddies. Testing alerts. I don't think the 100 biddies one has had an alert for like a year now. That's like on purpose. That's by design. I realized I can no longer have as many alerts as I liked having. I would never get to do anything else. That was a very how do you do fellow kids moment. Keezy, thank you for the 21-month resub, my dude. Thank you. Kay Bailey, thank you for the 34-month resub. This is a public service announcement. Kirsche and chat are super mega duper cute and wonderful. Less than 3. Thank you, Bailey! Not even on Sound Alert Sunday. Sometimes we could do that. Keezy, thank you again for that 21-month resub. Foxy JD, thank you for the 6-month resub, Michael. Thank you. Spirit Beaver, thank you for the 346. Did I know Florida Man is due to Florida's public record laws? I did. Very easy to access weird stuff. If other states were to do the same, they'd all have it. I kind of wish we would make all, like, crime records public like they are in Florida, and then make all voter registration not public information. Because why is voter registration public information? You weren't linking anything? You're sending a copy text? I don't know what that means. Arthur Tomlinson, thank you for the 10. Pizza delivery driver, 5 years. That kind of delivery won't come back because it isn't economical due to the cost of cars in current year. I know. I hate that you're right. And I bemoan the days of nice delivery. Because it feels like, why am I tipping you if it takes you an hour to deliver my shit, right? Like, that just seems odd to me. I know why intrinsically, but it still bothers me in reality. Damn, you cash for clunkered. How are you supposed to manipulate elections? I was like, I don't know, man. Maybe delivery by drone will be economical eventually. I know Domino's did that for a while. But I also know if the drones were to do delivery in certain areas in the United States, the drones would get destroyed and the food would get stolen. So, As a pizza delivery driver, you're very offended by that statement. Hey, man, I have always tipped my pizza delivery drivers. I have also tipped them basically 100% back in the day, alright? So, like, when I would order from Domino's and shit back in the day, they used to have that special notes section. And in the special notes section, I would put some dumb shit, like, draw a unicorn pimp on the box cover. And if the pizza actually showed up with that drawn on the box cover for the special delivery instructions, I would tip the guy basically the entire price of the order. Cause it's like, you actually listened to my dumb nonsense. You deserve it, dude. Tip your delivery drivers. I'm just complaining about delivery taking a fucking hour in current year. Like that is nonsensical. You used to tip, but because the place knew you, that shit was at your door in like 15 or less, probably because you tipped good, right? I want some extra sausage with your pizza. No! Your country does not tip as a whole. Are you the only one who saw the VTuber criticizing Kier about POCD and said defending POCD opinion discarded? No, but I was gonna bring up, like, at some point last night, I got a whole bunch of comments all at once, like around the same time, like within the same, like, hour time frame, of a whole bunch of people, like, defending the POCD thing, and they very clearly, like, didn't watch the video, because they were like, Kirsche, I recommend you read Am I a Monster? And it's like, I did. That's literally, like, part of the video. You see it on the screen. What are you talking about? Lots of POCDs. Yeah, I was gonna, like, I don't want to spend too much time on it, because, like, there's already a long clip and a short clip. But it's like, again, this is the unfortunate situation, and I'm not gonna call these people defending it necessarily, like, telling on themselves, right? Because I think there have been a lot of people who have been convinced that this is normal, right? Just like how a lot of people were convinced that autogynephiliacs were just normal trans people. Of course they need to be defended, right? Like, they definitely want to have this cover as an excuse so that they can co-opt an actual thing that exists in reality so that nobody can say that they're actual pedophiles. Gay ops moment. If you aren't afraid you might become a pedo, you are a pedo. And it's like the biggest issue is that they, like, some people in the comments were like equating it to lolly as well. And it's like, lolly isn't mentioned a single fucking time while I'm reading things from a psychologist, while I'm reading things from, like, therapy websites. I even brought up one specifically from Colorado, right? Like, this had nothing to do with lolly. This had nothing to do with drawings. This was all on what the psychiatrists and psychologists and therapists are calling POCD. I was reading their words, and we went through it together. Break out the wood chipper. Has nothing to do with that. Did you see the post about the 178,000 people who voted who but couldn't be on the jury because they weren't US nationals? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Breakfast unperceived, implying normal trans people. All right, when I say that, right, I always on stream make the delineation between actual diagnosed gender dysphoric people and then autogynephiliacs and ideologues and trenders who are just using that identity to push their own interests, right? Gender dysphoria is a real thing. It is a medical condition. It affects people. I personally do not believe that invasive surgeries are the way to help that condition, but that's just, like, my opinion, man. It's, like, based objective fact in reality that there is a difference between someone diagnosed with dysphoria and someone who has autogynephilia, or is just using it as an ideologue, or is just hopping on the trendy bandwagon because they want attention. If dysphoria is so good, then why isn't there dysphivia? Funny thing is, too many times you've seen how people who shout lolly art being pedophile are actually pedophile. I think people shouldn't get that crazy over drawings is, like, my thing, right? And I also have brought up Azure Lane multiple times, where it's like there's a clear delineation between a petite woman body lolly and then just an actual fucking kindergartner. And I think that difference in those body types is very obvious to anybody looking at them. But again, POCD has nothing to do with lolly. None of the psychiatrists or psychologists mention lolly. Anyone bringing up lolly, like, completely out of the blue for any reason in a conversation about POCD, they're either trying to obfuscate something about themselves, or they're equating something to POCD that just doesn't belong there. Shimakaze versus Mutsuki. Yeah, Mutsuki has some really weird skins. Blue Archive is better than Azure Lane. I could not play Blue Archive because personally, I take umbrage with playing a game where all of the characters, except for a couple, are canonically underage. I don't care if they look like 40-year-old single mothers with 7 children by different fathers, right? It bothers me if they're canonically underage and they're flirting with me, they're calling me master, they want to go on dates with me, they want to wear maid dresses for me, right? Like, personally, I just don't want to play that, because that's a little weird. That's a little strange. We read the whole thing, never mentions lolly, mentions real people. The only time, like, lolly ever got brought up was when I played that clip from Food Shops, and that's in its entirely own separate video. Like, that isn't even in the clip that we put up of like an hour and a half of just talking about POCD. A way to call out Karen in Blue Archive there. So that's why you see people talk shit about the game. Yeah, like, I don't care if people play it, because again, it's not real. They're not real people. It doesn't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things. But it's just a personal thing. I don't want to play a game where minors are hitting on me and trying to go on dates with me as their teacher, right? I don't want to do that. Lolly child is for protect. Just stop drawing it. Well, I mean, I don't draw. People do seem to go to extremes when talking about these things. Yeah. Yeah. Your face when the busty ninja is 12 years old and Arcana Heart. And like, I mean, again, where is my titular tabulars here? So, there's a website that we read that is like a treat my OCD kind of thing, and it has like clinical psychologists who write these things and review these things. So these are direct resources from clinical psychologists on how to treat and deal with your POCD, right? And when we were reading this, I'm trying to scroll and find it before I bring it up on screen. It's... Boop. So again, this is from the psychologists that are promoting POCD, and they're saying that like common POCD compulsions are watching child porn to check if your obsessions are true. If you are someone claiming to have POCD and you watch child porn, it doesn't matter what your reasoning for watching child porn is, you have still watched child porn. Which is something relatively difficult to find. You can't just type it in Google, I would imagine. So, I like the people defending this, I think they want to be empathetic and compassionate towards people who have OCD. And I think they're being taken for a ride by people who have pedophilic compulsions or pedophilic disorders into defending something that they shouldn't be defending. Is POCD real? Probably. Like I've said, there are going to be some people, especially people who have possibly experienced this kind of abuse as a child or watched people around them do this kind of thing. I'm sure those people will have these compulsive thoughts sometimes where they're just like, oh god, am I going to become like those people? Right? You don't think this is a genuinely held belief to be found? So it's like, I want to believe a lot of the people defending this are just doing it out of not knowing what they're defending. Because again, we read through all of this. We read through all of this the other day. And I personally could not find anything from before 2015 even talking about POCD. And almost everything from 2015 came from a guy named Jordan Levi. Jordan Levi is the guy who wrote the Am I a Monster article, where he says that the difference between people with POCD and actual pedophiles is that people with POCD feel bad. They're not aroused by it. They feel bad that they have these thoughts. And it's like, that's cool and all, but even he is trying to take the DSM-5 out of context when he says this. Because if you look at if you look at it, I just lost my numbers and letters ability because my brain is so fucking goopy from reading so much medical shit recently. But if you look at it, you can go to... Do I have the right tab up here? I do. You can go to the National Library of Medicine, PubMed Central over here. You have the Neurobiology and Psychology of Pedophilia, Recent Advances and Challenges. It's June 24th, 2015. The DSM-5 came out in 2013, and they updated it in 2022, I believe. The only time you've seen something like CSAM on accident was when the Hunter Biden laptop leaked and they posted all the pictures on Twitter. Oh, Jesus Christ. I am glad I missed that. I'm glad I missed that. Link in chat? Yeah, I can put the link in chat. Hold on a second. I don't want to show my shorts bar. I don't want to show my shorts bar. Okay. I'll post the link to this in chat. So essentially this says, a pedophilic disorder is recognized for its impairment to the individual and for the harm it may cause to others. Pedophilia is often considered a side issue, and research into the nature of pedophilia is delayed in comparison to research into other psychiatric disorders. However, with the increasing use of neuroimaging techniques such as functional and structural magnetic resonance imaging, MRIs, together with neuropsychological studies, we're increasing our knowledge of predisposing and accompanying factors contributing to pedophilia development. At the same time, we are faced with methodological challenges, such as group differences between studies, including age, intelligence, and comorbidities, together with a lack of careful assessment and control of child sexual abuse. Having this in mind, this review highlights the most important studies investigating pedophilia, with a strong emphasis on neurobiological studies, combined with a brief explanation of research into normal human sexuality. We focus on some of the recent theories on the etiology of pedophilia, such as the concept of a general neurodevelopmental disorder and/or alterations of structure and function in frontal, temporal, and limbic brain areas. With this approach, we aim to not only provide an update and overview, but also a framework for future research to address one of the most significant questions of how pedophilia may be explained by neurobiological and developmental alterations. And if you guys remember, I did read a science journal from 1999 that said that paraphilias, so like BDSM, like zoophilia, like all these different fetishes that people talk about, right? Pedophilia is a paraphilia, and they say that typically people with paraphilias have comorbidities with other mental illnesses. Again, 1999. And just because you have a comorbidity does not mean that one of your other mental illnesses is what gave you pedophilia. Typically, it is not that case from what we have read. We're getting edumacated. To the extent it's a legitimate disorder, it seems like a very unenviable mental state to live with. However, the people using it as a shield, a trend amongst paraphiliacs, makes it harder to give people any clarity to the general sufferers of it, so as to not give cover to genuinely dangerous individuals like the people you showed on the forum the other day. Exactly, which is why I want people to take care of what they are defending. And if people are adamantly defending something like this, and they're not like, okay, well, I see how it can be used as a shield, like if they're just completely throwing that idea out altogether, that is incredibly suspicious. Because again, this is something that we have seen in the transgender issues, right? We've seen autogynephiliacs, to a lesser extent autoandrophiliacs, and also other ideologues co-opting the transgender identity to push their fetishes into a public light, to make people defend their fetishes, and to make themselves look like they are the average transgender person. And they weren't resoundingly rebuked enough. There were a lot of people who did, but this is why you have to make sure to call out these people using it as a shield early and effectively, so they can stop conflating things and stop hiding. Can we make them live with dogs as a punishment? I don't think that's a punishment. They're defending it without watching the video? Yeah. Most of the people defending it, again, it was weird that there was like a avalanche of comments coming in all around the same time, all defending POCD. So like maybe my video got posted somewhere, and then a bunch of people with like preconceived notions either didn't watch the video or watched what I was saying and like massively misconstrued what I was saying. I have no idea. But like, as boring and as corpo jargony as it might be, I read absolutely everything when I read stuff on stream. And I try my best to read through absolutely everything because I don't want to miss context either for myself or for you guys. Low IQ reactions. Watch out. Graphic images in study? There are no images here. The introduction says, in the light of frightening and emotionally disturbing sexual offenses against children, experts have focused more on the level of sexual behavior, referred to subsequently as offenses, while not differentiating the causes for that behavior in an appropriate and adequate way. So right here, they're delineating actual offending pedophiles with pedophiles who just have the thoughts, right? And there is a distinction between, obviously, people who have offended and people who have not. They are both still pedophiles, though. They are both into that I don't exactly trust you with anything category, right? Like, not the map language of like, oh, I'm not a bad person because I've never touched kids, I just think about it. Like, no. No, no, no. It was a VTuber who was a member of Under the Tea. They said they watched my video so others didn't have to and went on a tirade against me. Well, I mean, that's the hallmark of not believing someone, right? Like, you should always watch it yourself. If someone tells you to not listen to it, to not watch it yourself, they're not a very trustworthy person, unfortunately. That's kind of sad to hear that coming from them, unironically. But yeah, I don't want you guys to just listen to what I say. That's why I give you all of my sources. And it's like, if I actually fuck something up, you guys typically tell me. There are drawings of penis and bush further down in the article. Oh, I forgot about those. Yeah, they have the Tanner scale. I forgot the Tanner scale. Classic, don't read the source. Trust me, bro. Yeah, that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. Unfortunate. Concerning sexual offending against children, two groups can be distinguished. First, those who show no sexual preference disorder, but whom, for various reasons, sexually abuse children. Reasons include sexually inexperienced adolescents, mentally retarded persons, and those with antisocial personality disorders, or perpetrators within a generally traumatizing family constellations, which seek surrogate partners in children. And they link their sources. These individuals are most likely diagnosed with various impulse control disorders, accounting for their engaging in child sexual abuse, without a specific sexual preference for prepubescent children. So this right here is addressing the pedophiles who aren't sexually attracted to children, but do commit child sexual abuse anyways. So these are pedophiles who are not like, they're not attracted to minors like someone is attracted to a man or a woman, but they still offend anyways. So they're talking about the difference in pedophiles who have the attraction and pedophiles who don't have the attraction. And a lot of the people who are defending POCD will say that it's POCD and not pedophilia because these people don't have the attraction, they are disgusted with themselves. And just being disgusted with yourself because you have those thoughts does not make you less of a pedophile, especially according to the actual psychological book. Second, there are those who display a sexual preference disorder, namely pedophilia, i.e. the sexual preference for prepubescent minors, and or hebephilia, the sexual preference for pubescent minors. Although this preference increases the risk of engaging in CSA, only about 50% of all individuals who do sexually abuse children are pedophilic. Blanchard is also the guy who made the delineation between autogynephilia and then had the two different types of transsexualism, where there was a homosexual transsexualism and then autogynephiliac transsexualism, and then also obviously dysphoria. Schaefer is also another one they quoted. Not every pedophilic individual actually has abused children. Again, pedophilia is the mindset, not necessarily the actual action. The other 50% of individuals that have abused children are those who do so without a sexual attraction to children, i.e. they lack the necessary social skills to develop and maintain emotional and sexual relationships with appropriately aged peers, and look into replacement partners in children as a kind of surrogate. Overall, there's a great consensus regarding the negative consequences for victimized children. The number of known cases of CSA in Germany, for example, was on average 14,600 in the last 5 years. Again, this was in 2015. The estimated incidence is far greater than what is reported to authorities. In the United States, the National Center for Victims of Crimes, as reported in Finkelhor et al., states that 1 in 5 girls and 1 in 20 boys are victims of CSA. Additionally, CSA has important economical aspects. The estimated burden for the particular countries is enormous, including childhood healthcare costs, adult medical costs, productivity losses, criminal justice costs, and special education costs, which results in an estimated lifetime cost per victim of non-fatal child maltreatment in general of $210,000 in the US. In this article, we discuss pedophilia with a focus on recent findings of the definition, neuropsychology and neurobiology, including neuroimaging, of pedophilia as a specific phenotype within the spectrum of human sexual preference. For that purpose, the article highlights the current gaps in literature and offers suggestions as to where the field of pedophilia research should head in order to close those gaps. Pedophilia is defined as an ongoing sexual attraction toward pre-pubertal children. In the new DSM-5, pedophilia is depathologized by differentiating between the sexual preference for prepubescent children, i.e. pedophilia, and the disorder in case of additional factors. These factors include experiencing significant distress and impairment by fantasies and urges, or the acting out on behavioral level, including child pornography consumption and/or committing hands-on CSA offenses. And once again, the people defending POCD are saying that POCD is not to be classified as someone who is a pedophile because they have significant distress and they feel bad and guilty about what they are seeing in their minds. Right here, they are delineating between pedophilia and pedophilic disorder. And they're saying it does not matter if these people have significant distress and impairment, this would be the pedophilic disorder. This is still something different. Sounds like POCD is just another version of pedo. And again, I am not saying POCD is completely fake. I'm not saying it's not real at all in any way, shape, or form. I do believe that there are some people who have been exposed to things who will then start obsessing over, will I become like this too? Right, I think that is completely possible. DSM has been a politically charged document for a while. The estimated prevalence leads to questions about the diagnostic validity and reliability of pedophilia as a classification entry. According to the DSM-5, pedophilic sexual preference and the pedophilic disorder must be differentiated. As can be seen in Table 1, the behavioral criterion was not included in the DSM-5 as a specifier, though it holds relevance for researchers and clinicians. From a clinical point of view, both child pornography consumption and/or hands-on CSA offenses would count as preference behaviors. So this was the diagnostic criteria. And it says according to the DSM-5 here, but they say up here that it was not included in the DSM-5 as a specifier, and it holds relevance for researchers and clinicians. So, differences between pedophilia and pedophilic disorder seems to be they're making the case that pedophilia would be the distinction that you specifically have a sexual preference for the prepubescent children. And the disorder would come in where you may or may not have that sexual preference. You may or may not consume child pornography or committing hands-on CSA. But it is still a pedophilic disorder, regardless of whether the person is experiencing distress or impairment. This just makes me want to take up gardening. That says diagnostic criteria versus a behavioral criteria. It does. It says diagnostic versus behavioral. You're having a blessed day. You're a monster, but I feel really bad. And again, I'm sure there are some people who have been exposed who are just like, I'm obsessing over this now. I don't want to become a monster. But this is why you have to look at the people who are talking about POCD. Just like you have to look at the people who are talking about how they are transgender. And figure out which ones are using it as a cloak for their own fetishes, and which ones are actually people who are suffering with something that's unfortunate. Could this POCD junk be used as a method to make policy on policing the mind, like self-reporting and monitoring? What if this is just a 4D chess capture plan? I don't know about it being a 4D chess capture plan, because, again, like we read on that forum, the people who are talking on the like Treat My OCD forum, this does not sound like pedophilic OCD. This sounds like someone who is either a pedophile or has pedophilic disorder, whichever one you want to call it. But when you read their words, this is not a person that I would say is using POCD in a correct way. Like, you would want to avoid these kinds of things. You wouldn't keep rubbing your child and say, oh, that feels nice. Like, that's fucking weird. And I read this yesterday, and I kind of don't want to read it again. Kind of don't want to read it again. And also, I found another interesting thing. This doesn't have to do with POCD specifically, but this person said, hi, I kept seeing this app on repeat on TikTok over and over, and I thought I'd give it a shot. I don't know if there are people on TikTok using this app, or the people who own this OCD app are paying for ads on TikTok. But I found that really interesting because we found out exactly how bad BetterHelp was. That was something that content creators promoted. So that, I thought that was kind of interesting. Going straight to the source, I thought that was a little interesting. Just a little confounding. From a clinical perspective, it is necessary to stress that there are pedophilic men who restrict their desire for sexual contact with children to fantasies only, and other men who are at risk to commit an offense because fantasy alone does not satisfy their sexual desire. The second group is potential offenders who wish to reduce their increasingly overwhelming impulses with therapeutic help. It is possible for these men to be diagnosed with pedophilic disorder due to experiencing interpersonal distress without them committing an offense. So again, they're making the delineation between someone who has the attraction and someone who is impaired by their attraction. Send the politicians to the walnut mines. Glad you could tune into the stream instead of Googling it and having alphabet with that in your search history. Yeah. Yeah. Help. The other group of pedophilic men includes those who have committed sexual offenses against children. These individuals may feel remorse and seek help to avoid a relapse, while others do not. This is also something I said yesterday while talking about it. Note that both fulfill criterion B of the DSM-5, as shown in Table 1, means that it has to be diagnosed as pedophilic disorder. Furthermore, it is necessary to distinguish between the exclusive type of pedophilia, attracted only to children, and non-exclusive type, and whether the person is attracted to males, females, or to both. And while, again, they say that this is important for, like, researchers and for data, as a person, I do not care if a pedophilic man who has committed sexual offenses feels remorse and wants to seek to avoid a relapse. I got a really easy way to seek to avoid a relapse. And that is God's caliber, as it were. Women can do no wrong. It's just that men offend at way higher rates than women do, so they specifically talk about men in this context. Oh. Oh. Sorry, my throat is really bad today. I'm drinking. It is a completely different situation for perpetrators who committed sexual offenses against children, which were not caused by a pedophilic preference. So again, they're talking about the people with pedophilic disorder, not pedophilia, because again, this article is delineating between the two. Those are the surrogate types of sex offenders and can be diagnosed within the category of impulse control disorder, accounting for the lack of a sexual preference for children but the committed act of CSA. Moreover, most sexual assaults happen in the Dunkelfeld. For approximately every reported case of CSA, another 5 are left unreported, suggest some scholars. I might have sources here. I don't know about those numbers specifically, but I'm just reading this for the delineation case between pedophilic disorder and pedophilia. And the people defending POCD are trying to say that it's not pedophilia at all. Which, again, even these people delineating between pedophilic disorder and pedophilia are not making that case. You're well aware? Equally disgust you? What? Honey and lime. It is of great importance for clinical diagnosis whether or not an erotic preference for the body scheme of children on the fantasy level exists. There's a high chance that this information would be given voluntarily by self-referred, self-motivated pedophilic men, but less likely by those who are already involved with the legal system, probation, etc. It is therefore essential for the assessment and a reliable diagnosis to obtain a cooperation compliance level. In self-motivated pedophiles, this collaboration is highest and makes them a highly interesting target group for research. This underlines that pedophilia as a sexual preference must be seen independently from sexual offending against children. Otherwise, there would only be offending pedophiles. From a research point of view, it is imperative to understand in what way the neurobiological conditions, notwithstanding sexual preference, encourage the sexual behavior. These are possibly the same mechanisms that also encourage offense-like behavior in men with other sexual preferences, for instance in the cases of rape on the background of sexual preference for adult women. Additionally, research efforts have to unravel which neurobiological mechanisms determine and regulate sexual preference, and how preference and behavior are interconnected. And from a scientific and research point of view, this is all very interesting, right? Like, from that perspective, this is interesting, and I understand the delineation. From a reality application point of view, no one is going to care if the pedophile had a sexual preference for children or not when he, attacked that child, right? I'm not gonna lie, you'd smash a sexy teacher as a kid? Okay, alright. Once they figure out what biological mechanism causes pedophilia, what then? Everyone's favorite subject! Eugenics! Yay! In theory, there's no difference between theory and reality. In reality, there is. You just got here? We still on the pedo kick from last week? I got a lot of random comments on the video being incredibly defensive about POCD, which was very weird to me. Because it was like they didn't read the video, and they didn't seem to understand that they were unironically advocating for watching CP. In the research domain, pedophilia is currently viewed as a phenotype of sexual preference within the realm of human sexuality, including various different phenotypes, e.g. the sexual orientation towards the same gender. Only that it concerns a preferred age in addition to gender. This is separate from, but in addition to, behavioral manifestations including the use of child pornography and the commitment of child sexual offenses. Consequently, the sexual preference itself cannot be considered a mental disorder, similar to how a homosexual orientation was considered in the 1970s in the United States of America. Which is, again, since an orientation or sexual preference cannot be considered a sexual disorder, I again, once again, understand why they're delineating between pedophilia as a sexual orientation / attraction to children and pedophilic disorder, where they may feel that attraction, but they also may feel guilt, or they may do it out of lack of impulse control and other such reasons that aren't necessarily a specific attraction. Epidemiology of pedophilia. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot a sentence. Separating sexual preference from psychosocial impairment, thus allowing for the practice of various sexual behaviors with consenting partners, has been applied within the new DSM-5 with the other paraphilias as well, including fetishism, bondage, dominant sadism, masochism, and is therefore not specific to pedophilia. Which is, again, good that they say this, because some people will see that they depathologize pedophilia and they're just like, no, that's not okay, you can't do that. But this is like, they are just following prior delineations. Side effects might be a P. Diddy party. Wouldn't POCD be a disorder? Except none of, like, the actual DSM-5 talks about POCD. And the ones that do not describe POCD in the same way that pedophilic disorder is described in the DSM-5. Right? So if the DSM-5 is describing pedophilic disorder as someone that has these thoughts about children, that may go on to watch child pornography, that may go on to offend children, the only difference is that there may not be a specific sexual attraction to it. The people saying POCD is different from pedophilia are saying they are not pedophiles because they feel bad about it. Whereas the DSM-5 is saying they are still pedophiles, they just have pedophilic disorder instead of the natural definition of pedophilia as a sexual orientation. Except POCD sounds like conflating two disorders together when it's comorbidity. Yes. And it's like, it's a lot to read through. Doesn't matter if they think it's different, it's not. Hey. This is just about how frequently it occurs. I don't think this is relevant to what I'm talking. I mean, maybe it might be. The most commonly asked question about pedophilia is how frequently it occurs. Obtaining reliable incidence numbers of pedophilia as a preference disorder is difficult, as individuals are typically unwilling to admit pedophilic preferences, particularly when offenses have been committed. The prevalence of a true pedophilic sexual preference is approximately 1%. But when general fantasies are investigated, that prevalence can reach up to 5% among men in the general population, extrapolated from the studies discussed below. And it's funny when they say that. One of the comments defending POCD on my video, I think they're incredibly unaware of what they're defending, but essentially they were like, For many hundreds of years, people were having sex when they were like 9 years old, because as soon as you start your menstruation cycle, you're ready to have children. That's your body's signal that it's time for you to procreate. And people also did this with their families for hundreds of years. So actually, there's nothing wrong with wanting to fuck a child or wanting to fuck someone in your family. This is just normal human behavior. And I was like, what am I reading? These are the people that are being defended. And that's supposed to be okay. I'll find the comment and I'll read it verbatim, but some studies suggest that the prevalence of pedophilia may be between 3 and 5% in the general pop. In penile plethysmography, I don't know what that is, studies of men with sexual offense histories against children, these prevalences can jump from 30% for men with 1 offense to 60% for men with 3 or more sexual offenses against children. Let's see. Prevalence of erectile dysfunction. They talk about this like weird... They talk about this weird fucking thing. I wanted to find it because there's like this weird glass tube people put on penises to like measure their sexual. I'm scrolling slowly because I don't want to accidentally hit that Tanner scale, man. Jesus Christ, 21% admitted having some degree of sexual interest in children. That's kind of high. This is lack of estimates. This is talking about homosexual pedophilia. Although pedophilia is generally regarded as a phenomenon in males, victim surveys show that a female perpetrator was indicated by between 14 and 24% of sexually abused males and by between 6 and 14% of sexually abused females. Well, there you go. There you go, chat, for people who were wanting some statistics, because females weren't mentioned previously. Oh, it's got to be in this section. The methods for diagnosing. 5 Tanner stages. Ooh, I'm scared. I don't want to accidentally fucking show it. Hold on. Tanner stage. Yep. I can't scroll any farther down. Hold on. It's Tanner stage 5. Okay, so it has to be after the graph where they talk about the tube. And the tube thing is important because I will relate it to one of the articles we read yesterday. Okay, this is where it is. It's right under the Tanner scale picture. Child pornography use is also strongly related to pedophilia, as a study deriving from the German Dunkelfeld Prevention Project concluded. Among 345 pedophiles admitted 1 or more sexual offenses against children. 37% have solely used child pornography, 21% committed exclusively hands-on sexual contacts with a minor, and 42% have committed both. The most well-known objective method for measuring pedophilic interest is penile plethysmography, or PPG, or phallometry. This method measures genital sexual arousal through sexual stimuli and is based on the relative change in penile response. Sexual preferences can be determined as the relative change in penile response to various classes of sexual stimuli, such as prepubescent, pubescent, or adult female or male targets. At least one of these classes should correspond to the individual's stated or inferred sexual preference. There are 2 different methods of phallometry: circumferential and volumetric. The circumferential method measures intra-individual changes in penile girth through a wire band fitted around the base of the penis in response to differing classes of sexual stimuli. The volumetric method uses a glass tube fitted around the penis to measure calibrated air output as a result of erection. The later method is sensitive to small changes, making it useful when assessing partial or non-admitters or pedophilic men that attempt to hide their sexual preferences. Both measures are valid and reliable, producing sensitivities between 55 and 61%, and specificities between 95 and 96%. Self-reported interest in children, child pornography use, and the number of children as sexual victims all uniquely contribute to phallometrically assessed sexual interest in children. Additionally, child pornography users showed a greater phallometric response to sexual child stimuli than non-pedophilic child sexual offenders. And there was no significant difference within the child pornography group between those who had committed against children and those who had not. So this sentence here is saying that the child pornography users who went through this phallometric response study, the ones who have pedophilia, the sexual attraction to the child, They showed a greater response from this metric of measuring than the ones who have pedophilic disorder. That's not saying that the ones who have pedophilic disorder did not show a response at all. There was just a greater response to that. And in the articles we read the other day, let me find them. Let me find them. It was in this article, but I could have sworn it was also in a different one. I don't want to add my vote, fuck off. Okay, it's not in this article. That was not the other one I read. Is it in this one? Nope. Sorry, there are a lot of articles we read. Ooh. So in the... Just changing my browser tab here. Beep, 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 beep. In the Am I a Monster that the people who were defending POCD recommended I read because they didn't watch the video, there is a portion down here that says an individual suffering with POCD will experience intrusive thoughts or images accompanied by terrorizing anxiety. The OCD has the ability to produce doubt or question memories, real or imagined. Additionally, sexual urges are monitored and encoded as part of the evidence-gathering process. The presence of an erection or vaginal lubrication is closely examined for signs of arousal. Based on the importance that POCD places on sexual attraction, your brain constantly draws attention to the sexual arousal. This increased monitoring allows for a case of mistaken identity, in which any microscopic movement is determined to be arousal towards children. Taken together, unwanted thoughts, images, and urges can persuade an individual with POCD that they are a sexual deviant. And then in the other article, it also says the relationship between POCD and false arousal. Have you ever looked at a child and felt an unwanted tingle in your genital area? It's not uncommon for people with POCD, or any OCD subtype for that matter, to experience something known as a groinal response. A groinal response is a feeling of arousal, which could include anything from tingling, swelling, warmth, lubrication, etc., that's typically linked to an OCD obsession, which can actually be triggered by anxiety. The way it works with OCD is something like, I'm not interested in that at all, but I have a body response that says I am. The more I pay attention to see if it's happening, I'm starting to notice and maybe even making it happen more often. Then people get really nervous because they think I walked by the school and I saw a 5-year-old and I got a groinal response. That means I'm probably attracted to kids. Know that POCD arousal is not the same as a sexual arousal. This is referred to as arousal non-concordance, and it's a well-documented psychological phenomenon that is entirely distinct from sexual arousal. So they're reinforcing it. Treatment for non-offenders is castration. Why are you supposed to have empathy for these people again? All this is bullshit copium. So again, in the actual DSM-5, when they delineate between pedophilia and pedophilic disorder, they're saying that these people still experience a sexual arousal. They might not have the same strong sexual attraction that the people diagnosed with pedophilia will have. That's why the people with pedophilia have a stronger response when they go through the penis glass tube testing. But that does not mean that these people are not pedophiles. And POCD is taking this to like a very strange direction. And again, when I was going through my video, I don't know what to search for this specifically, so I'm just going to bring up the video itself. Because I pinned this so that people don't miss the forest for the trees. This person said, alright, I'ma head out. Pulled porn to check if your obsessions are true. What the fuck? Okay, I did pull this up earlier then. So it's like, why would you say that like watching child porn is something that's okay to defend in this case? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. You learned most of this from Mizu? Yeah, I saw you commenting some bullshit in here as well. I saw you commenting some bullshit. It was a little crazy. It was a little crazy what you were saying, my guy. It sickens me that people on Twitter are defending this horseshit. Yeah. Suffice to say, I have nothing but contempt and disgust for the POCD thing. I'm glad the newer comments are rational. I'm glad they're rational. John Money was not the first who came up with sex changes, true and real. About -8, English is not his native language, might not have understood what he was saying. He's Korean. Yeah, I just don't. His original posts were in Korean, so I just don't believe that. -8 did put out a post saying that he was going to go get therapy. Did he get therapy? I don't know. I'm not in his real life. Hopefully he's never actually offended. Hopefully it was just in his thoughts, but it's still just like, I don't fucking know, because I'm not with the dude in real life, obviously. You weren't defending the CP part? I just don't believe you, because that is exactly what you were defending. That is exactly what you were defending, my guy. I'll find your comments. I'll find them. This is how the scientific community was infiltrated specifically to be used as a tool for propagandists and activists to push their ideologies. Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Sad when OCD is meant for victims of pedophiles who are suffering from trauma and afraid of becoming a pedophile and inflicting the same trauma on children. I know there were some people who are also saying, like, this is the same thing as like, if, like, a rape victim, you know, got wet or had a boner while they were being raped. And it's like, I don't think so, because that's not self-inflicted. Those people have to struggle with something actually physically having happened to them, man. You were tempted to say earlier, you'll let them choose which color of wood chipper. Oh, man. Where are we here? Where are we here? Mantis Wave. Kirsche, POCD is you mistake intrusive thoughts as your real ones. You dug too deep. What do you mean I dug too deep? I read too many articles of what these people are saying? Read Am I a Monster? An overview of a common feature, typical course, shame and treatment of pedophile OCD. You literally didn't watch my video because that is exactly what I read. Are you saying research can't be updated or examples? Go watch the -8 controversy. I don't have to watch anyone explain the -8 controversy because I know what happened. I saw the receipts. You can't gaslight someone online to believe they are a pedophile. And if they're drawing them raping children, not lolly, they're drawing themselves raping children, and they're admitting that they would rape children in real life if they had the money to pay for that children's therapy, that's not being gaslit. If he comes out and says he's going to get therapy because he realized he's a bad person, great, wonderful. But why are you defending his previous outings? Why are you defending what he said before? That doesn't make any fucking sense. And again, before you did this, Kirsche, this is how an anti would react or woke would do. Step back and breathe. No, it's not. Because I'm not conflating this with lolly. I'm not conflating this with fucking cartoons. Also, my Discord is fucking broken. My Discord is broke as fuck. Hold on a second. This is my glowy dance. You want to kill someone for a thought crime. I think everyone's natural response to finding out someone even has fantasies of having sex with children is to be absolutely disgusted. Oh, hey, I got a child abduction Amber Alert just now. What a fucking topical alert. Explode that man's penis! I'm trying to reopen my Discord. You only gaslight by voting 3 in the video game every time. Wood chipper's just the internet disgust reaction at this point. Yeah, I responded because his comment said something different when I first responded. Which is what I'm trying to open my Discord for right now, but apparently my computer is suffering. Dicks. I didn't want to moan in the middle of this topic. I hope you understand. You have an alert system for that? I just don't turn off any of my emergency alerts on my phone because I have brain damage. Oh, hey, my mods provided the receipts. That's perfect. Hold on a moment here. Hold on a moment here, because I can open these. Open link. There we go. This is Minus saying, I've had pedophilia-like thoughts in the past. It was just a thought, but I hated it. I revealed it to ask for help to get out of it. Through psychiatric counseling, I found out that I was within the normal range. Rather, I don't want to be close to real children right now. Someone replied, sometimes I wonder if you mean actual real-life pedo stuff or just 2D. And he said, real one. This is another thing that he wrote on his blog. I do not deny it. He's right. I have painted a child character porn. It's true. To be honest, I imagine having sex with a real child. I want to touch, kiss, and insert a child. But at the same time, I have fear. Responsibility for the future of the child with despair, hatred, and sorrow. The responsibility for that is too scary for me. So soon, the desire disappears. If I have the money, the courage, the ability to take responsibility for the future of a child I rape, What is the money to completely erase human bad memory and sadness? It looks like something was censored here. That would be huge. 200 Bill Gates, 200-year money. That's not enough. This is obviously ESL because he's Korean. I'm a coward who has no money and no power, so I just draw virtual character. It is important to have a passion for a child. As you know, I'm ashamed of myself. I am a bad and dirty person. And it's like, again, it is good that he is self-aware. It is good that he got help so he did not offend against a child. But it is still a disgusting thing for people to defend, saying that he was not a pedophile. He was just gaslit into believing these things. Like, that is a crazy defense to make of this person. Epstein gets to do it because he's rich, of course. Oh, no. What else do we have here? What else do we have here? Okay, so I guess this was someone posting the comic on the Twitters. Open link. Thank you. Oh god. Oh god, that's so tiny. I can't read this. That doesn't make it helpful. That's not readable. That's not a legible image, unfortunately. But it was the comic of him drawing himself like in the fantasies that he wanted to commit. So it wasn't him like, it was just a sketch as well. It was just a sketch. It was that comic for ants. Thankfully censored. Thankfully censored. I'm on ya. Let me see as well where those other YouTube comments were, so I can bring that up. Go back to this. Go back to this. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Good lord. Good lord, where did I fucking post this screenshot? Oh. Nope. I'm getting close, though. I'm getting close. Okay. So, when I first replied to this guy, his comment said, Kirsche, if this was true, I would have seen it in the Maps website I follow. That's a little weird that you're in the comment section of my video defending POCD while also saying you follow map websites. None of this was taking place, and they want to distance themselves from any mental illness as the natural norm. What is that? What did you mean by this? What does that even mean? Mommy Oko is going to correct this. I would highly recommend not defending psychologists who suggest watching CP in order to see if you're a pedo. I just, you know. What did he mean by this? I recommend watching the -8 Controversy. They explain what POCD really is. Again, I believe a lot of people who are defending POCD are defending it out of wanting to have empathy and compassion for people because they see a lot of people like Rev or like Chibi being attacked simply for like cartoon drawing shit, right? Simply for lolly shit. And a lot of people will conflate the two. That is not even part of this discussion, right? This has nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. And so it's like, I don't want to call the people defending it, like, suspicious, because I feel like that's a step too far. But, like, please understand what you are defending. Please understand this isn't something that's completely innocent. It is the exact same as how gender dysphoria has been co-opted by people who have fetishes. This is exactly what this is trying to do. It's such a strange hill to die on for these people. Yeah, it's very, like, I hope Oko is smart enough to not go down this route, because it's like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Oko isn't defending this. I'm gonna have to believe you guys, because it's like, I want to have more faith in Oko than that. I don't know why you would even, like, throw out their name writing what you did here, but that's kind of strange. And then, like, not even a minute after I wrote this response, he edited his comment to this, saying, Kirsche, POCD is you mistake intrusive thoughts as your real ones. You dug too deep. Why would you say I dug too deep? I'm literally just reading things from psychologists. I'm reading things from their websites. I read you the DSM-5 today. How is that digging too deep? How is getting more information a bad thing? And then you edited it again after this to what's here. Like, I just don't understand, my guy. I do not get it. I do not get it. Stop believing your lying eyes. Honestly, lolly culture is creepy as fuck. When you started getting into anime, the mantra was do not lewd the lolly. You missed when the anime community understood there was a line there. Yeah, like, again, I brought up Azure Lane shit all the time when I talk about that. Let's see here. Wouldn't this make the lolicon haters right then? Yes, there's actual differences, but this pipeline theory can lead to things that are okay to them being bad now. I do not think so. I do not think so. And here's the 7 guy again. Kirsche is spreading misinfo for once. I recommend reading If I Like Lolicon, Does It Mean I'm a Pedophile? A Therapist's View. The fox who took the information backwards, as I even sent this info to her. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. When I was reading about the -8 stuff and people started throwing out POCD, I brought up all those tabs myself because I was like, what the fuck is POCD? I want to know what this is because people are using it and it doesn't make sense to me. So I looked it up. And also, why are either of you bringing lolicon into this? The entire hour-and-a-half video has to do with real offenses and real thoughts about real children, not lolly. Why are both of you bringing up lolly? That's very strange. You remember the topic was so gross you had to leave? It's a really strange thing. It's a really strange thing. There's the, alright, I'm gonna head out comment. This is just Nambla. Pedophilia is most definitely something you're born with. There's something in your head you cannot control. Something natural doesn't make it alright, of course, so go get help if you really have such compulsions. And it's like, maybe, if you're using the delineation the DSM-5 does between pedophilia as a sexual attraction and pedophilic disorder, where you may or may not have the attraction, but you have other, like, comorbidities that make you possible to offend against a child even without the attraction. Like, maybe those people with the pedophilic disorder are born that way. The goal is probably to conflate everything. Wait, why is that guy in a maps group? I don't know, man. I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. What they're describing is an obsessive disorder, not a paraphilia. The disorder here is that they aren't attracted to children, know it's wrong to be inappropriate around children, and have no desire to hurt a child. Wrong. That is pedophilic disorder, not POCD. Not conflating pedophilia with obsessive compulsive disorder. Unwanted thoughts keep coming up in the back of their mind that make them feel disgusted, and they start to think they're a horrible person for even having those unwanted thoughts. I mean, when you have intrusive thoughts, they're not reoccurring, typically. Isn't it strange and bizarre that whenever people say that lolly is pedo stuff, the lolicons screech that it isn't, yet when you're talking about real children, they automatically and instinctively think of lolly. It's like looking at an orc and seeing a black person. Really makes you think. It's strange to me. And, like, I don't know if I want to reach the conclusion there that that is painting. A distinction without a difference. This whole thing is explained by that weirdo reeks of projection. My aunties never gaslit me into being a pedophile. You're also not a severely mentally ill person, so that's kind of a moot point. I don't know, I would say having to quit my job because I was vomiting due to physical manifestations from anxiety was, pretty severely mentally ill, honestly. But it's just like the how is cyberbullying real? People online cannot gaslight you into being a pedophile unless you already had a predisposition. It's like egg cracking. You're not going to convince a completely, like, not predisposed person that they're going to be trans. These people already probably had some sort of comorbidity as far as being an outcast in society, as far as having other issues, and they're just fucking groomed into it because they feel like they're around people that care about them. Did the avatar help with my anxiety? Yeah, it helped. Do not feed the brainworms. Chris Chan. I don't know. Did Chris Chan get egg cracked or did he just fucking do it? Jokes about the bullet medicine aside, how do we genuinely fix pedophiles? I don't know how you can, because, like, regardless of whether someone feels disgusted with themselves for having pedophilic thoughts, That's a person, like, I wouldn't want to have reproduce, especially if they're trying to float the, like, pedophiles are born that way, there's something wrong in their brain that causes this to happen. Why would we want those people to reproduce? Why would we want those people to, like, continue on their bloodline, right? How do you fix Kirsche and those similar to his ways? I have absolutely no idea. This is why they target autistic people. Lolicons are sensitive to this stuff because people keep accusing lollies of pedos and then turn out to be pedos. It's a way for leftists and Puritans on the right to attack anime. And it's like, I agree. And that's why it's important for people to call out when actual pedophiles, regardless of whether it's a pedophilic attraction or pedophilic disorder, are trying to hide in their communities. If you're born with a sexual disorder, it's nature's way of saying you shouldn't breed. They have giant pedo neighborhoods in some places. What the fuck? This is another comment I don't understand. That's another way of labeling the rest of the world as barbarians, and a way to take children from other cultures or religions and traditions because barbarians are teaching children wrong. A neat excuse, indeed, to stealing children. I don't know what he means by this. I don't know what they mean by this. Make mental asylums great again. The extreme degenerates make normal degenerates look bad. Kirsche is the physical manifestation of negative stereotype. Whatever group he decides to join or label himself with, he becomes the worst type. It's because he is an insane individual. An actual insane individual. This is a guy who had a pretty good explanation, I think. I'm a person with multiple mental illnesses who has struggled with pure O before and gotten psychiatric help and therapy for it because it was terrifying. My nugget of wisdom is that it is intrusive thoughts versus fantasy. People don't want intrusive thoughts, they're awful, not controllable, and it can easily send a person into a negative feedback loop where they're trying to constantly prove themselves over and over again that they are indeed struggling with OCD and not the feared thing in question. It's an anxiety thing turned up to delusion and paranoia. Fantasy, on the other hand, is enjoyable for the person, ew, and they want to think those thoughts and create the whole scenarios based on them. There's a very clear difference between the two, but to people who have never even encountered this before, they would be baffled. I didn't even know pure OCD was a thing until I started researching and going to therapy for it. Keep in mind, POCD is just one of many. Two, there's one for being homosexual, one for violence, one for incest. I think it has to do with taboos, because people are rightly so conscious about them. And it's like, again, from the DSM-5, this would be a pedophilic disorder. POCD seems to be something completely off-branched from what the DSM-5 is even explaining. I think the lolly shit is weird, but it's nowhere near the level of pedophilia. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna be absolutely disgusted if I see people are, like, fucking getting off to things that look like kindergartners, objectively. But I can delineate the difference between a petite woman and a kindergartner. Arbitrarily slicing up OCD into categories based on topics you might have intrusive thoughts on is nonsense. I know there were a couple of more comments here, but, like, I don't exactly remember where they are. Sensitive, I wanted to read that, like, one big thing with the guy talking about, like, fucking pedophilia and incest just being normal. Because that one was actually fucking crazy. If you feel bad about it, you're not a pedo. Also expose yourself to pedo stuff until you don't feel bad about it anymore. That's how you know you're not a pedo. I was like, yes, exposure therapy works for some things, but I don't think you should tell someone experiencing pedophilic thoughts, even if they feel bad about it, to use exposure therapy in a way where they might be around actual children or watching child pornography. Where's that long-ass comment? I'm gonna lose my mind. As someone from Alabama, incest is not normal. It still blew my mind. It still blew my mind when I found out that New Jersey has higher rates of incest than fucking Alabama. Also, that's true. I always forget Shadiversity exists. That poor guy. What an unfortunate name to have. You actually believed the fucking meme? What meme? What meme? Man, I have no idea where that comment is. I have no idea where that comment is. That's unfortunate. Unlucky. Unlucky. I don't think I posted a screenshot of that comment anywhere either. Oh wait. I did. I'm so fucking smart. I'm like 7 IQ. When it comes to these concepts, People don't realize what was formed by culture and what is biological. The concept of incest being bad is cultural, mostly coming from Christian faith and was added in later, as the Bible originally supported incest before one of its many revisions. The concept of Adam and Eve means incest must have occurred. How do we know the concept of thinking incest is bad is not natural? Well, first off, it was natural. This would mean that people would find similar features unattractive. Blondes couldn't like blondes, and so on, as you magically wouldn't know you were related unless you were told. Hence why there are so many situations of people accidentally hooking up with direct family all over the world. There are plenty of cultures that also engaged in it in history. Naturally, people do want to protect kids, and this is specifically pre-puberty. Once puberty starts, though, this tends to shift. Once puberty starts, your libido is at the highest, and this is when people are most meant to have children. This concept got lost when America got involved with age of consent and age of adulthood laws in 1880. Before this, age of consent was never above 12, and child labor laws were 11 to 13. America immediately shot every one thing up to 21 in some places, and then it got pushed back down to 18. There is no logical reason for why these are the ages, especially when you consider for most of human history, the average life expectancy of a human was 30 years old. Plus, the biological adult age is 16. Yet this doesn't change the fact that you start puberty before this. People can start it as early as 8 years old. Yet when you start puberty, you are designed to start feeling sexual attraction and to have others attracted to you. It's natural, and the culture and laws don't care, causing mental health issues to skyrocket. People to act like kids when they're supposed to be learning how to be adults. This is why people who tend to start working at younger ages tend to be more grounded versus people who go to college who get to act like kids until they finally get their degree. The mental trauma that comes from these acts are perpetuated by the people who think it should be a problem, so they convince the child it is a problem. They'll spend lots of time making sure the child thinks it's an issue. It creates a victim mindset. A great example is Tectone, who likes to bring up his trauma as an excuse for his actions. Fucking Tectone taking random shots here? What the fuck? And it's like, yeah, Tectone said some fucking dumb shit, but he also came out and was like, yeah, I thought lolly literally just meant children. Because that was the context I was used to seeing it in, so of course I would be against shit like that. But apparently it doesn't mean children. Fuck him. I know how a lot of people feel about Tectone, but it's like, when he was saying some crazy shit, I was like, I'd definitely be willing to talk to him. Like, he's been nothing but nice to me previously, and I think he's wrong about this. And if he wanted to talk about it, I'd be fucking down. I'd be absolutely down to talk to him about it and say why he's wrong. You know? Munya. He got corrected about it live. Yeah, he did a podcast with Chibi Reviews recently as well. Incest is bad because of the state of the baby being a genetic mess. Habsburg syndrome, by the way. You can convince children that giving them chocolate is enough to warrant mental trauma, when the focus of therapy should be learning how to cope rather than making them a victim. So in other words, biologically and naturally, there is nothing wrong with being attracted to people who have started puberty or are related to you. The problem with any studies involving psychology is that culture determines a lot of it, when every person who learns psychology should understand biology first, but sadly they don't. They use nonsense to rationalize nonsense. Psychologists like to act like having the ability to focus on something for long periods of time is a mental disorder, which is obviously not true. Isn't that the opposite? Isn't ADHD the opposite of... Is there a mental disorder for being able to focus on something for long periods of time? Because, like, I thought the disorder was ADHD, and that's the opposite of being able to focus for a long period of time. Right into the wood chipper with this guy. Yeah, like, some of the comments on this video are just like, bro, what are you talking about? Brother, what? Autism? Autism? Okay, alright. Lock-in disorder! If only I could be diagnosed with lock-in disorder. That's ADD, not ADHD. It's probably talking about hyperfixations. Autistics can hyperfocus. Guess that's fair. That's a fair one, chat. I was just like, I'm confused. I don't know what he's fucking talking about with that. Hyperfocus. ADD is can't focus. ADHD is uncontrollable hyperfocus. I always thought ADHD was attention deficit hyper disorder. Man who wants to rationalize CP doesn't understand basic ADHD. I mean, I'm showing you I don't understand it right now. Hyperactive, thank you. Trying to make our morality ambiguous. That's what they're doing. They're really trying. It's just like, please look at what these people are defending before you start defending something like POCD, right? It's just been a wild read through my comment section. Absolutely fucking wild read. ADHD TV in 4K. Can't wait to see how many return under this clip. I mean, this shouldn't have to be a clip. It was just like a recap of shit we already read and we already talked about. And it's just like, man. You thought they umbrellaed ADHD, ADD into autism now? You feel like a lot of these people are just looking for something they can use as a defense? I don't think a lot of people are looking for something that they can use as a defense. I think a lot of people just really want to be empathetic, and they're incredibly defensive around this topic, since so many people are just like, all anime is pedophilia, all lolly is people jacketed, they're pedos, and it's like that's not the case. Distinction between ADD and ADHD is not exactly clear anymore. It's all folded together currently. That's kind of how I felt. Like, I couldn't really tell you the difference between ADD and ADHD. I just see ADHD talked about way fucking more often. The H lets you build a Lego set for 10 hours straight. ADHD has umbrellaed ADD, but autism and ADHD are still distinct. Thank you, Chet. I've been wrong about people being empathetic before. Maybe I'm being naive, right? But I'd rather give people the benefit of the doubt that they're defending something that they don't exactly understand, rather than immediately demonizing them. You know? That's 7. Thank you for the 2 Canadians. That you. Yeah, it's like... I don't want to believe people are defending this because they're defending their own proclivities. Some of them obviously are, and that's why this defense is even occurring, right? But it's like, I'd like to believe the majority of people getting suckered into defending something like POCD beyond understanding that, yes, it can happen. Yes, people can have this to a very small degree, like people can have gender dysphoria. But if you read in the DSM-5, they already delineate between pedophilia and pedophilic disorder. POCD is none of that. And what all of these psychologists said that we read yesterday, what those people on the forum were saying, what their quote-unquote POCD is, it does not sound like they are disgusted with themselves and actually don't want to do this. It sounds like they're just typing out their fantasies. It sounds like the psychologists are providing a blanket cover for people. And that makes me feel bad for those who might have some form of OCD that makes them hyperfixate on, oh god, I don't want to become a bad person. Alerts borked, 20 gift subs. Yeah, my alerts were borked earlier, and I guess they're borked again. I don't know what keeps fucking happening, man. I don't know what keeps fucking happening. You like armpits, but you don't have constant intrusive thoughts about licking your coworkers' armpits. That's why you hate atheists. They always try to twist morals to defend their sick actions instead of just saying that moral people don't need religion to be moral. Yeah. Leave the kids alone, man. I don't know. I'm thinking more about like the egg cracking. I'm thinking more about like the egg cracking thing. And it's like, I've said before, I don't really understand how people get convinced into that. And then when you look at people like Finster, who obviously had some form of like autogynephilia before he went down the entire railroad, it's like, I don't know how people can get like convinced into that kind of pipeline. And it feels like the whole attraction to children thing is a step even beyond that. So it makes even less sense that someone can get like gaslit or groomed into liking children. And like when we see people in Hollywood, like Macaulay Culkin as an example, who bore witness to these kinds of things and didn't like these kinds of things, that dude is messed up. That dude has some mental health issues because of the shit that he's seen. Part of egg cracking is getting children exposed to corn at an early age because it warps their view of sex. It's the old saying, hurt people, isn't it? I was like, I don't know, man. I was like, I kind of want to like read other people's thoughts on that. Because it's like, I just cannot understand how you can get gaslit into wanting to assault children. He's a lot better now, which is nice. He's married with a kid, hanging with the Red Letter Media guys in Milwaukee. Yeah, like, I'm glad he's better. Someone left him home alone with Weinstein. Oh no. Bieber got pretty fucked up too. Yeah, he did. Some of the like interviews with Bieber are like really sad to listen to. Can you imagine how investigators feel looking at this stuff every day, having to LARP in order to dismantle the rings? Yeah, you gotta stare into the abyss for quite a long time. Quite a long time. Isn't Nim exposed to corn every day? That's a different type of corn. With egg cracking, it often occurs with younger individuals. It'd be very easy to confuse a confused youngin that what they are experiencing is because of identity. Seems way too easy for actual predators to hide their lack of disgust with the genuine disorder. People who are disgusted, yeah. These investigators are required to go to therapy constantly. Nim is exposed to corn every day. Tried sounding. Coincidence. You can see people pushing someone into doing horrible shit. This is how egg cracking works. Well, that's what I was just saying, right? Like, people on, like, Reddit can get groomed into the egg cracking nonsense. But, like, I cannot believe that this is something that can happen with pedophilia. Like, that seems so fucking far out, dude. Our poor person of corn. Try meditation. Never heard of egg cracking? Crazy? Yeah. And people on Reddit are a bit special. What the fuck is egg cracking? Egg cracking is like a trans terminology for when someone posts about, like, they might have a strange attraction to something, or like they felt pretty wearing like a dress or something, and then the comments are like, oh girl, you're trans, oh my god, your egg is cracking, you know, kind of stuff like that. And then they're kind of ushered down that pipeline into believing that they are trans. Looks up from the scrambled eggs I'm making. Hey, yo. You got your eggs cracked today? Your nuts really hurt. What the fuck? To be fair, Kierkegaard did manage to gaslight Epsi into being gay as a joke. I just don't believe you. I just don't believe you. That German was gay before you guys got to him. Something children of the corn. They invented a term for grooming? That's messed up. Boy is slightly feminine, they get groomed into believing they're trans, and they go into meds and eventually surgery. Some of the pedophile stuff may be seeking out more extreme stimuli to get the same kick after using more porn. Yeah? Yeah, and again, like, that website saying that, like, yeah, a POCD compulsion is watching child porn to check if your obsessions are true, and it's like that... No, man. Like... If you are disgusted and you are the definition that people are trying to defend POCD, you're going to be trying to stay away from that stuff. But the psychologist said that no, you shouldn't stay away from that stuff. They said that the exposure therapy is important. They said, yes, you should seek out these things so you know that you're not dangerous. So you know that these are things that you're not attracted to. And it's like, I understand the concept of exposure therapy, but I don't think it should be used for that. NOCD said that, not Levi. Yeah, I gotta find where it is so I can bring it up. So I can bring it up, man. From what you've seen, egg cracking is grooming someone that is sexually confused into transitioning. Exposure therapy is for phobias, not philias. That's seriously stupid. Try robbing a bank to see if you're into thievery. Well, the thing is, right, what people want POCD to be seems what pedophilic disorder actually is. And with pedophilic disorder, you're not necessarily sexually attracted to children, which is the difference between pedophilic disorder and pedophilia. Which, from, again, a research and scientific point of view, I understand the delineation. In practice, as a real person in real life, I don't really care whether someone has pedophilia or pedophilic disorder. I should also randomly shoot your gun at a random person to prove you don't have homicidal tendencies. Religious people tend to venomously oppose biology because they cannot fathom the idea of people just being born a way that is different than the natural order. OCD is insidious. There's a story from the 1800s where a woman was constantly anxious about being saved. Eventually, she threw her baby down a well so she could know she wasn't saved. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? They all get to meet Chippy. Oh god, what was I looking for? Fuck. I was looking for... Oh god, what was I looking for? What was I looking for? Fuck me, chat. I was gonna bring up one of the things we read from yesterday, because I was just talking about it. The NOCD compulsions? No, not the compulsions. I brought that up already. It was the like, exposure therapy portion. Where they said to, like, not avoid these things. Let's see. Yeah. Because this is where I read it incorrectly at first. It was in the Jordan Levi's Am I a Monster page. And I read the avoidance plays an important role in the perpetuation of POCD. Individuals suffering with POCD will do everything in their power to ensure that these fears do not come to fruition. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That's very sensical. You should avoid things that are involved with POCD. You should avoid child pornography. That makes sense. But I misread it because it says avoidance plays an important role in the perpetuation. So he's saying avoidance bad. As is the case with all forms of OCD, escape and avoidance maintain and exacerbate the anxiety. In response to an impulsivity fear, one may stand as far away as possible from a minor or escape the situation altogether. Avoiding children at parks, museums, or near schools helps to ensure that these thoughts, images, and feelings will not surface. In line with avoidance, some individuals may choose not to have children of their own in order to limit the danger they feel they pose to children. And it's like, if you want to engage in exposure therapy with, like, I don't even know what you would do. I guess, like, just images of fully clothed children and see if that brings, like, an anxiety response. Sure. But I don't think you should be playing with the fire of having these people go exposure therapy near actual children. Are we still on this topic? It's very difficult to explain, like, my thoughts, because I'm probably going to get taken out of context regardless. But I try to be as explanatory as possible and also say when I am unsure about things. Should wear women's clothing and underwear to make sure you don't have autogynephilia. That's too far. The internet would never take you out of context. Imagine. Weird has been reposting Mizu's critique of Kier's take, but not commenting. Gotta bite the bullet and ask them if you can catch next stream and see if they give an answer or ban and block. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by this? Completely bass-ackwards psychology advice from these slow boys. Yeah, like, I highly suggest, like, if you don't want to watch my stream, if you don't want to watch anything about this, I highly suggest reading these things. Highly suggest reading these things yourself. I'll post Levi's article here. You think a line needs to be drawn between pedophilia, fear of being, or pedophilia phobia, fear of being a pedophile, and POCD, being a pedophile and feeling bad about it. POCD is not that. Like, this is literally just something else that isn't even in the DSM-5. Like, I read off the DSM-5 article, and the DSM-5 already delineates between pedophilia, the sexual attraction to children, and pedophilic disorder, which may or may not come with the sexual attraction, and it also comes with feelings of disgust and guilt at having these thoughts. And that's the pedophilic disorder is also the one that has, like, comorbidities with anxiety or depression or whatever the hell. Wasn't there that one guy on Rogan that did that with meth? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? You can't even joke about it with your wife? One of her exes transitioned? Ooh, I'm sorry. Talking about people abused as a child, fearing they will abuse their own? Yeah, that's a thing, sadly. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree. I think that POCD, maybe not by that name, but I definitely see how people who have been abused or have been exposed to abuse can become obsessed with the thought of, I don't want to become just like those people. DSM is loaded with nonsense and cope. It's loaded with nonsense and cope, but I wanted to read out what the DSM-5 says about this specifically, because hopefully it will explain to people who are defending POCD that this isn't something that's necessarily recognized, and a lot of the literature that I found on POCD from Jordan Levi, from OCD forums, from, like, there's this comic thing where the guy basically explains that he's thinking and having urges to do things with kids, but he knows they're wrong, and he doesn't want to do those things. This is pedophilic disorder by the DSM-5 definition. And merely stating that you are disgusted by it also doesn't necessarily mean that that's true. You're assuming that in a world where people can and do lie, especially when they know they're doing something that is societally unacceptable. Definitely a difficult topic. You're doing your best to stick with it. Gives you grievous discomfort. It's just like, I think this is something that you cannot really self-diagnose. Like, a lot of people enjoy self-diagnosing, like, autism or ADHD or whatever the fuck have you. I do not think this is something you can self-diagnose. Make babies. Oh, he would last in prison. Yeah. And then this other one, pedophilia, obsessive compulsive disorder. This was Ignite Counseling, Colorado. This is where the comic is from. And they also say a lot of strange things in this. Again, we read this yesterday. A lot of jokes about ERP and CBT because, you know, we're gamers, but those are actual psychological terms. This is another resource. Again, this is all in my Discord as well because I went over this yesterday, but please have links. I don't want people to just take my word for it. I don't want people to take me as like the ultimate truth. Please read these things for yourself. Yesterday is Friday. I don't know fucking days, man. You don't think you'd like to self-diagnose? I'm afraid I'm a pedophile anyway. It's not a convo anyone wants to have, but you can't let them have children, obviously. So what you legitly do with people who are pedophiles, hate that, don't want to hurt children, I don't know. Seems like a 2.0 version of pedos trying to add a P to the LGBT shit. It is. It is. Like, again, I think that there are people who can have the obsessive compulsive, I don't want to become like my abuser. I think that's completely real. I think we've had examples of that. But from everything I've read, that is not how these people, these psychologists, are explaining what POCD is. And it's also different from what the DSM-5 delineates between pedophilia and pedophilic disorder. So it's like, I would be very careful defending POCD, and I would be very suspicious of those people who do. The only P they should get is prison. A lot of subversion in psychology. Yeah. And it's like, maybe if someone is severely, crazily, mentally ill, if enough people are like, yeah, you do these things. You must love being a pedophile, right? You do all these things that pedophiles do, so that's what you are. Maybe it could be a form of egg cracking. But it's like, I don't know. I don't know. And that seems really fucking weird to me, that you might be able to cyberbully someone into, yeah, I'm gonna go assault children. Like, 10% of the US are psychotic and narcissistic. It's around 3 million people, severely mentally ill, separated from reality. And I'll post, where is it? I'll post the DSM-5 thing once again. Because the DSM-5 came out 2012, 2013, I said it earlier. And it had a revision in 2022. The first instances of POCD I could find are in 2015. If someone can find medical articles talking about POCD prior to 2015, please link them to me, because I could not find any. Someone in chat yesterday said they found something from like 2013, I think, but I never got a link, so I can't just believe a chat without a source. Screw the chipper, people trying to normalize this shit, get the tire necklace. It's just like, be very careful of the things you choose to defend. Be very careful of those things. Because there are people who will seek to use you for their own interests, and you don't want to go down with a ship that you didn't even know you were on. Sure, the boy was depressed, but people can basically manipulate others into doing anything and everything? What do you mean? What do you mean by this? She's never getting one guide again. It sounds like POCD was invented in 2015 to defend the pedophiles. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying I can't find anything prior to 2015. And the only thing I could find prior to that was a 1999 medical journal that I read on Friday that talked about how paraphilias, and pedophilia is a paraphilia, have a lot of comorbidities. Because usually when you're that fucked up, you have a lot of things that are fucked up. Given what happened with Kappa Cooper, you can believe you can bully anyone into doing anything, but you would still question if you manage to believe you're attracted to children. I don't know what a Kappa Cooper is. I don't know what that is. I think it was called Pure O before then. Yeah, there was one of these articles did mention, I think it might have been the Jordan Levi one, they did mention Pure O type OCD. But Pure O is like the umbrella, so it's not like just quote unquote the pedophilic OCD. There's a lot of things that go under that. Give the pedos the biblical response. Well, that guy in my comment section said biblically pedophilia and incest are okay, so I mean, you know. That was Levi again. Just saying it got more popular after the same-sex marriage was allowed. They latched on to afterwards, not blaming same-sex marriage. You're actually cool with it, but still. Whoever causes one of these little ones to believe in you to stumble, it would be better for him to have a heavy millstone hung around his neck and be sunk in the depths of the sea. Pure O-type OCD is purely obsessive OCD without the compulsions. It's a separate thing from POCD. Yes, it is a separate thing, and I think it was Levi. I think it was Levi who said that POCD was like under the pure O type, because that's specifically what he studies is the pure O type. Jesus had very choice words. You see an article about it in February 2014. Do you have the link, Vaush? Do you have the link for that? He's straight up nuts. Because even that DSM article that I read was dated in 2015. Here we go. Anxiety Treatments Blog. Acceptance in HOCD and POCD. This is anxietytreatments.com. This is another thing. Hello there, guy with dog. Oh, this is the wrong browser. This is the wrong browser. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. One of the more terrifying and slippery versions of obsessive-compulsive disorder involves experiencing thoughts of harming a loved one or having sex with an inappropriate partner. Typically, people think of OCD as involving fear or germs and doing repeated checking, but in my experience, many people with OCD also struggle with these kinds of thoughts. The person who experiences these thoughts interprets the mere presence of the thoughts as meaning that they want to act on them and may be at risk of snapping and actually harming their loved one or doing something inappropriate sexually. So again, in my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the pure O type is like you don't do the repeated checking, you just have the like obsession, but you don't have any of the compulsions that come with that, like flicking light switches like 7 times before you go to bed or whatever. Gabriel Campos, thank you for the $9.99. It's possible to be gaslit into an attraction because thoughts aren't inherent to you. All thoughts are the result of external stimuli that you can latch onto and engage with, hence intrusive thoughts. Yeah, but aren't most people who get intrusive thoughts, they're just like, oh yeah, I shouldn't do that. And then that's like the end of it. But someone who has like a mental illness who gets an intrusive thought might be like, why did that happen? I'm going to fixate on this now. But even if they fixate on it, they're not going to like convince themselves that that is like an actual normal thought. Because especially if they're going to therapy, wouldn't they be told that that is just an intrusive thought? People either don't want to admit or don't believe that some of these people abuse children purposely for strange rituals. Imagine taking Bible stories like historical facts. Some of them are basically allegories, not actual facts. That guy's argument is that a lot of incest had to happen to make the human race, because Adam and Eve were just 2 and now we're billions. That makes incest okay. You also don't think we beat them with emotional response. Pure science is the best weapon against these types. Pure O is largely mental, no outward compulsions like washing hands 3 times. Thank you. That's what I am assuming this to be, right? If I am reading correctly. Not everyone understands the difference between intrusive thought and other thoughts. They're just thoughts for some people. If intrusive thoughts are just your normal thoughts, wouldn't that be a type of psychopathy? Because if what normal people consider intrusive are just your normal, then something is wrong. You went to therapy, did it fix your anxiety? Therapy isn't perfect and you know it. I mean, it didn't fix it, but it certainly helped. And I certainly was able to get better coping mechanisms than what I was doing on my own. It appears it's not an official medical term. Let's see. Let's see here. The person who experiences these thoughts interprets the mere presence of the thoughts as the meaning that they want to act on them and may be at risk of snapping. I read that sentence. These 2 types of OCD have been called harm OCD and pedophilia OCD. Interesting. And the 2 versions have much in common. In my last blog, I reviewed the book The Mindfulness Workbook for OCD, and this book has 2 very useful chapters for dealing with both of these types of OCD. There are a variety of techniques available for managing these kinds of thoughts, but 2 of the more useful tools in my experience are to mindfully accept the presence of the thoughts and to commit to not doing any compulsions in response to these thoughts. Acceptance of these thoughts is different from accepting the meaning that one attaches to these thoughts. Having the thought of harming a loved one is not the same as having the intention of harming a loved one, but OCD confuses the 2. Clearly making this distinction is an important part of the treatment process. I think you found a proto-POCD article from 2005, only skimmed it? Okay. Eat my slamwich, they gave the €5. As someone who has ADHD and AS, one of the reasons you hated the introduction of the DSM-5 is it lumps everyone together and pedos can claim mental disabilities. Intrusive thoughts are not different from normal thoughts, except that you automatically reject them as other from you. You have intrusive thoughts of doing the Kirsche, fuck that guy. I was like, I could agree, yeah, having a thought of harming someone is not the same as, like, having the intention to do so. That would be what an intrusive thought is, correct? Right? If I'm understanding this correctly? So they're saying you have to accept that the thoughts are happening, but that the thoughts don't mean you have an intention to act on them. When I encourage clients to mindfully accept the presence of these thoughts, and as clients make progress with this acceptance process, they often begin to feel guilty because they think they should be paying clear attention to these thoughts because they are so dangerous. They feel quite irresponsible for not doing all they possibly can to either eliminate the thoughts altogether or to prevent acting on the thoughts, and are under the mistaken assumption that they need to understand, figure out, analyze, or in some other way engage these thoughts to become absolutely certain that they will not act on them. It is this feeling of responsibility and guilt that I believe needs to be acknowledged and addressed. And this was 2014. Again, wouldn't this be covered under pedophilic disorder in the DSM-5? Why make another acronym under POCD if this person is trying to explain it in the same way the DSM-5 explains pedophilic disorder? So, like, what is the purpose of making another acronym for it? Slightly better source? Slightly better source. Let me just open this, but I'm going to finish reading this one. I find it helpful to predict for clients as they seek to mindfully accept their thoughts that they are likely to feel quite guilty for not reacting appropriately, i.e. being horrified or repulsed to their thoughts. This feeling of responsibility and guilt can be dealt with in the same way that the thoughts themselves are addressed, in that they can be mindfully recognized and tolerated. To do otherwise, and to in some ways engage with these thoughts, is to fall prey once again to compulsions, and the OCD cycle starts anew. Frequent questions and issues that clients have raised with me is, what does it mean about me if I don't feel repulsed by these thoughts? I should be repulsed. What if I actually get to like these thoughts? Clients can come to resist the acceptance process, fearing that this acceptance brings them even closer to being the kind of person who would act on their thoughts. Predicting that these questions may arise as a part of the treatment process and applying the same acceptance/tolerance approach to these thoughts often works well. As the thoughts are recognized and tolerated, their ability to trigger anxiety begins to fade and they become just part of the more normal thought stream.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Again, I feel like you should be repulsed by these thoughts if you're having thoughts of sexual things with children, so I don't really understand this portion. Ultra Dogman, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I think we do learn something, sure, but a lot of who you are is pretty much a part of your biological imperatives. The debate isn't that this is true, but how much of it is learned versus natural. Not having thoughts of that, you're having thoughts of fear and obsession over your actions. Again, if you are having the thoughts of sexual things with a child, and you are not repulsed by them, and they're recurring because you're obsessing over, am I a terrible person because I think these things? It's weird that they wouldn't be repulsed by them. I saw a documentary about a guy with OCD. His therapist explained the difference by having his patient hold a knife to the therapist's wrist. People without OCD will think, I could slice his wrist open, and immediately think about something else and keep holding the knife without worry. People with OCD will think, I could slice his wrist open and be unable to stop thinking it, causing them to panic and pull the knife away, because they feel like they must mean that they're going to. I mean, wouldn't a normal reaction be to pull the knife away anyways? Because, like, why would you be holding it there? I don't know if that's even an OCD thing, right? There's actually a huge amount of studies going back to the 90s about both pedophiles with OCD and pedophilic OCD, or pedophilic obsessions in OCD. I have not been able to find those, but, like I said, I did read an article in 1999 about how most paraphilias have comorbidities with things like anxiety, like depression, like OCD, and pedophilia is a paraphilia. So they weren't specifically talking about pedophilic OCD, this is a new term, but they were talking about comorbidities as far back as the 90s. You are correct about that. Psychologists proving their bullshit in all new ways? Because you were instructed to put it there? I mean, I guess. Basically, OCD takes an intrusive thought and makes your body react to it as if it is real, and over time it can train you into engaging in more extreme rituals over time to put your body at ease. It's not uncommon for someone with OCD to be completely aware of their illness, but the loss of cognitive ability or physical distress isn't usually worse than just going through with a ritual. OCD can latch onto a thought like a sensation and dissect that sensation, the angle, the force used, and repeat it. So, if somebody has pedophilic OCD, and they're told to use exposure therapy to make themselves less likely to have compulsions about their obsession, And you're saying that OCD, even if they're completely aware of their illness, they can continually get more extreme with rituals. Wouldn't this also still put them at risk for offending, even if they're not sexually attracted to children, which would again put them in the pedophilic disorder category in the DSM-5? Definitely a big distinction to make between being repulsed by the thought itself and being repulsed by the idea that they could be a bad person and not the thought themselves. I think that is a weird distinction to make, because if you're having pedophilic thoughts and you're not repulsed by the thought itself, but you're repulsed by the thought of you being a terrible person because you're having those thoughts, that seems a little odd. Dear Diary, today I was around kids all day and I did not diddle a single one of them. You had the witch doctor stuck in your head for 3 hours yesterday. Is that OCD? Oh my god. BlueMew22, thank you for the 2. So OCD is like Kirsche's daily Naga tweets. Well, I mean, I don't feel, like, obsessive over them, and I forget frequently, so I would absolutely not call it anything like that. Does sound like some of the modern literature is to try and incite more people to act in repugnant ways. As a survivor of the bad child touch, no, these people are a blight on the human condition and must be culled. Interestingly, there's a whole chapter about pedophilia and OCD in the LGBT casebook from 2012. Also interesting. Also interesting. There doesn't seem to be anything else on this page, but this one is from 2014, it's before 2015. Shepard Pratt, treatment for HOCD. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is treated with a form of psychotherapy called cognitive behavioral therapy. It's present-focused therapy that addresses how you are responding to your thoughts and feelings and how these responses can be modified to improve your mental health. Treatment for HOCD is no different from treatment for other forms of OCD. You identify the obsession, identify the compulsion, stop the compulsions, and starve the obsession. To achieve this, you attack OCD from 3 angles. So, this is HOCD, dealing with HOCD thoughts. Is pedophilia mentioned in here at all? Pedophilia. Here we go. 1 match. Any sensation, groinal responses, any sensation anywhere in the body is going to have a variety of potential sources, the most common of which are no apparent reason, stuff happens, chemical changes naturally occurring in the body, sometimes affected by stress or diet, in which blood flow is increased or decreased. Fear itself, fear is expressed in the body by a number of symptoms, including increased heart rate, sweating, shortness of breath, and for many, changes in blood flow to the groin. Happiness, like it or not, when we feel happy, our bodies become activated, which sometimes results in sensation in the groin. This can be particularly triggering for an HOCD sufferer feeling the love of a meaningful friendship, or someone with pedophile obsessions, aka POCD, experiencing the joy of parenthood. I'm gonna be real with you. I read someone with pedophilic obsessions experiencing the joy of parenthood and popping a boner or getting their vagina lubricated sounds exactly like the euphoria, like the gender euphoria nonsense where they pop the euphoria boners because they're wearing women's clothing. That's a major red flag. I'm just saying, man, like, the DSM-5 apparently has those tests that they can do to judge if you're attracted or not. If you're someone who thinks you have POCD, why not suggest that to your therapist, right? Why not suggest, hey, we should do this, like, penile test. I don't know what test they have for women. We should do this penile test, and then if they're not actually a pedophile, they're not going to have a groinal response that is in the tabs of pedophilic disorder or pedophilia. And so they can use that to reinforce, I'm not a bad person, I don't have this, these are intrusive thoughts, right? Wouldn't that work? Wouldn't that work? Maybe the LGBT casebook was onto something when they put the pedos in their book. Don't do the test? I mean, I feel like doing the test would be helpful, right? Like, if you avoid doing the test, you would avoid getting an answer about your attraction, right? You'd be worried about false positives. It has a 95% accuracy rate, so I'm not worried about the false positives at all. Like, they say that they use this with a 95% accuracy rate, so... HOCD is probably homosexuality OCD? It's harm OCD. Harm OCD. Unless they're into exhibitionism. Oh god, comorbidities. 95% accuracy rate is confirmed by what? I don't know. That's what the DSM-5 says. I can only read what I have access to. I can only read what I have access to. And I read that earlier about the penile test to, like, judge how erect you get looking at children. Direct deposit. People also get boners sometimes from intense fear or anger. Arousal is not the same as attraction. I'm assuming, right, if these people are putting you through a penile test to test if you have an attraction to children, they're not doing a one and done. They're doing it over a course of time, especially if they're getting up to 95. This guy said 95 is actually really bad for medical stuff. Scale it up and you still get tons of false hits. They also said that testing for pedophilic stuff is incredibly difficult. The problem with the idea of a test is that people can cheat. Lie detectors aren't taken seriously in court for a reason. I mean, maybe. It's not like 100%, obviously. But if you're someone who thinks that you are not a pedophile because you have POCD, wouldn't doing the things that would help you calm that obsession make sense? Even if they're not 100% perfect, it's still something. So, like, why haven't any of these things talking about POCD mentioned the tests in the DSM-5 that they do to test attraction on pedophiles? One more article you found mentioning POCD from December. Christmas, no less. It's only if you're mass testing. If you're only testing for people presenting with symptoms, you don't get those problems. I mean, I don't want to reread it because I read it like an hour ago. We've been on this for ages and I want to do like a quick recap, but we found more stuff and I want to read more information. I don't want to like disregard new information as it's being given to me. But like, yeah, no, I read it from the DSM-5 earlier. The exception doesn't make the rule. Also a true point. They're saying that the test gives you a 21% males are pedos, 95% accuracy is ridiculous. Oh man, it looks like I'm gonna go back and read it. 95. The most well-known objective method for measuring pedophilic interest is penile PPG, I can't pronounce, plethysmography, or phallometry. This method measures genital sexual arousal through the sexual stimuli and is based on the relative change in penile response. Sexual preference can be determined as the relative change in penile response to various classes of sexual stimuli, according to the Tanner scales, such as prepubescent, pubescent, or adult female or male targets. At least one of these classes should correspond to the individual's stated or inferred sexual preference. There are two different methods of phallometry, circumferential and volumetric. The circumferential method measures intra-individual changes in penile girth through a wire band fitted around the base of the penis in response to differing classes of sexual stimuli. The volumetric method uses a glass tube fitted around the penis to measure calibrated air output as a result of erection. The latter method is sensitive to small changes, making it useful when assessing partial or non-admitters, or pedophilic men that attempt to hide their sexual preferences. Both measures are valid and reliable, producing sensitivities between 55 and 61%, and specificities between 95 and 96%. Imagine if you're diagnosed as pedo just because the nurse that did the test is hot. What the fuck? I'm assuming they're going to, like, put you in a room with no other people and then just show you images, right? Because you wouldn't be able to control for the person, like, handing you pictures, right? You read this? I know I read this, but there were people in chat that were, like, throwing out different numbers and were saying different things, so I thought... I didn't want to reread it, but I felt I had to, because it felt like people were misremembering things. Are they getting Nurse Betsy? No. Who are these men? Where are the studies? It says one is Bancroft et al. From 1966, a simple transducer for measuring penile erection, with comments on its use in the treatment of sexual disorders. Another one is in 1963, laboratory method for diagnosing predominance of homo or homoerotic interest in males. And another one from Frond and Blanchard, a phallometric diagnosis of pedophilia. This is in 1989. Blanchard again in 2001. Subjectivity and specificity of the phallometric test for pedophilia in non-admitting sex offenders. And then again with the statistics, like numbers, Cuban in 1999. A compulsion of volume and circumference phallometry, response magnitude and method agreement. Blanchard again in 2001. The sensitivity and specificity, so it's a double quote from that one. And Hughes in 2007, review of medical reports on pedophilia. So there are a handful of sourced studies here for this. Developing these tests kind of sounds like a kink. I don't think it sounds like a kink. I think Again, the DSM-5 in this thing, it addresses the fact that it's difficult to get a lot of studies on this done because obviously people know that this is a taboo and they don't like talking about it. And so it's hard to get people to admit to these things, especially if they're already in the justice system. On one hand, you really want to know how they arrived at those numbers. On the other hand, you feel like diving into these studies would damage your sanity. Diving into every single one of these is going to take a lot more time than a stream would allow. This is the third time this month I've demanded we glass my raging shaft. You want to see what the testing method is for women because they can be pedos as well? I mean, yeah, they mentioned the female rate in here somewhere, but they don't mention like a test like this. And I'm assuming that maybe there isn't exactly one that's as easy to use, which is why they only use the metrics on like for men here. Wasn't it vaginal wetness arousal? If they had a study, I don't remember it. Just bought a ton of sump, so you need a Kirsche flavor. Thank you, White Fox breeder. Females get a drip test, Jesus Christ. When this test have accuracy issues with age, given old/middle-aged men may have issues getting it up, it's possible. It's possible, and again, this whole thing, like, prefaces this with there's not a lot of studies being done. It's hard to get people to participate in studies. This is a difficult field to research in general. Vaguely recall me saying they measured women getting wet as the tell. I like vaguely remember saying that, but they didn't have anything that explained a test like they do here with the plethysmography for men. She's been doing this 3 days. I don't think 3 days. I think it was only a second. Gym teacher didn't need these fancy machines for penis inspection day. I wonder why people would be hesitant to participate. No, I mean, I completely understand why people would be hesitant to participate. And they even mentioned that people who are already in the fucking, like, justice system for these offenses would be worried about having more things tacked on if they honestly participate, right? You wish they didn't ruin the word phallometry on this the day you learned the word phallometry was a word. Is a point for these studies being conducted mentioned anywhere? I don't know what you mean for this. Problem with the test is there are cases of pedos who are chemically castrated that still offend. It's not a physical sexual thing, it's a sexual sadism thing. Yes. Yes, and from the beginning of me talking about this, I was talking about how the DSM-5 delineates between pedophilia as a diagnosis, which is the attraction to children, and pedophilic disorders, which is not necessarily having the attraction to children, but it is people who do it as a compulsion, as a sadism thing, just as they have mental illnesses that make them offend, essentially. Phallomancy is a thing, too. I feel like I've said that loop about that thing, like, probably 20 times now. Probably 20 times now. Why are we still on the pedo thing? I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand more things, is why. Like, autogynephiliacs and why they get off to it. Yeah. Female test is usually a dry rod, like when you check your oil. If she's at least a quarter of the tank, she's into weird things. I'm just not gonna believe that unless I read it, though. I mean, it makes sense, right? It makes sense, but it's gotta suck to go into the test confident you aren't a pedo, only to get a chub in the middle of it because you remembered railing the hot MILF next door that morning. I feel like it'd be really weird if they're showing you images. I mean, I guess it could be an intrusive thought, but, like, that's why they do the test more than once, right? Dark science. It's all shit to you. They can change names as much as they want. Yeah. You're trying to understand if they need a bullet or a metal bat. Fox who craves knowledge no matter how fucked up. Chat, I wanted to go into the FBI. Imagine the fucked up shit I would have seen. Were those in the DSM who are crime boss sexual? Jesus Christ. But yeah, I feel like, again, the DSM-5 already delineates between pedophilia and pedophilic disorder. All of the things I read on POCD are very strangely worded. It does not bring me confidence. It does not sound like they're talking about pedophilic disorder in the way that the DSM-5 describes it. I'm going to be very hesitant about people who are defending POCD specifically. Me being an actual glowy would have been funny. It would have. It would have. You still don't understand how people agree with John Money? Same. I have no idea how people agree with John Money. Gender dysphoria is strangely worded too. I mean, I don't think so. I think that the people who try to co-opt gender dysphoria for their fetishes word things strangely on purpose, so that people who want to be empathetic towards those with gender dysphoria will conflate the two and start defending the fetishists. Have I done a stream on John Money? I haven't done a stream on him, but I've talked about him multiple times. Where am I fucking... I want to watch funny thing. Where are my White House tabs? Wanting to understand is generally a good thing, but researchers should know their limits. Eventually some of this stuff becomes an info hazard. I mean, it depends. I think getting more information is always better than not, which is, again, in that DSM article, they talk about how, like, the table for delineating between pedophilia and pedophilic disorder wasn't added to the DSM-5 because it's important from, like, a research and data point of view, is what they said, which I can understand that. Exposing yourself to some things genuinely hurts you. You like how liberals think they're punk when they have the same views as Disney, most celebrities? I mean, yeah. In an alternate timeline, Kirsche is an FBI agent jaded due to the stuff she has seen. Not enough coffee. This is psycho thing to do. So Kirsche, how's the weather? Anything but this. I mean, yeah, it's a lot. It drains the brain. It makes brain cells goopy. I get exhausted when I read through too much bridge and DEI stuff as well. There's just so much of it, and eventually the corpo speak or the legalese or the psychology speak melts your brain cells. I gotta find my White House tabs. Here we go. I think I had 2 of them, so maybe there's more. Maybe there's more. Of course, we get to the fun stuff. When I have to leave, there's always the VoD. Did your best to stick through it. You made it. And I appreciate you guys sticking through it, because it's like, I don't want to, like, mislead people. And it's like, a lot of the stuff I look at on stream, I look at in real time. I'm looking and learning in real time with people. And with the POCD stuff, I looked it up, not in real time. I looked it up off stream, and I read through that stuff. And I was like, oh, that's weird. But then the more defenses about POCD I saw coming out, and the more people trying to defend it, I was like, okay, maybe this is something that needs to be shown publicly. Because if people are going to be defending something that they clearly don't really understand, I would rather show people what this is. Gotta admit, that was pretty painful. Anything less than 12 minutes is probably only focusing on the heated portion, but if there's concern Vance was out of line, you'd have to watch more content. Have I read the Interlink NSA leaks? I don't know what that is. Or simply growing stronger through mental anguish. What's wrong with Subaru? Great cars? What? You had to smoke a fatty, but you're here. In an alternate universe, she's still a streamer, but as a Fed, she's their main vehicle for dispersing PSYOP pills. Good lord. Imagine Kirsche being a glowy. At this point, Pippa would be part of Doge and screaming at Adam Schiff. What a timeline. What a timeline, man. Oh yeah, before I open these, let me get to some super chats, because some of those are probably relevant. Highly and Juggalo, thank you for the 20. If there's anything you learned, it's that Germans ruin everything. Foundations of psychology and sex, Freud. Split Christianity, Luther. Communism, Marx. Eucalyptus in California, German civic planner. Rome, 2 worst wars? Jin the Goblin, thank you to you. My ADHD is gonna get me locked up with this. What does he mean by this? What does he mean by this? Sly Maverick, thank you for the 5. Is this what, Ludovico technique from A Clockwork Orange felt like? The whole POCD talk makes you want a game end? Well, don't do that, obviously. No clip through, thank you for the 10. You feel like you've said it before? Hearing this stuff is disgusting, but it's important to hear. I prefer being in the know. Yeah, and it's like, if people know that there are people who are using POCD as a cover, they're using it as map language, as I've shown on stream, then you can much easier point those people out and be like, no, I'm not going to defend your shit. I'm going to defend the people who have actually been abused and have actually had an issue. And knowing is half the battle. Legit take, but the sausages, man, they're so good. What? Michael White, thank you for the 10. All this embrace the bad to soothe the condition just reminds you of the sex doll designer in Japan years ago who advocated for the sale of dolls modeled after kids to keep pedos from offending. Disgusting. I remember that as well, and I can't remember which European country, but there was someone that flew into a European country with one of those, like, child sex dolls, and then that country had to, like, ban child sex dolls from, like, being brought into the country. And I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing. And then there were people saying that, like, those should be okay to own because they would prevent the pedophiles from offending against actual children. And it's like, that's a little strange, man. Was it the Netherlands? I can't remember because it was a long time ago that I read that. Treepa, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Skeptical Panda, thank you for the 9-month member. Please enjoy placenta ice cream. You see the Kirsche? It makes me happy. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. You're constantly wincing during this entire stream. It's a very unfortunate time to have this username. So that's okay, my guy. That's okay. You're not the POCD. And it is a very unfortunate time, and it's also very unfortunate to like try and absorb new information while live, because it definitely opens it up for people to think that I'm asserting things with like 100% certainty, when it's like I'm trying to like look at more information as it comes in. But also, when people write things in plain text, maybe believe them. I think they should be able to own them. It makes it easier to tell who is through a rifle scope. I don't know what you mean by this. Morons are going to misconstrue regardless. Yeah, that's why I want everyone to have, like, the article pages themselves. And, like, if I misunderstand or misinterpret something, I was like, I'd rather have someone in chat be like, hey, Kirsche, maybe you read this wrong. Maybe it means this. It's like, okay, let's fucking learn, dude. If it's modeled after children, then it's akin to tracing CP to whitewash it? Yeah, which is, like, again, someone like Shadman who started using real children to draw his shit, that crosses a fucking line. Like, that is disgusting. Do not do that. If someone's going to tell you who they are, listen. It's pretty much the opposite of reality. It's indulging in criminal compulsion and relying on a trust system that a perv won't do anything worse. Is that in relation to, like, the child sex doll things? Because, yeah, I would agree with you there. Mildly OCD. You're in an 18+ stream. It's all good. Blue Mia 22, thank you for the 2. So OCD is like Kirsch's daily Naga tweets. I remember reading that. Thank you again. Sly Maverick, thank you for the 2. Daily head pets for the Kirsche. Andel's history, thank you for the 20. The second you give even an inch on this disgusting mentality, it'll be ran with. You were used as a child and still want that old man erased, even though he is already forgetting any excuse these people try to forgive to justify that, or try to give to justify that. There, I think it was the Levi article. It might have been the other one, but one of the articles I read said that people should read or watch this movie. And I can't remember what movie it was, but I looked it up, and it was about like a 14-year-old that got brutally murdered, and she like looks down from heaven, and like watches her family and like watches the guy that murdered her, and she like goes through the stages of trying to figure out how to stop wanting revenge on him and like start forgiving him. And I just feel like if you have a pedophilic disorder, I don't even want to use POCD in this context, even though that's what they're talking about. If you have a pedophilic disorder and you like watch a movie where it's like, yes, the children can forgive for being brutally murdered, therefore the children can forgive me for my intrusive thoughts, I feel like that's a very dangerous road to go down. Sounds cucked. Sounds like a British movie. I can't remember the name of the movie. It's in one of the articles we read yesterday. All of the links are in the Discord. I posted several today. You don't recall the movie talking about forgiving? Oh boy, I'm gonna have to bring it up. I'm gonna have to bring it up. I don't like speaking out, being wrong. I don't like fucking being wrong about something, so we're gonna fucking take another detour. We're gonna take a detour! Movie? Is it not in this one? I can't remember if they use the word movie or they use the word watch. You watch the movie? Can I have the name of the movie? Because that's what I'm trying to find. Can I have the name of the movie? Because I can't remember what it was. The Lovely Bones. Okay. The Lovely Bones. Is this the right page? It is. Okay. So, this is the movie, and it says, after being brutally murdered, 14-year-old Susie Salmon watches from heaven over her grief-stricken family and her killer as she observes their daily lives. She must balance her thirst for revenge with her desire for her family to heal. And then if you go to Rotten Tomatoes, which it only has a 31% there. Desire for family to heal. Both Ronan and Tootsie are worth the price of an admission ticket. It's an interesting way to tell a heartbreaking story. A young girl whose life was taken away too soon and whose family fights to pull the pieces together after their loss. How to not watch a movie. Great actor, sad, hard to watch, but has become reality for some people. For me, it's a good movie that you have to watch at least once. The movie made me cry. It can happen in real life. Disjointed movie with an impressive cast. So maybe I just misremembered and put in forgiveness with the family to heal. But it's like, it's still a strange thing. Still a strange thing for recommending as a thing to watch, in my opinion. I misremembered the word forgiveness. My bad, chat. This is why I like looking things up instead of relying completely on my memory. My memory's not good. How accurate is it to the book? You only know 3 women who read that and they all had the same issues? I have no idea. I'd never even heard of the movie. Because, like, when I read this stuff on Friday, I was like, I don't know what that is. Yeah, it would be weird for them to recommend to watch it. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Don't go in expecting a David Fincher thriller. It's a young adult movie that sands down a lot of the edges to the subject matter. I haven't watched it, so I can only go by what, obviously, the reviews and the synopsis are saying. It's like Jacob's Ladder for Twilight fans. The woman who wrote The Lovely Bones wrote a book about her own rape. She made a lot of money on it, only to discover she put the wrong man in prison for decades and made millions off of naming him in her book as her rapist. Alice Sebold owes that poor man his life. What the fuck? What the fuck? In the book, it has sex using another woman's bony? I don't know what you mean. You rather watch I Spit on Your Grave. The book is more graphic. What? Them using a story about the philosophical problem of forgiveness, redemption, and presumably being barred from heaven, you haven't seen it, is gross for sure. Like, after looking up the movie, I'm like, yeah, that's a weird recommendation for people with supposed POCD. That was our side tangent. Again, even if it's frustrating that I loop on things, I'd rather speak correctly than misremember, chat, so. In 2010, makes sense, that's when all the subversive college sexual experimenting happened. Her ghost enters another woman's body so she can have sex with the guy that she likes. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's... okay. Eat My Slamwich, thank you for the 519. As someone who has ADHD and AS, one of the reasons you hated the introduction of the DSM-5 is it lumps everyone together and pedos can claim mental disabilities. I remember that, but I wanted to read it again. Gabriel Compost, thank you for the 999. It's possible to be gaslit into an attraction because thoughts aren't inherent to you. All thoughts are the result of external stimuli that you can latch onto and engage with, hence intrusive thoughts. I mean, I guess, like, on a societal scale, right? Like, if you have, like, everyone around you is telling you, like, yes, this is true, yes, this is what you believe, yes, this is what you are. Like, I could feel that, but I don't know. Is this turning into a romance novel? This is just starting to sound like some weird fetish fiction? Yeah, I don't know. That movie sounds weird, man. Movie sounds weird, man. Mr. Boy-sama, thank you for the 100 biddies. Do you think that the lack of natural selection has something to do with this? IQ has been trending down for years, presumably following Idiocracy's thesis. Medical advances have allowed less and less healthy people to perpetuate their bad genes, bad in quotes. Maybe these disgusting sexualities, if you even want to call them that, are just what happens when people breed with no ties to viability. I mean, pedophiles probably always existed, right? It's just that we have much easier ways to get information much faster. Judging by the reviews, it's not a must-watch. Ganthet, thank you for the 3-month resub. Thank you. Eat My Slamwich, thank you for the 519. You're one of the few people I know who can say eugenics, make it sound like a fun or innocent topic to learn about. I just think everything is fascinating to learn about. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 124. Who's funding these? I don't know, but, like, again, from, like, a medical field position and a research position, I agree that it's interesting to gather these statistics. To be fair, they were likely even more difficult to identify in the past because people were getting married earlier. Also a fair point. Can we loop again? I missed the last segment, this guy. Darling 002S, thank you for the 6-month resub. Oh no, have a year with cute Foxy. Thank you. Thank you. Dark Gaia 64, thank you for the 10 months of Proom. Back from a lovely vacation, straight into discussions of those that need the chipper. I missed you guys. 7, thank you for the 346. Thank you for giving me the benefit of the doubt. Here's a 5. Canceling most of the plans today to sleep now. It's just like... it's a very weird thing to defend, especially knowing what the DSM-5 says. I was like, I'm gonna look suspiciously at people who defend something like POCD, but that's because it seems to be being used in a very much like transgender kind of way. Insolent, thank you for the 346. People crave acceptance. You guarantee those being cracked are loners with self-doubt. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 50. ADHD has been umbrellaed into one thing, but fits into 3 rough categories. Predominantly inattentive, predominantly hyperactive, and combination. It's different from autism, but ADHD and autism have a habit of looking alike and coinciding with each other. Yeah, I am not a psychologist, so I don't obviously know, like, everything about these. I have, like, a very basic knowledge about conditions that I have not been specifically diagnosed with. Posted the source for the ghost sex. Oh my god. Kirsche about a week away from hiccuping live in 4K. Wait, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? You hate how they combined it, and it's fucking irritating to explain to a normie? I mean, I'm sure it'd be irritating to explain to me as well, honestly. Unfortunately, this is accepted in parts of rural Mexico and Central America. These people are here, not to mention, from the Middle East. What? I have 3,920 hiccups, 80 left before 4K. Oh, okay. Jesus. That's a lot of hiccups. Andrew Fay, thank you for the 1999. You have a hypothesis and would appreciate my insights to either reinforce or refute it. Could the phenomenon of woke culture be an unintended consequence of guerrilla marketing strategies, specifically outrage marketing? I don't think so, because, again, the Marxist infiltration started happening many decades ago. This is like a purposeful injection of ideology into our culture to dramatically change it and have our landscape be diametrically different from what American values were. And I think, like, outrage marketing was just a way for people to make money off of that. Almost have enough cubes for an ASMR. Marxism. Next question. Machinations of the mind are an enigma. I'm reading a lot more chat than I usually do, because again, this is like something that I wanted to sort of try and figure out. The real number is probably much larger. A lot of hiccups go unreported. I mean, yeah, if I do like a bunch in a row, it's hard to fucking stack all of those. Strong-armed henchman, thank you for the 20 gift subs, my dude. Thank you. Well, thank you. 7, thank you again for that 138. Blue Mew 22, thank you for the 2. Can't wait to see how many return under this clip. I don't think this needs to be made into a clip. It's like a recap, man. 7, thank you for the 346. Going to take a break off the internet after this. I've been updating people on DEI and maps far too much. It can get exhausting, man. Bizu Sutami, thank you for the 500 biddies. Thank you. Zeroth Null, thank you for the 24-month tier 3 resub. Fucking 2 years, dude. Thank you. Psycho, thank you for the 2. Saint Ploush was a man amongst men. True. Iced259, thank you for the member. As a new member, what is this thing about you saying a new member is a part of the placenta? Please explain, I'm scared. I saw someone make a joke about how Fauna gave birth to them once they became a 9-month member. And so I've just kind of been running with that ever since, because I think it's fucking hilarious to think of the streamer giving birth to their chatter after a 9-month membership or sub. Imagine she moves out and we never need to use the hiccup counter again. That would be crazy, but no, I've had these pterodactyl hiccups since before I moved down here. Placenta pudding. Yeah, you know, I'll just think of a random food off the top of my head. You take anything psychologists say with a grain of salt. They're the people that brought you Freud, Jung, shock therapy, lobotomies, and eugenics, and they say those were good ideas too. I mean, yeah. Yeah, obviously, like, psychology is a very fickle field, I would say. But when you're trying to, like, discuss something, you can really only use the only source you have. And so even if, like, psychology is fickle and you have a lot of things that were presented as true and real, and, like, things that were helpful, like lobotomies that probably shouldn't be done, if that's the only source you have to have the discussion, that's pretty much the only thing you can read, and hopefully use your brain to extrapolate, well, even if they're saying this, and even if they've done some studies, they don't have a ton, they don't have a lot of, like, replications of it, so even if this is the numbers they have now, that might not necessarily be true, right? And you also have to extrapolate, like, just because it's saying this doesn't mean that there aren't people who are going to be lying about it. This doesn't mean that it's not people who are just making things up and it's just, it doesn't matter. It also doesn't mean that these things aren't real, right? Like, it could just be something new that they found out because we have better technology now and we understand certain things better, and so it's extrapolated further than what we could have had before. In that sense, subs that get discontinued before 9 months die in the womb and get reabsorbed. Kinky. What the fuck? I think it's good to take psychology as a way to help and understand people around you, but that's not a hard and fast rule. Yeah, exactly. Studies can also be heavily manipulated, and you're saying that as a statistician? Again, agreed. Again, agreed. But it's like, if that's the only thing you have to talk about, like, what else are you gonna do? Just make shit up on your own? Like, I'd rather, even if it's going to be biased, I would rather read, like, someone who has done the research, and, like, you can point out their biases, typically, if they're trying to prove a conclusion they already had, or if they're going into it like, hey, I actually want to know what's going on. Sociologists don't trust them. Their files have been compromised since the 70s. Personally, I think the woke phenomena is just what happens when a religious group achieves political hegemony, suppress the heretic, enforce your morality, challenge the alternate paths, happened between Marcus Aurelius' Stoics and Christians, happened between pagans and Christians, they're even the same kind or syncretic sub-religions. Interesting. I remember Marcus Aurelius. Is it designed to help, or is it designed to understand? I mean, you have to understand something in order to try and help, do you not? Like, because your help could do more harm than help if you don't understand what you're doing, or if you don't understand what you're trying to help. Any psychologist who believes in affirmative care can be discounted in the realm of pedophilia. Have I ever had the misfortune of knowing someone that molested a child ages 12 or lower? I do not know anyone who is a child molester, no. I do know people who have been molested or groomed. She remembers Marcus Aurelius. Hag love. Psychology is a very soft science, not good if you like clear answers. I mean, yeah, it's rough if you want clear answers. The only help you can offer is the wood chipper. Crundle Bundley, thank you for the 5. Thank God. You just see shadow people. I need to see them. 7, thank you for the 346. You wish you had seen this guy before. You wouldn't have, Shiok post? I don't know what Shiok means. Jetpack ZX, thank you for the 6-month resub. Do the Kirsche, eat the Kirsche. No, you got that wrong. You got that backwards. I was like, I guess to address 7. Like, that's what the video is for, man. I read all of that shit in the video. So, like, if you watch the video before you comment on the video, that usually makes your comment a bit more informed. And that's why I felt like there were a bunch of people who were commenting who just wanted to defend POCD without looking at what I read. And that's fine. It's an hour and a fucking half. Like, you don't have to watch it. I'm not saying you have to listen to me fucking yap about it. But your comment might be a bit more informed if you had watched it. Or at least read what I read in the video. What do Kirsches taste like? Marshmallow! BlueMew22, thank you for the 5. Chris Chan is the physical manifestation. I read that earlier, thank you. Loxor, thank you for the 5. Make mental asylums great again. 7, thank you for the 346. As for the map sites, you want to see what angles they take, like you do with DEI. If I found something like that, though, like, that's when I would want to, like, report it, right? Like, I wouldn't want to sit in the map website and consistently monitor these people. I'd be like, oh, I found this horrible hive of horrible people. It's time to send in a tip to the tip line, baby! And then I would just monitor for when it got taken down. Because if it didn't get taken down, I would have to report it again, because that's fucking crazy. Eating and doing is for the Kirsche. The Kirsche is for doing war crimes with. Yeah, it's just like fucking harmful onions. He reports the shit when he finds like actual evidence of pedophilia. A 7, they give the 691. It was not sleep for a week and overreacting. You sent POCD into my DMs. Ooh. Ooh. I have some bad news for you about my DMs, buddy. How are you supposed to report that kind of thing? A guy left a comment on, I think, my live stream on Friday, where he posted, like, the link for the FBI tip line. But there is a tip line that you can report, like, instances of pedophilia. And that's how, like, if you accidentally came across, like, any kind of child pornography, like, if you were, I don't know, on 4chan a decade ago when someone posted it, you could go to the tip line and report it and be like, I was doing normal activities and found this here. And, like, while obviously it was illegal for you to have viewed it, because you reported it, that, like, doesn't make you culpable legally. To my understanding. Can't allow the madness to continue. Must rise up. Or if you run Blue Sky for the first minute. Like, I don't know where to find that stuff, right? So it's like, I'm sure you can accidentally come across it somehow, but I don't know what websites to name for that shit. DMs are the sands of Lebanon, filled with unexploded ordnance and abandoned messages, bro. Bro, every time I'm like, there's a message that I forgot to respond to, but I have no idea where the fuck it is. And trust the glowies this time. Implying the feds aren't behind the hive of scum? I mean, they could be. I could just be reporting their own honeypot, but, like, it's better to report it than to just let it go free, you know? It's like when I found that fucking Zoophile forum where people were like, oh yeah, I got dogs. You want to fuck my dogs? You can come fuck my dogs, baby. I want to record you fucking my dogs. It's like, what the fuck is this? Back in the day, it was fairly common for photo developers to call the police if they saw untoward behavior in the photos they're developing. Talked to a dude who worked at one in Miami, and he had stories. Yeah, I know that as well. People who, like, developed photos at CVS talked about reporting things that they came across that were, not legal in their eyes. A blowjob from the crocodile. Sean J73, thank you for the 500 biddies. Always remember the people who are the most vocally anti-lolly usually have a hard drive full of real CP. It seems to happen way more often than it honestly should. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the 10. The problem with the thought crime argument is that it never stays that way. They will offend if given time and opportunity. Some spend years weaseling into a position to abuse kids. Yet pedophilia is one of those topics where I have like a very, like, if you are having these thoughts about real children, I don't really care if it's a comorbidity or if you have pedophilic disorder or if you have the attraction to children. I want anything and everything done to prevent you from acting on this, right? It should be one of those hardline things for the majority of people. Jim Farm, thank you for the $99.99. Thank you for the big fucking shmeat, baby. Thank you! Hello, Foxu. You're back in the stats about an hour, 45 minutes. Wondering what percent would be for religion of peace, considering Surah 65:4. I have not read the Quran. I could not tell you what that says. Hopefully we can get to a new topic once I get through these super chats, but I want to make sure I get through all of these first so we don't have to quadruple loop here. I saw someone on a forum trying to fuck the Kirsche. I reported them, of course. You're welcome. I like that one guy who was anti-lolly but had files upon files of horse lolly struggle snuggles. Why is it gotta be the horse? Bezu Sutami, thank you for the 5,000 biddies. Explode that man's penis! That was the one where I was like, I definitely don't want to fucking moan to my alert in the middle of this. 7, thank you for the 138. Thank you again. Dropkick Flop 1, thank you for the 26 months of Prune. What article to renew my sub to? Yeah. Pigow, thank you for the 4.99. Grass on the field, time to play ball! I mean, according to that chatter, yeah. Or commenter, rather, not chatter. Next Generation, thank you for the dollar. Why do articles like this explicitly talk about pedophilic men? No one gives a shit when it's a woman. Young boys who experience sexual contact with their female teachers get treated like he's lucky, like the South Park meme. Nice. I think there are also a lot of men who, like, perpetuate that by saying, like, oh, why couldn't that have been me? I wish I would have been that lucky when I was a kid. Right, there's a lot of dudes that say that. And men also do offend at higher rates than women, according to the statistics. And also, as we know, a lot of pedophilic instances go unreported. So with the statistics that we have, they say that men offend at higher rates. It could change, especially now with, you know, male statistics being reported as women, but they did mention women in the article. They didn't mention them much because the majority of the studies are done with men, because the majority of the people they have access to who either admit these things or are actually convicted of these things are men. And yes, women do often get lighter sentences when they're found out to have done these things, and that is a problem. I'm not defending women pedophiles for anyone in the chat. It's like that episode of South Park where everyone just says nice at the kid that got diddled. Honestly, that's you too. You don't agree that it's moral, but just saying that your lizard brain would in fact would have liked to have been touched inappropriately by some female teachers. You have to destroy the lizard brain. If it was you instead of the kid, it wouldn't be a pedophilic action. I mean, if it was you as a kid, it still would be, yes. That's because the stigma that women cannot do wrong or that guys enjoy it. I think that was something like Disparu brought up on the stream yesterday as well, where he said that, like, by definition in his country, like, rape is specifically insertion or something. I don't know UK law, so I can only go by what he said. And so, like, women under that definition, like, cannot be convicted, which is weird. Kind of weird to me. Scoops! Scoops, I like your name. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you, thank you. Dragon Master Zero, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Dragon Master Zero, thank you for the 20 super. Thank you. No message. Just fucking slammed a schmeat on the table, dude. Brave SJ, thank you for the 5. Definitely not gay. I know because I frequently schlorp man sausage to make sure I don't enjoy it. Yeah, you do that exposure therapy. People who think they would enjoy getting raped by hot teachers are like people into incest that don't have sisters. You're only looking at the green grass and ignoring all the unknowables. I mean, very possibly. Hot for Teacher was a hit song for a reason. Yeah, so I feel like pretty much everyone had a crush on some teacher at some point in their schooling. But, like, you also know that that is bad and wrong, and so you're just like, oh yeah, the teacher's hot. and then you move on with your life. I think the problem with that is adult men with their adult brains don't realize that it would do something to a child brain. I mean, potentially. Heard of cases where the guy didn't get charged with rape because he didn't come. What? I have not heard of that. Crazy, if true. If you flee your residence in the UK, they'll chase you down with drones, and your arrest can be covered up. I don't like knowing that the UK is real. M. Hastrip, thank you for the 13-month resub. It seems like you come back, you have another month streak. Sorry, these topics are sent to blackpill you. No, I understand that. Don't worry. Insolent, thank you for the 691. Unfortunately, psychology has ceased to be the study of the mind. Fuck. I got scrolled. Stream elements. Where was I reading? Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. Ceased to be the study of the mind. It has become a vessel for excusing extreme or monstrous behavior with zero responsibility. You're waiting for map version 2, where the M is a moida. I'm just a moida-attracted person. I love moida. Questionable content. Your name is, again, relevant. Thank you for the 5. Watching last week's Tangent Friday VoD means somebody talking about HIV. It said something about C only eating monkey brain soup, and it made you wonder if you knew about the orangutan prostitute. Seems like something you would know. Less than 3. I vaguely remember the orangutan prostitute. Like, I remember reading about it, but I don't remember anything involving it. UK sounds more like 1984 and Fahrenheit 451 by the day. Ryan, thank you for the 2. Isn't the age of consent in Iran or Iraq like 9? I have no idea. I have never looked at the age of consent for Iran or Iraq. Cold Acid, thank you for the 500 biddies. You once had to cancel a skip the dishes order because the guy who was supposed to do the delivery picked up your food and then parked at a community center for over half an hour, likely eating your food. I was like, what's a skip the dishes? Thank you. And the Sly Rye, thank you for the 5. It's really cool to see how much your community follows you and supports all the other collabs you've been doing, even if we're all a little degenerate. A fucking huge support. I love you guys. I love you guys. I love how you guys fucking remember things for me. I love how you show so much support. I love how I can be wrong and you don't fucking throw a fit. Most people try to, like, explain things. It's nice. It's nice. Or they did that to you yesterday. Fucking serfs are feasting on the nobility. What the heck? You never use food delivery services? I hate using them in current year. I'm gonna be real with you. Fun fact, if you're not misunderstanding the 2012 DOJ article, it used to be the same here, where it was only the inserter that could be convicted as the rapist. Yes. I'm pretty sure that used to be the case in the US as well, but then it was changed. Then it was changed. A woman being wrong on my internet. It's more likely than you think. Shiro Tora, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you. Bezel Sutami, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Toss the Imgur link up in real-life pics of your work truck after the wreck on Discord. Oh, Jesus. Ty, thank you for the 10. You may be trapped in Ohio, but at least you have Skyline chili 3 ways. A 3-way is a bowl of spaghetti covered in Cincinnati-style chili and a pile of sharp cheddar cheese. That sounds like a heart attack in a bowl, man. Star Phoenix, thank you for the 15-month member. You've been out of the womb for months, hunting it, stalking it. It's still out there. My placenta. It will kill again unless I catch it. Do not let your placenta kill others. Yeah, you like how I'm open to at least listening to opposing viewpoints without instantly trash-talking whoever makes them? It's nice to have someone capable of an actual debate or discussion. Most of the times. Sometimes, especially if someone types something in chat that, like, completely misconstrued what I said, I'll fucking call them a retard. You know? Sometimes you just gotta call someone a fucking idiot, you know? Like, it happens. You had her a pile of cheese! You can fascinate a woman with a pile of cheese! You're grown now and unalive all. Oh no, do not caveage. Some arguments do be kind of sussy though. Yeah, some arguments do be kind of sussy. You know, we've definitely had some people make some really questionable comments, like defending grooming. I can't remember what that one comment was ages ago, but I read it back and I was like, guy, are you sure this is how you want to word things? He was saying it was like just preparing them or some shit, and I was like, brother, you're making me use the R. That's different. If someone's making an honest point, you're fair, but if people are retards on purpose, it's obviously not the same. Yeah, I know, but obviously when I get upset about things, people are gonna be like, oh, Kirsche doesn't listen to other viewpoints. Like, I try. The guy the preheating the oven comment, thank you. The fucking preheating the oven, I couldn't remember that. Oh my god, you were only pretending to be retarded. Wouldn't that definition change in 2012, meaning the statistics could be wrong by and large? Very, very possibly. I have no idea. Like, the amount of, like, research time it would take to be like an absolute expert in every single one of these things is just astronomical. Like, I don't even know if it's possible, dude. Scott Rash, thank you for the 20. Sorry for scaring your friends by bringing up your mom yesterday. I never know what to bring up about my mom when I get put on the spot like that. I love people's reactions because it's hilarious, but it's like, I don't know what story about my mom to tell. And then, like, my brain short circuits, and then it's like, I'm just like, oh, I guess I'll tell the Nazi one because I can't remember anything else right now. The cougar in Okage was preheating the oven. Oh my god. The FBI now has 2 stats for grapes, current and legacy. Okay, alright, so they did delineate it. You'd need a team of academics, perhaps change your username to something related to flavored hot water and pickled cabbage of some sort. Yeah, like, I'm not a fucking expert. That's why I, like, don't take my word for it. Read things yourself. Most of the people who are either going to agree with me or disagree with me also aren't experts. So it's like, just read things for yourself, man. Don't just take an opinion because some kind of content creator has it. There's actually a game that came out that talks about the female teacher diddling a male student and the student not taking it well. It's called Dead Lamb Walking. You put it in stream suggestions. Oh, that sounds horrifying. Kind of like Massakesia levels of horrifying. That could be an interesting thing to look at. Tea kimchi. What? Do I love my mom? Absolutely not. I do not think anyone should love my mom. Bike Short Senpai, thank you for the 5. Hi, Kirsche. Just want to thank you for showing the Squirrel Girl cosplayer last stream. You found a new goon material. Alright, okay, let's not get carried away here. Eggs Over Novice, thank you for the 5. I remember reading that about the Victorians earlier. Spaz Cow, thank you for the full fucking year of Proom. Thank you! Thank you. Red Martian 50, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. Thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Alright, it looks like I have gone past all of those. Spider God, 99, thank you for the 30. Quick chat. If we all manifest at the same time, a himbo will knock on Kirsche's door for her impregnation appointment. You can make those? You can just have an impregnation appointment? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Speaking of which, I can finally watch this. I can finally watch what happened here. So I got a clipoo from Rapid Response. And I got a clipoo from this guy. Finally! I'm finally getting to it. This is only 18 seconds. This is greeting Zelensky at the White House. And then I have like a 2-minute clip here. So if there is a longer one, hopefully KB or Vaush can slap that at me. Hopefully I can get slapped at me. Any date can be impregnating date if you go too far. Oh my. Impreg to go, the #1 impregnation appointment app on the Play Store. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Let me turn off my music here so we can watch this shit.
Pretty close. Pretty shut.
I didn't realize he was so short. Also, one of the first things I thought when I, like, saw the stills of this, because, like, obviously I saw the preview image. Why is he dressed like that? Like, I feel like if you're going to visit, like, the leader of any country, you should probably be dressed in, like, your dress clothes. Couldn't even wear something nice. I just wear a suit. Yeah, I feel like he should have worn a suit, man. This is like something you wear to go get, like, a dinner with the bros. LARPing as an army man. This is like an army shirt? What the heck? He's dressed like that to show that he is in a war, kind of a PR stunt. What the fuck? Twitter video with timestamps of the talk with Trump and Zelensky. Okay. Hold on, let me open this so I don't lose this link. Let me open this so I don't lose it. Is this gonna have, like, every... Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. So this is 42 minutes. We have nice times. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Watch the whole talk. Timestamps below. Thank you, KB. Thank you, KB. Timestamps below. Zelensky was emotional. Does Zelensky actually have 2 Y's in his name? They've typed 2 Y's both times. He wore a suit for his meeting with the WEF, his owners. Can you link the tweet? KB just linked it in the chat. I will link it again. I will link it again. What a wonderful tweet. Ryan, thank you for the 2. Sad little manlet ego soldier. Tech, thank you for the 9-month member. Please enjoy placenta steak. A funny thing, why is he dressed like that? It's 100% relevant to the conversation. Oh, fuck, man. He's dressed like that because in 2022, when Russia invaded, he promised that until the war is over, he will not wear a suit, to try to disguise the gravity of the situation Ukraine is in. It's his I will be Hokage one day thing. Well, maybe I just don't understand military attire in the Ukraine. But, like, wouldn't it make more sense to, I don't know, wear a military outfit in that case? I don't know. I saw so many videos of soldiers kidnapping men in Ukraine to force them into war just randomly, and then videos of women trying to get them out, and also them beating civilians they kidnapped. What the fuck? What? They're just, like, kidnapping people to put them in the army? Zelensky still wore a suit when meeting with the Israeli prime minister. Well, then he's being very selective about his little help suit rule, isn't it? As far as you know, Zelensky isn't actually a soldier. I mean, but if he's gonna LARP, you might as well go all the way, right? What is his posture? Am I gonna throw shit at Churchill as well for doing the same thing during World War II? If Churchill met with world leaders to have an important World War II meeting and didn't wear, like, actual attire to meet those world leaders, then yes. That is stupid. Why would you do that? 5'7" is not that short. Hey, I'm 5'7". Anyways, interrupted Trump, called Putin name, raised his... Well, called Putin names makes sense. Like, he's literally in a war with him. Like, come on, man. That's just normal. Raised his eyebrows, all before Trump checked him, and he called Vance a bitch. What the fuck? He wasn't ready for peace. Okay, let's see. Trump compliments Zelensky. Oh, the timestamps don't work? Okay, they do, but it doesn't automatically play like on YouTube. Okay.
Really brave. And we give him great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters, and you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So.
I think he's being very courteous here because, like, obviously in a war people are gonna lose their lives. It's not a fucking nice affair. War is ugly and hideous, and so it's nice to hear him giving, like, the compliments to, like, the people who were out there risking their lives or giving their lives, right? Like that. I feel like that's a normal thing to do. Trying to come off as low resource and weak by wearing the measly fit. It's PR to come off as an underdog or underdressed, which is honestly really stupid to you, and everyone knows what he's doing. Yeah. Like, I mean, when I was reading the World War II comment, I don't know anything about what Churchill dressed in or didn't dress in, right? Like, I don't have that in my memory bank, so I don't know what happened with that. But it's like, I could see if world leaders were going to, like, a meeting with fucking Hitler or something, right? Or, like, Mussolini, they would maybe not wear suits as a show of disrespect, which would kind of come into what all of us are saying about Zelensky not wearing a suit here. It's more of a show of disrespect and uncaring, and also a PR stunt for people on his side to see him as an underdog. It has to end before Russia pops the Chernobyl seal. Do not release the elephant. And Churchill was a raging dick, but damn, did he give grit. They're taking massive casualties instead of tactically retreating. Actors like Zelensky won't go anywhere without... I didn't even know he was an actor. Like, I'm pretty sure you guys were the ones that gave me that link. I had no idea that he was, like, an actor who acted in shit about pretending to be a world leader and then somehow is now a world leader. You don't think Zelensky called Vance a bitch, but rather that he expressed a goddammit statement out of frustration? Zelensky, you've been kicking Russians' ass, punching well above your expected weight class. Oh my god. Zelensky's a comedian. He was a comedian before being installed. A cross-dressing I don't know about the cross-dressing thing, man.
It's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things. And we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when we get a...
Spicy cat
when
raid.
they stop the shooting and we end up with the deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor.
Pouty Jinx, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. One of his comedy routines was pretending to play piano with his dick. I mean, I don't want to, like, fucking hammer on the guy for his past, like, too much, right? Because if it was his job, then it's like, it was his job, man. If he was going to be a funny comedian, he's gonna do fucking edgy shit, right? That's just what comedians do. And especially because, like, if you're going to insult Zelensky for, like, just being a comedian, or the things that he did as a comedic skit, like if he dressed as a woman for a comedic skit, or if he played piano with his penis or whatever, you'd have to apply those same standards to someone like Trump's wife, right? Because she did modeling, and she did nude modeling prior to being the first lady of the United States. So it's like, I want to be a little careful about how I apply that kind of principle, right? So it's like, yeah, it is funny that Zelensky was a comedian and was in a movie about being elected as a comedian, and now he is an elected official. But I'm not gonna fucking slam on the type of comedy he did when he was a comedian. And Trump was the "you're fired" guy. Yeah, exactly. Trump was a reality TV star. He had The Apprentice. Yeah. Gonna Google some stuff. It's time. Poor piano coon molested. Zelensky's now going to be responsible for many more Ukrainian deaths as a result of not wanting peace. I feel like it's a very difficult position to be in for him and for Russia. I just don't want to be sending either American people or money to this war that we have no business being in. Let's see what our next timestamp is. Zelensky calls Putin a terrorist. I mean, again, that makes sense for someone in a war with him.
Hope that together we can stop him, but for us it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom and democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories, but it will be later. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you, about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course, we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States. And we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian that...
I was like, do they talk about what negotiating peace would be in this video? Right, like, does Trump mention, or does Zelensky mention, like, what a peace negotiation would look like? Because that's what I'm most curious about. Like, if they're going to broker peace, what is that going to look like? Because obviously, the Ukrainians don't want to cede any of their territory to Russia. So, like, what would be in the peace agreement? He doesn't want peace at all? I mean, maybe he doesn't want peace, but this is what he was there to speak about with Trump. And so, like, what would a peace agreement look like? He's a little ESL, so have a bit of leniency. Oh yeah, no, I'm not like fucking insulting him. This isn't a peace deal, it's the mineral deal. There is no peace agreed yet. Well, Trump mentions that, like, peace is something that he wants. He wants to broker peace between Putin and between Zelensky. So it's like, they haven't exactly said what it was, just that many compromises will be made. Because it's like, that's what I want to know. Because, like, if the peace agreement is basically just like, yeah, give all your shit to Russia, like, I could understand why he would be like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. But I also don't see why that would be the peace brokerage, right? And it's like, again, I understand him insulting Putin. He's literally in a war with the guy. Like, you can't really get upset with him for doing that. It's just like, I had a moderator who was Ukrainian, and he made some, like, roughly disparaging comments about Russians in chat, and it's like, bro, like, I didn't realize it, like, how bad they were, because I only saw one, and it was like, bro, you can't really be saying that, especially as a mod. Like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to demod you. I hope that guy is doing better now. Like, I understand his feelings, I understand why he would think that way. I completely get it. I was like, I don't think he's a bad person for thinking that way either. It's just like, I hope he's been able to find a bit more peace, as it were. It hurts negotiations. It might hurt negotiations, but it's like, I doubt Putin is not mentally aware enough to know that people in a war against him are going to insult him. Like, I'm sure he knows that comes with being in a war, right? Like, the verbal insults are the least offensive thing happening. He's literally losing citizens. They are dying. You don't think Putin cares what Zelensky thinks? I mean, also possibly that. Sargon did an excellent video breaking down the philosophies behind each side and why Trump acted the way he did. That might actually be good to watch. How long is it? If it's not like super long, I could even pull it up on stream. Because like I like listening to people that I believe are like smarter than I am when it comes to political things, and especially people who spend more time researching specific political things than me. And I believe Sargon definitely falls into that category in certain things. Verbal insults are unbeckoning for a world leader, even in a war. I mean, maybe. I'm not going to fault a world leader for insulting the guy that they're against in a war. Especially because if we ever had to go to war, and we had someone like Trump or a different person who had a similar personality as our president when we were in a war with another country, I'm sure they would insult the opposition as well. If you actually want peace, you can't be doing that. Shrug. He was dumb enough to genuinely expect the Ukrainian civilians to welcome Russian troops with open arms when the invasion first started, so yes, Putin may not have any idea how much Ukrainians hate him. You heard Sargon got better since the whole get Trump mentioned Gamergate thing? I think Sargon has very dumb ideas on anime. And obviously he doesn't know much about the like bridge stuff going on, but I feel like he is very well informed in a lot of things that I just don't have time to look into. So I take a lot of what he says, and he shows sources when he talks about things as well. So I like listening to things he has to say. Chat seems like an American echo chamber. Not saying it's exactly like that in EU chats though. Well, I mean, I have EU people in the chat. If you fault Zelensky for insulting Putin, you'd have to fault Trump for calling Kim Jong-un Rocket Man. Yeah, that's a good thing. Looks like the Sargon breakdown is over 2 hours. Okay, so I'd have to watch that on my own time. God damn. He gets into it, baby. The only country that matters? Giga chat. Wish people would go back to 2014. Sargon's good at digging up history stuff. His conclusions, though, not always very smart. I mean, same. Relatable. You're not gonna be right all the time, man. All right, so next timestamp here. What do we fucking get? Where did my volume go? What? What? Why is my audio not working? What? 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 Chat. My audio is dead. For real, for real. Scroll down and watch the YouTube video. If you have audio issues, you... No. It's not an issue with the video. It's an issue with my entire PC right now. Like, all of my PC's audio has just killed itself. Did this help? At least pause the video? No, because then I can't tell if my audio is fixed.
That together we can stop him, but for us it's very important to, you know, to save our country, our values, our freedom, and democracy,
Does this have
and of
timestamps?
course, no compromises with the killer about our territories. But it will be later, and of course, what I wanted, you know, we spoke about it. But
12. 30.
no.
Don't argue.
No.
That was weird.
Okay.
That was weird.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a president of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he
Trump thinks he's better than George Washington. What a dictator.
You never know. I don't
What a
compare
dick-baked
myself to anybody.
potato.
I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides.
Who comes to one of these things and leaves their fucking phone volume on? Kick that guy out. Take his phone. Don't give him his coat.
As you know, but I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like...
The X video was just muted. Well, I refreshed it, and when I refresh, it's gonna mute on refresh. But see, like, it's still not working. Even when I turn the volume up. Like, the volume was up when it first started being muted, and then I refreshed the page, and when you refresh, it always starts muted with the little X. But it's still not working. I paused and unpaused it, which also, if it's muted, typically when you play it sometimes, it'll automatically unmute. I don't know why it didn't there.
Like we've had. And this is
Is
one
the
of the
tab
very
muted? No,
important
it's
things.
not.
This to me is one of the most important things because...
It's not muted, and also, like, I checked my soundboard settings, because Nim still has to rip out Banana Meter. He was talking about ripping out Banana Meter, and then he went MIA. But my Banana Meter changed my audio output back to the controller, because I still have Okage open in the background, because I'm still going to play it later. I don't care if I go overtime today. It changed to the controller, so that's why I said it wasn't just the tab at first, it was like my whole PC. Now it seems like it's just the tab.
We have tremendous death taking place as we speak, and I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents, whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have never started.
I don't know why Zelensky looks exasperated at that. Wouldn't that have been the best outcome if Russia just never invaded? If this, like, didn't even start? Like, why would he look exasperated at that? That doesn't make sense to me. At least we know it's not the whole PC. Yeah, thankfully it wasn't the whole PC forever. Gem Farm, thank you for the $9.99. ADD can have hyperfocus, you know, because you have both. I appreciate the bros in chat who have the diagnosed ADD or ADHD giving me the thick infos. Thank you. Scott Roush, thank you for the 20. Heck yeah, more of the classic gaming. Bro, you have no idea just how much I want to hard grind that game, dude.
Will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
President Zelensky, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side? That President Trump is on your side at this moment?
What a silly do you feel like the country funding your entire war almost single-handedly is on your side? What a silly question.
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question.
The president agrees with me. What a day. Sort of a stupid question. I at least said silly, you know, I gave a little fucking wiggle room, man.
Yes, I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't. But,
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation, and I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes. And Putin, the president speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory, they came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, with really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President, or when, he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall.
We've had very, very good talks.
Mr. President, do you think the legacy will go to help military aid to Ukraine?
President Zelensky just said
This grinds your gears? Well, I was gonna pause and be like, it's really weird to say he wants him to stop Putin rather than brokering peace, but then it's like, English isn't his first language. I'm not gonna fucking nitpick the way he phrases things. The money's gone, bro. Too late, Jesus. What was the next timestamp here? We had 12 minutes, 13:56, Zelensky interrupts Trump. Well, I guess we already watched that, and I just fucking didn't even notice he interrupted. I guess I'm just so used to watching politicians interrupt, I didn't even fucking register that, man. Zelensky throws his hands up in frustration, 1720. 1720? Let's go to like 1712 here.
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. You think ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to, thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous everybody at the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. You think ultimately your legacy
was that
will be the peacemaker and not the president that led?
What? I feel like that's an exaggeration, man. Yeah, he didn't throw his hands up, man. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like that's a little nitpicky, man. I feel like that's a little nitpicky. It's very subtle. Yeah, you love my emotes? Oh, thank you. Reporter asks Zelensky why he's not... Oh, yes, please. Let me hear why this man is not wearing a suit.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something
like yours, yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better, I don't know.
Yeah.
We will see. Maybe something cheaper than, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday that you have...
What? These timestamps fucking suck, man. What?
And my second question for you have problems with you not respecting the difference in this country's office, and you refuse the question for President Zelensky.
Okay, so the question actually starts around like 1835.
And my second question for President Zelensky. Do you ever? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest. Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting the dignity of this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something
like yours, yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better, I don't know.
Yeah.
We will see. Maybe something cheaper than, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump.
I don't know why he would refer to the suit as a costume. I guess maybe he doesn't feel like he should wear suits. I don't know, man. Remains defiant and arrogant. Yeah, like the journalist asked the question in a very antagonistic way, but it's a correct question to ask. Like, dude is the leader of a country, and he's coming to visit the leader of another country in that country's capital location, the White House, and he's not gonna wear a suit like that. That's a little strange. Costume is suit in his language. Oh, okay, so that's just like a translation thing. Okay. Well, thank you for that, Maddie P. If you're going up to asking in-person handouts from the country that's already giving me money, you'd put in effort just saying. I mean, even, like, money and handouts and whatnot aside, like, I just think that is, like, the base level of respect you give to a world leader that you're going to meet with. Version with the timestamps on YouTube. Oh, thank you, Vaush. I would much rather use that one. Costume is the word for suit. He just did a word-for-word translation. Thank you. Thank you. Because I was like, that's a little strange. But, I mean, again, I don't want to be, like, too nitpicky on his language. That one was only because, like, maybe he, like, literally meant, you know, suits are a costume. If you're wearing a suit, like, you're pretending because he came from an acting background. I was thinking maybe that. But I appreciate you guys telling me that costume is just the word for suit in his language. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Like a girl saying wearing a dress is a nice function as a costume rather than friggin' jeans and a t-shirt. No, apparently that's literally just a direct translation. Just a direct translation. He's trying to pass off an image of a soldier-like leader. Holy 7 fingers on Trump. Oh, his finger does look kind of fucked up. This is AI imagery, man. Okay, here we go. Frustration, suit thing, we already did that. Trump comments, or commits to sending arms to Ukraine. Oh.
We're going to have arms to Ukraine, yeah, sure. Hopefully I won't have to send very much because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating, you know, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, you know, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we won't have to send much because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean you'll provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You know, you fall into the same trap like everybody else. 1,000,000 times you say it over and over. I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably. You know, we have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can create a lot of great product in this country.
Okay, that's cool and all, but I don't see how the workers being there digging has anything to do with the security that he's talking about. I mean, like, that's a nice thing, a little diggy hole, but, like, also... that doesn't, like, those soldiers are now also in danger if Russia decides to be like, well, fuck the peace deal, you know, like, hello, knock knock, buddy. Russia attacking American workers in Ukraine is attacking Americans. Yeah, it would be a very dumb idea, but it's still a possibility. If U.S. workers are there, Russians risk a U.S. attack? Yes, no, I agree. But it's like... if Russia does a, like, hello, knock, knock, buddy, and someone accidentally, you know, takes out American workers, they're gonna have a huge fucking problem. But also, we know that's happened previously, where, unfortunately, Americans have been caught up in other kinds of attacks. If Russia kills the workers, it will make the U.S. act. Yeah, very, very much so. It can act as a tripwire. I mean, I guess I can see it in that way. It's kind of like a security, because if they come in and they do something and an American worker dies, then yeah, they get fucking American launches at them. Security is us being there at all. I don't know. I feel like I'd be in a danger zone if I was one of those workers, though. How'd that work for Americans in Israel? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. American workers and companies would act like a human shield. It would also give us all an incentive to protect our interests. You're a dwarf. You're digging a hole. We have an active refinery of a U.S. core in Syria that ran through the whole Syrian civil war, and when Russia sent Wagner PMC to attack the Russians, got wiped out. Wait, Russia sent Wagner PMCs to attack the Russians, and then the U.S. core got wiped out? It's the same reason we have U.S. troops on the border of North Korea and South Korea. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I understand now. Could be a similar arrangement with the U.S. and Taiwan with chips. He is basically trying to solve the problem and get us something out of it at the same time. It seems like a very difficult problem, I'm not gonna lie. Where were we? Zelensky eyebrows at Trump's comments. We saw that. Trump takes the edge off of the suit question by joking with Zelensky that he likes his outfit.
Please,
Sorry,
go ahead.
please, please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Oh, these timestamps fucking suck!
4 years, no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But
Why do I pronounce isn't real like a televangelist? The longer you watch me, the more you realize that part of my existence is just purposefully mispronouncing things because it's a lot of fun. I think Israel sounds a lot more fun than Israel. Israel.
no, I appreciate your question very much. It's just, I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
If I can answer, yes, if I can answer,
Please,
sorry,
go ahead.
please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I have to, I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think he's dressed, I think he's dressed
I like this
beautifully.
guy. I don't know
I think
him.
he's dressed beautifully.
So I have more serious things than answer on such
Yes,
questions.
that's a
I will
good-
answer on more serious
a good
questions if
statement.
I can.
I think, as much as I think he should have worn a suit, and I think it's disrespectful that he did not, I think both of them had a very good answer to this question here. I think both of them acted very well here. E-rail is proper pronunciation. Oh, Israel? Israel. No, I don't like that. That reminds me of the League of Legends character. My pronunciation is very close to the Latin pronunciation common amongst Roman Catholics, using it in their services. Yes, it's me. Pope Kirsche. Fettuccine broccoli! Uvu! Thank you for the... Oh, Uvu is the currency. Thank you for the 150 Uvu. I don't know. What currency? What currency is UYU? I don't think I've seen that before, Mr. Fettuccine. Chat is real. True. Trump was very gracious right up until Zelensky beefed it. He's not wearing a ballerina outfit? What the heck? Hard to make friends with someone who calls you a dictator? What? Make Kirsche the next pope. Please don't. It's Uruguayan peso. We have another Uruguay in the chat. You're a gay, I'm a gay, pair of gays. There's so many Southern American gays here. Russia sent Wagner to attack a platoon of U.S. Special Forces in Syria. Over 100 Russians were killed for 0 U.S. casualties. It was extremely lopsided, and Russia literally gave out medals to Wagner troops who were just there for surviving. That seems really stupid. I don't know anything about that, but if true, really stupid. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5. Rules are simple. Don't mess with American civilians, and do not, for the love of God, touch America's boats. We are very protective of our boat women.
Yeah, so please, about security guarantees and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will never work because...
Yeah, the ceasefire between Israel and Palestine does not exactly seem to work no matter how much is brokered every couple of years. So that's why I earlier said, do they talk about what the peace agreement would look like between Russia and Ukraine? Because I feel like if we know what this peace agreement / ceasefire would look like, we would be able to assess how realistic it is. Neither did the last ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Also true.
I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25
That's
times.
a lot.
He broken.
I don't know if that's true, but that's a lot.
25 times he broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
No, you were the president. You were the president during...
He never broke to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had, during those periods, he had conversations with our side. And we had Normandy format, you know, the France, Germany.
So Putin broke a ceasefire agreement 25 times, but not during the 4 years that Trump was previously president? That seems like a lot. I genuinely wouldn't know. I genuinely wouldn't know. You think the idea is to start with a ceasefire and then bring EU military to guarantee the lines? Hopefully. Thing is, when one side is openly saying they are using ceasefires to openly rearm rather than negotiate, then it's not surprising it failed. I mean, true. You think he's having a severe ESL moment? I mean, he could be, right? Like, maybe he should have had a translator during this. I don't know, man. Apparently 25 times is a saying in Ukraine and just means a lot. Not sure. You only saw this said on Twitter. Okay. I mean, again, if someone is English second language, I want to give them, like, a benefit of the doubt that I shouldn't take absolutely everything they say 100% literally, because some things they could be directly translating in real time in their brain, right? And it could just be a little different from their native language to what's in English. Translator not being there is a bad move. Yeah, I feel like he probably should have had one. I can't bring UE into it, or war will pop off. Need de-escalation tactics. He didn't need a translator. It's clear what his intention was. It wasn't to have peace talks, that's for sure. Both Ukraine and Russia broke the ceasefire multiple times. You think it's 25 for both? Did he do any of them specifically during Trump's last presidency? He was only sworn in on 2017. No, that's what Zelensky was trying to say, and I think that's where he also was a little bit ESL, but when Trump corrected him and he was like, yeah, not when I was president, not when I was president, and Zelensky said, correct, not when you were president, but he's trying to explain it happened 25 times. It might not have been during the 4 years you were in office, but it still happened. And I think he, like, stumbled over his English a little bit, but I feel like that's what he was trying to say.
Ukraine and Russia, and he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough, because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, you know, he knows that we have all the world knows that we have meeting, yes? Why he's using ballistic?
So ultimately, Zelensky doesn't trust in Trump being able to broker a ceasefire? I mean, again, I don't know, but if Russia did break a ceasefire 25 times, I could understand being like, yeah, I don't think a ceasefire is going to work the 26th time, right? Like, I can understand that train of thought if that is the reality of what happened. Russia attacked and invaded Ukraine. Is this seriously being disputed? No, not to my knowledge. Zelensky's secretary, there's a clip showing her face palming. It's great. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. If you were a journalist at this, you would ask him what Boris Johnson said to him to stop the first peace deal. There was a ceasefire after Crimea, then they got invaded again. How many times did they need to have their trust violated? I mean, isn't that what I just said? Isn't that what I just said? Like, if the ceasefire hasn't worked, regardless of whether it's like 25 times or not, I don't know how many times it's been broken. But if it's been broken multiple times, I would understand being like, yeah, I just don't trust simply a ceasefire, right? Like that is a logical conclusion. Tech, thank you for the 10. Trump made it clear that rare earth is a military resource for the U.S. after a mineral deal. Attacking Ukraine would directly threaten U.S. national security interests, just like attacking our boats. So that's an interesting way to sort of force it so that if Russia ever tried anything in Ukraine, it would be a direct attack on United States interests. I think that's what people in Twitch chat were saying earlier, but my brain didn't quite catch up. Like, I agreed with them. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, but this is a more clear explanation. Thank you. Thank you. Sounds like Zelensky doesn't trust Russia to commit to a ceasefire treaty without some kind of security behind it, i.e. U.S. intervention if the treaty is broken. Which again, if Trump is going to broker the ceasefire and then also be like, yeah, we're going to place American workers here, we're going to be diggy holing for your rare earth minerals, we're going to have our interest there. So if Russia launches an attack, it will be an attack on the U.S. as well. And obviously Putin doesn't want that. That's the cope. Rare earth minerals are actually not that rare. We have a shitload here too and everywhere else in the world. I mean, isn't that the reason that Trump brought up even buying Greenland as like a joke? Because of like the fucking diggy holing we can do there? Supposedly the minerals are to the east of Ukraine as well. I don't know what's to the east of Ukraine, man. I can't make a map in my brain right now. It's like saying that a truce is a binding treaty. After Trump's term, if a new president doesn't want to uphold the agreement, what then? I mean, that's a great question. And that's what some people have been saying about the executive orders that he's making as well. The next president can just come in and undo a lot of the executive orders. So if we want to actually commit to some of the executive orders he's done, they're going to have to be made into like a law instead of just an executive order. We want the other rare earths to hoard our own. America is the dragon. The Budapest memorandum already promised them peace? How did that go? I don't know. I couldn't tell you what that is.
Today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic.
Where are
So
we at
he
here?
knows that we are here
2450?
and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security. When we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance, connection between the United States and the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial, this is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop, and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us, you know? It's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts, I think maybe with your...
All right, hold on, chat. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't there a section of Ukraine that are, like, native Russians? I don't know if it's Crimea. I can't remember these things, but aren't they, like, native Russians? So even if they live in Ukraine and they are, like, Ukrainian, they're still Russian descent? So why would Putin hate them? Donbass, to a lesser extent Crimea? Okay. Significant population east of the Dnieper River is a native Russian. And those people voted to join Russia. Allegedly, they wanted to join Russia. Eastern Ukraine and Crimea are mostly ethnic Russians. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, chat. Not whatever I said, but ethnically. Crimea, to a lesser degree, Donbass and I can't pronounce that. Luhansk. Psycho, thank you for the 5. Kirsche, can you read Sun Tzu Art of War for your channel? You seem like a person to cover it. Oh, fucking Tamarin Tentagon, my feet, bro. He loved making me read the Art of War in a little ooh-woo voice. We got a fucking chunk of pages into that book too, man. West of the Dnieper River hates Russians? Well, I mean, I'm sure there's animosity between the two countries, right? Like, there's just no way to avoid that. Donbass passed a referendum to be annexed by Russia sometime in the late 2010s, and Putin refused to accept them. But why? I mean, if he wanted Ukrainian clay and then, like, the Donbass section wanted to be annexed, why would he decline that? I am wholly ignorant of a lot of stuff going on in that region. So, like, I try to, like, listen to people in chat who might know better, but I also take things with a grain of salt, because it's like I'm not being provided sources, obviously, and it would probably take me a very long time to read through the multiple decades of animosity between these countries. Crimea is almost all ethnic Russian, and by all polls wanted to join Russia. Keck McKeckerson, thank you for the full fucking year of members, dude. Let's go. We want to say thank you for the great year that I gave you. Feel like I changed your life for the better. I'm glad. I like hearing that. I like hearing that, dude. I hope your life keeps fucking improving. Scott Horton is a great source for anything involving U.S. foreign policy. If you want a good read on it, Scott Horton. Oh, multiple people mentioning Scott Horton, man. Fucking up. You and all of America, Kirsche, at least you're reasonable and admit that you do not know much about Eastern Europe. It's like, I don't want to assert, like, yeah, I know what's going on. Fuck these things, but also these things good, because it's like, I'm just gonna look like an idiot, you know? I don't know this shit. I don't know what's going on over there. My opinion has always just been, I just don't want my tax dollars going to a foreign war. I don't want people in either Russia or Ukraine to be dying funded by U.S. tax dollars. Hot take, war bad. No, one of the excuses Russia used to invade Ukraine was the Azov Brigade kept bombing the native Russians in Ukraine. I, like, vaguely remember hearing about that as well. So much stuff that's being provided from that area has been paid propaganda masked as information. And this is why it's difficult as well. Like, I agree with you. Anytime there's a foreign war, obviously there's going to be propaganda from both sides. And it's going to be very difficult to sort through what's real and what's staged. Like, during the migrant crisis in Russia, when they were staging, like, so many children in, like, sick or dead states. And then you got the behind the scenes where they were, like, putting the children in makeup and showing them how to lay on the ground and shit. Like, it's so hard to sort through all this shit. And so, like, I had, like, that one schizo that was posting in my DMs because he didn't like that I was a Trump supporter. He was posting, like, Russians getting blown up by Ukrainians in my DMs, and it's just like, I don't know why you're sending me this. I don't know why you're sending me, like, heinous gore from a war that I don't want to be happening. Like, that's an insane thing to be doing. The schizo ruined DMs for the rest of us. The war is primarily about NATO expansion. Russia is absolutely opposed to NATO establishing itself on their southern border. Russia did the same thing to Georgia when there was a serious talk of them joining NATO. And yeah, I think, oh god, there was a tweet where Trump said something about, it was like he was going to give Ukraine like something or possibility of joining NATO. I can't remember what it said, chat. So why are we funding the Nazis? I mean, I don't want to use the word Nazis because I don't know what the fuck is going on over there, man. Also, wasn't the Ghost of Kiev fake, not Sam Hyde, the other one? I just always thought it was fake and it was Sam Hyde. The propaganda is strong on both sides. It's incredible. There are pro-Russian propagandists masking themselves as Ukrainian news outlets. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Which is why, like, again, like, my moderator guy, he can't be saying, you know, like, shit about wanting Russians dead in public, which is why he's no longer a moderator. But I feel for the guy. I feel for, like, someone who has to live through this shit. No, you wouldn't want SRBMs on your doorstep either. There's a battalion in the Ukrainian army called the Waffling SS, and they're actual devoted Nazis. What? Can we stop using the word Nazi? It's lost its meaning. Yeah, right? If someone wants to send you graphic, real gore for free, just none of that modern live leak shit, no. It's just like, if I want to look at things like that, I'll fucking go find it myself. I don't want it unprompted in my DMs, man. Fake and Sam Hyde is going to replace fake and gay in your vernacular. True. Whenever that, like, VTuber face reveal trend goes around, so a couple of times I've posted fucking Sam Hyde as mine. Imagine if China tried bringing Mexico into a military alliance. We would not allow that. We would invade Mexico in an instant. Russia views Ukraine and NATO as equally unacceptable. Which, I mean, makes sense in my opinion. Disgusting appraisal you've seen on Reddit of Russians dying sickens you and got you out of the pro-Ukraine mentality. They call Russians orcs and celebrate them dying. It's gross. It is gross. It is gross. Because it's like these are just fucking regular-ass people who have to fight on behalf of their country. And I mean, you guys in chat were saying that Ukrainians were just getting abducted on the street. I don't know if it's true. I haven't seen this shit. But, like, if that's the case, like, these men don't want to be fighting either. And they're being forced to. So, like, celebrating either Ukrainians or Russians dying is fucking insane. Like, just literally insane behavior. If you want to see that shit, well, I can't show gore on stream, Vaush. Both sides is like 90% conscripts who have no say in the matter. It's not gore, it's the conscripts. Oh, okay. Let's take a little detour here. Ukrainian citizens are definitely being conscripted, as JD rightfully pointed out to Zelensky, so I'm sure we'll get to that in the other video. Able-bodied men being picked up off the streets by militant gangs and being forced into war is sickening. First video is from yesterday, February 28th, 2025. This is just a mega maha girl, mom of 3, 15-year veteran. I don't know where she got these videos from, but, you know. What? Did they, like, tase him? How did he fall over? Doggo! Oh. They just leave the doggo. I didn't want to pause that because I didn't want to have to unpause it because that is the kind of screaming that fucking disturbs you, dude. That is actually an insane thing to witness. And it's like, this is why I also say, like, you should watch things even if they're horrific. Because it's one thing to, like, hear, yeah, they're just kidnapping Ukrainians and forcing them into the army for the war. But it's a completely other thing to, like, watch it happening. And I think that helps you understand better what's going on. The car going by also has a Polish license plate. They're also stealing Orthodox churches, setting up state Christian churches. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What did we witness? Did we see a kidnapping or did we see an MP getting a draft dodger? It's important to understand the horrors that humanity is capable of. I feel like, in my opinion here, regardless of whether that's a random guy just getting pulled off the street, or a guy who didn't want to go fight in a war that he appears to be losing, I think it's bad either way. If you ever feel like a free man, just remember that your betters can muzzle and force you onto a boat to fight for foreign interest at any time. I took that tour where I was in Portland and I went into the underground tunnels and they talked about how, like, bartenders would be complicit with military dudes and police officers, and they would purposefully get some men overly drunk and they would drug them, and then those men would just wake up on a boat to, like, China or wherever, and that would just be their life, and they would make sure that the boat was far enough away from land before they, like, unlocked the men that they had holed up on the boat so that they couldn't jump off the boat and swim back to shore. Like, you know? Yeah, Shanghaied, thank you, that was the term. And getting Shanghaied. Shanghaied. Yeah, of course, Portland! Yeah, Portland was, like, the most infamous port for people getting Shanghaied. So they have this entire underground network of tunnels where, like, the police would traffic the men, and there were, like, cages down there that they would keep the men in, and, like, bartenders would have trap doors that they could get into the underground tunnel network. So when they would pull, like, a drunk guy in there, the police officers would actually pay some of the bartenders, depending on how many men the bartenders were able to get them, to force them onto the boats. So it's like, this has been done by, you know, not just Ukraine. This is something that's happened elsewhere, but it's horrific either way. Drafts are insane. If your populace doesn't want to fight, you already lost. Yeah, and I've said before, I don't think there's any real place for a draft in current year because it seems that America doesn't fight wars that it needs to defend itself. It just fights everybody else's wars. If you had, like, a high-trust country that was being attacked, a draft would probably make sense there. And you guys countered with, well, if that's the case, the men would probably want to fight for their country anyway, and you wouldn't need a draft, which maybe is true. Maybe is true. To clarify here, Portland, Maine, or Oregon? Oregon. Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon, not Maine. Sorry, I forgot there's multiple Portlands. Portland, Oregon. Draft isn't slavery, they're just forcing you to work against your will. Portland sounds like a terribly frightening place. It is. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the 10. Russia and Ukraine both do this. The war has boiled down to their chance at purging political opponents. Russia forcibly conscripted the majority of men who protested the war when it started. I mean, this is my first time, like, seeing any of these kidnapping videos. Maybe Russia does it too. It's bad if Russia's doing it too. I'm not gonna say, like, oh, it's fine if they do it, you know, but no, it's bad. Like, this is fucking horrible to watch, man. Any country needing a draft is not worth fighting for. Oh, the emotional music! I hate when people do this. I was like, I want to watch this video, but I have, like, this one content creator with their fucking watermark directly in the middle of the screen, and then another content creator with a different watermark in the bottom of the screen. Like, I get it. If you're the one who put the information out there first, you want to have it watermarked so people know where it came from, but, like, can you make it, like, small somewhere? You know, like, it kind of takes me out. Like, this is a serious video, and I got, like, content creator stamps on it, man. That one guy, like, just blocking the mother the whole time. Oh yeah, I'm probably already gonna get DMCA'd, but let's mute it now. Why not? We're not gonna hear anything. Jesus, you think they've got enough soldiers to abduct? I mean, conscript one guy. I mean, they took a long time to get him in the fucking van, so he was fighting, right? It's public domain. I don't trust anything anymore, man. I get hit with so many DMCA, or not DMCA, but like copyright fucking claims. There we go. I almost said strikes. That would have been the right thing. What? This guy even put a fucking stinger at the... man, okay. I was like... I wonder if these are the people that say they can't take me seriously when they see an anime woman talking about it. They don't honor fair use. A lot of the times, there are just people who claim shit. Like, Hawk for a third party is one of them. Retards in chat, a composition being public domain is not the same as the recording being public domain. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not gonna call them retards for that, because it's a very convoluted and fucking obnoxious thing to deal with. Oh, Jesus.
Не плачь! Смотрите, что делает, блядь, это пиздец! Я не поеду, говорю!
Alright, see, a question I have here is... Is this kidnapping legal? Because, like, in my mind, right, like, this is all bad, right? This is all fucking horrific. But if you're already kidnapping them, why don't you just knock them out to make it easier to kidnap them? Like, would that make it illegal? If they did that, is that why they have to just, like, struggle to do it? They're under martial law, so probably... I have no idea if they're under martial law. Conscription. Risk of damaging the... Okay, fair. Because they may not become conscious. Okay, fair. Fair. I can't make them... knocking them out is extremely dangerous and likely to either kill them or cause brain damage. Okay, fair. Fair. I was just thinking. Alright, okay. Kirsche getting into the struggle snug... No, I don't want this to be happening! Knocking people out is really only a thing in movies. You can cause permanent brain damage or kill people if you try that in real life. Okay, alright. Anything that can knock out a person can possibly kill them. Draft dodging is a crime. Will Zelensky, the installed puff fight? I don't know what you mean by this. Zelensky already eliminated opposing political parties and only has a state news media. There's nothing they won't do now. Weren't there Redditors that actually volunteered and apparently used as cannon fodder? We read about one guy, I don't remember his name, but I did like a dive on this one guy who started working as like a Ukrainian conscriptor thingy. I think he was the guy that was like the third attempted assassin on Trump, right? If I'm remembering correctly. Was it like literally him, or was it just like he recruited the guy that tried to assassinate Trump? Because it was the one that shot from the bushes of whatever resort. I don't know if it was Mar-a-Lago. This is so long ago, dude. My brain hurts. The second one, Ryan. Foreign fighters are basically cannon fodder. You think they got blown up by a missile because idiots streamed from their position? I remember that. He was trying to recruit the volunteers. Those aren't conscripts. No, I'm not. These videos have nothing to do with that. I switched to a different topic. There are literally like 1 million draft dodgers in the West. Pretty much. That guy, he was trying to recruit. Yeah, he was trying to recruit people from the U.S. To go to Ukraine and fight, and then he went to Ukraine to try to fight, and then they rejected him from joining. And so like we read through like all of his schizo posts on like Facebook and Twitter and whatnot. How did we get on this tangent again? I wanted to watch the Zelensky video of Trump throwing him out of the White House. Null or Hatman Jim talked about him? No, I talked about him. I talked about that guy. We had like a fucking 3-hour segment on that guy. Supposedly there was a third of the FBI or CIA stopped, supposedly. Yeah, there was the roof guy attempted assassination, which hit Trump's ear. There was a second one that was either the Bush guy or the one that just got stopped before it even happened. And then the third one was either the one that got stopped or the Bush guy. Because there were three. There were three. And one of them never actually like even set up in a position. It was like stopped before it happened. 3 was the stop before? Okay. I can't remember the timeline exactly. I just remember that the roof guy was the first one. Also, the 2 guys' son had CP. Oh, yeah, that's true! The son was, like, defending his dad, and then, like, a week later, they're like, oh, yeah, by the way, this guy had CP on his on his laptop. All of them were connected to BlackRock. Yeah, the son was in, like, a BlackRock video for something. I remember talking about that as well. It's just a coinky-dink. His sushi was comped. Don't worry about it. Dude was mid-50s. You'd have to be a perfect diet, exercise, and roid cycle to go into combat. Yeah. And we watched his, like, little interview video. It was very fucking weird. Much like the Vegas shooter. Oh, same brain cell. Kirsche, you don't want to look up the context on the last video on this tweet? It's really fucked up. Well, now that you tell me I don't want to look up the context, I'm gonna need the context, right?
Я Питер, мне только что отымели в попу. Я буду служить в вооруженных силах Украины.
Hey, this guy fucking tied to a tree. What the fuck?
Я Питер, мне только что отымели в попу. Я буду служить в вооруженных.
And it looks like they did fucking hit this guy too, because he's got like a bruise above his eyebrow. Yeah, see, now I need the context. Why is he tied to the tree? The fuck is this? This one's really bad. They raped him. What the fuck? Can we have a source? Can I have like an article or some shit? What the fuck? Yeah, he got the shit knocked out of him. What the fuck? Panicked Battle Droid, thank you for the 2. 3 assassins this election cycle. More if you had 2016. True. He calls himself an F-word in Russian. What? I think he's saying he's F-word in the beginning before the subtitles. One video where the young guy managed to pull the pin on an MPS nade. I'm not ready for the average Tuesday in Eastern Europe. Look, man. I just wanted the videos of what they were doing to, like, fucking take random people off the street. I don't know if these are just random civilians or if they might be draft dodgers. Either way, I don't like this. I don't like that this is happening to people. It's a video. Well, I don't want sentences. I want a fucking source. Don't give me sentences. Give me source. The CRP was doing anti-Ukraine reporting while in Ukraine and then broadcasted his escape plan before trying to leave. Guy was an idiot about the whole thing. Who's CRP? CRP could have made his escape without giving away his plan? Who's that? What are you guys talking about? Early in the war, Ukrainians attacked and tied people to poles for speaking Russian. What? Coach Red Pill. Isn't that guy dead? Isn't he dead? The fact that JD Vance mentioned it straight to Zelensky's face means all these vids are probably real. Yeah? Yeah? Yes, dead. He died in prison. Yeah, that's all I know. I don't know why he was in prison. I didn't even know he was in prison. I just know that Coach Red Pill is a guy who's dead. That is like the beginning and the end of my knowledge of that man. They killed him in Ukraine. In a Ukrainian prison? What the fuck? Why was he in Ukraine? Wasn't he a content creator? Was he trying to do what's that guy who lived with the Taliban? Like King Miles or some shit? Was he trying to be like that guy? Coach Red Pill is the women are like dogs guy Jim makes fun of repeatedly. Yeah. Women are dogs. He got kicked out 2 times? What the fuck? Lord, so I called him a king. His name is Lord Miles. He was creating Russian propaganda according to Ukrainians. He lived there? He was a passport bro. Who the fuck passport bros to Ukraine? Jim covered what happened with Coach Red Pill. I did not watch that. I definitely missed that one because I do not... Like, I forget a lot of people Jim covers, but I don't think I watched that one at all. Promoted to king by the Foxu. No, not like Lord Miles. He was very pro-Russian and he was in the Ukraine. Why? Why would you do that? He probably was being creepy and wife shopping. Sorry, you opened a whole tangent. I mean, that's what we do. Null did before it went to the war. He moved to Ukraine before the war, but it was openly in support of Russia. Ukraine arrested him and he died in prison. What the fuck? Coach Red Pill kept doing pro-Russia posts while living in Ukraine, despite being warned multiple times by people that it was dangerous. He kept insisting and then got killed by Ukraine. Brother, what? I'm gonna check the stream suggestions channel in case somebody posted a source on that, like, graping thing. Because that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I'm trying to find my stream suggestions channel. I'm a mess over here, chat. I'm a mess. Okay, no, we saw that. No, okay. Hasn't been posted. No source yet. You want to see No, I don't want to see the grape, you fucking weirdos. I want to see, like, a source talking about, like, oh, this is what happened. Right? Because, like, if I see this guy tied up to a tree along with the other people getting kidnapped, I'm like, yeah, that's bad. But if I just have people in chat being like, hey, he was raped, like, I'm not gonna just believe that. Like, I want a source, man. Is that the dude who says vaccines cause autism? What? Coach Red Pill died from pneumonia in prison, so maybe not necessarily murdered, but definitely neglected for some reason? I don't know, man. Because blind raping claims that no one knows is fake until people realize it's fake? I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying, though. That's why people are offering the link. I haven't seen anybody offer the link. Okay, somebody posted a link. I don't know if it's a link of what I'm looking for. Let's take this down in case... because it's a PDF. I gotta be careful here. Constitution of Ukraine. Why did you link the Constitution of Ukraine? What? The Constitution of Ukraine is not a source for if this guy was raped or not. What the fuck? They stuffed him in solitary and left him to die. Coach Red Pill? I don't know anything about him. The issue with sources is that most of the stuff is being posted on Telegram. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Ah, the book was used. Oh my god. We have the Second Amendment. They have the Rape Amendment! He was constitutionally carried. Oh my god. There are videos of Zelensky dancing in leathers. I don't know what that means. Seems he was conscripted back in July 6th of last year. You're looking for a source of the rape portion of the story. Alright, Vaush. I will trust you to do that, and I will go back to the other video in the meantime. We're gonna keep watching this. 2605, where were we? Zelensky says Putin should pay all reconstruction costs. Wow! I don't know. Who paid for the reconstruction costs in Germany afterwards? Was like... Did anybody, like, give assistance to either East or West Germany even before they were reunified? Sorry, the other video started auto-playing. Fucking... I'll just close that tab for now. Smith of 11 Herbs and Spices, thank you for the 10. The roof guy was not Korean. Moonshine took him out for cultural appropriation. True and real. Moonshine will protect the president. Yes, the West was given tons of aid from the U.S. I know Western Germany was, like, I'm using heavy quotes here, owned by the Allied forces, and then East Germany was owned by, like, the communist forces. And I remember like, in my Holocaust classes when I was learning German, they talked about how, like, East Germany basically started having to burn the Deutschmark because it became completely fucking worthless, and it was cheaper to just burn the money than to buy firewood. The US did, but Russia refused. You love how Euros are losing their mind over Trump? They should be worried about who comes after, like, 10 years from now? I mean, I don't know. Germany gave up a lot of things at the end of World War II, like patents and stuff. Most of Rammstein grew up in East Germany. Fun fact. I think that was Weimar Germany before the war. I mean, when we learned in class, it was specifically East Germany that was burning the Deutschmark, and then eventually that wasn't used as their currency anymore. It could be wrong, because it's American education. I'm just saying what I learned. Thank you. Thank you, Ziz, for a link. Or maybe I shouldn't have that open. Hold on. Ooh, translate from Russian to English. Okay. Alright. We got a little fucking translation here. We got a little translation here. Boop. So this is Google translated, so some things might sound a little weird, I guess. In Odessa, brutally killed a man who refused to accept the agenda. According to Ukrainian social networks, a video was distributed in which the Nazis dealt with a fitness trainer from Odessa. He allowed himself unflattering statements against the employee of the military enlistment office. So I'm guessing this is them saying that he was saying bad things against the military. The man was beaten, tied to a tree, raped, and then sent to the front. The names of the scumbones who committed this are known, but no one is going to prosecute them by law. Today, they are the masters in the Independent. The story began a few months ago when employees of the TCC came to one of the Odessa fitness clubs. One of the coaches refused to accept the summons and simply sent military enlistment offices at well-known addresses. I don't know what this means. The Nazis who were in control of power in Ukraine could not tolerate such an insult. The man was just missing, and the Ukrainian press then wrote that he was taken to the medical board. But now it became known what really happened. The man was taken to the forest, beaten, raped, forced to humiliate under the video, and then sent to one of the Nazi battalions for re-education. It is not known whether he is alive now, died in battle, or beaten to death by his own servants. The video caused shock in the Ukrainian internet. Even the most tarnished commentators who wanted the death of Russian children suddenly saw what could happen to each of them. Interesting way to phrase it. That's a little weird. The police are silent, the authorities are silent, the rights of people, the norms of the law in Ukraine, they now do not exist. The country is ruled by neo-Nazi activists by force and terror, sending ordinary people into the trenches. Okay. I don't know if I want to finish reading this chat, because, you know, hold on. I'll finish it and then I'll give my thoughts. The goal they pursue with the publication of this video is clear. In Ukrainian cities and villages, no one dares to contradict the new owners of life with swastikas on their sleeves, which exist only at the expense of the lives of the unfortunates sent against their will into bloody meat grinder grinders. Again, Google Translate, please. Captured and thus saved Ukrainian soldiers tell how they were forced to serve. The blinded fighter, stuttering, says that he was taken directly from the house and without any medical examination sent to the gland of the battle. Another tells that after arriving at the collection point, he was given a machine gun and sent to the attack. In the first battle, his entire company lay, and before the command, it was not to reach. I can't decipher that sentence. Captured in the Kursk region, Ukrainian soldiers are sure that they were simply sent to the slaughter. Before that, they were given, frankly, criminal orders. Do with the local population what you want. Kill, rob, the main thing, select phones so that they do not call the FSB. Military service has always been the pride of those who choose this path. Honor, duty, service not for fear, but for conscience. Not empty words for those who put on shoulder straps without distinction. Officers, contract soldiers, conscripts are mobilized. In Ukraine, now distorted all the basics, the entire logic of service, the only motivation was fear and violence. You will not go to the trenches, tie to the tree, and rape. And at the forefront of the life of a Ukrainian soldier does not mean anything. No one will pull you out, you wounded from the fire. No one will send the reinforcements. You'll just be forgotten, is what I'm assuming this is. I'm translating it. After all, you fulfilled your purpose. You died in order for the sake of bugs, hung out with Nazi symbols, calmly live in the rear, leading their business on blood. A country where elections have been lifted, led by an illegitimate president, where laws do not apply, where the Orthodox Church is banned, where there is no future for service, where soldiers are ordered to destroy the civilian population. It is absolutely clear to us that this is a Nazi terrorist regime that was originally created as a result of a coup d'etat organized with the support of the United States. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said. So I suddenly don't believe this story. I suddenly don't believe this is real. Because, first of all, if this happened, it's very bad. But the way that everything is worded here, even if it's kind of fucky-wucky from the Google Translate, it just sounds like when our media is lying to us. And if it sounds like when the American media is lying to me, I'm probably not going to believe it. It is an RU domain, so it is Russian-based. That's true. This is rg.ru. Heading to your sister's place. Have a good night. Good luck. Drive safe. Journalists are journalists no matter where they are. You can't take anyone who calls anyone else a Nazi seriously. Also, like, I've seen some of the videos of, like, whoever the fuck they are in Ukraine, like, with the Nazi flags in their building and, like, the fucking SS symbols on their arms. So, like, maybe they're there. Maybe it's like a Patriot Front kind of thing. I don't know. But if you're going to be a Nazi in Ukraine, why would you fight Russia in current year, actually? Like, both of you guys are white. Both of your countries kind of, like, a little bit socialist, aren't they? So, like, what exactly are you fighting? Like, you're not what are you doing? Azovs are unironically literal Nazis. Why are the propagandists denying it in chat? I don't think anyone's, like... I don't know what the Azovs are. If you're saying that's the battalion, then sure. We have our government who sends out fucking feds to LARP as Nazis all the time to try and change a narrative or to honeypot other people. So that could be what these people are. Nazis viewed Slavs as subhuman. Why other Slavs would glom on is beyond me. Unhinged lunatics. White supremacist types generally don't see Slavs as white, but aren't they also Slavs? The Slavic face of white supremacy? Like, why does the Middle East fight each other? Why do all Asian nations... No. Like, I get that, right? I get that. But if you are a Ukrainian Nazi, would you not think you have more in common with Russia than whatever your perceived enemy is because you're a Nazi? Like, it just... that specifically doesn't make sense to me. There's a historical context for that group in their military, but you don't know enough about it. Azov wears all the trappings of the Nazis, yet they happily work with Israel. Funny that. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. You understand where I'm coming from, but Azov are, like, hardcore. I mean, sure, this could have happened, right? Like, I'm not saying, like, oh yeah, this is 100% fake. I know, I'm so smart, it's fake. Like, it could be real. It could be real, but to me, it sounds very propagandistic. If it's real, I feel bad for this dude. That shouldn't happen. That fucking sucks. But, like, I don't know. I'm very suspicious of this. Ukrainian Benderovitz sided with the Nazis to go against Soviet Russia. Yeah, but it's not Soviet Russia anymore. It's like... I don't know, man. Zelensky did give a standing ovation to a literal World War II Nazi pilot. Didn't people in the fucking Biden administration do that too? Azov is a good rabbit hole, Foxy. There's so much lore and God knows what else is there. You remember correctly, they tend to lean on their Swedish and Finnish history of being Vikings rather than Slavs and hate Russians due to their oppression. The fuck is going on, man? Historically, the Germans from the 30s and 40s fought commies. The Ukrainians that hate Russia and commies may identify with them, especially because some Ukrainians fought alongside them. Like, which would make sense, but we're not living in the 1930s anymore, man. It's not Nazi Germany and USSR Russia anymore. Like, what? Probably some truth mixed in generally. Yeah, I mean, there's probably like a grain of truth in here. Like from the videos, obviously people in Ukraine are being mistreated and are being fucking like kidnapped essentially. And Vance brought that up as well. So if he's bringing it up on like a world stage, I don't know. I feel like that could probably be taken as that's probably happening. You have videos of Azov members nailing ethnic Russians to crosses and were mocking Jesus and Russian Orthodox Catholicism. What the fuck does that have to do with being a Nazi? What the fuck is going on? What the hell is happening? Are you people upset about applauding a half-dead Nazi pilot? We built the space program with these people? What? It was a lot of fun, but chat, please keep in mind that Kirsche is not educated. This isn't her weird... That's very fucking true. That's why I'm sounding confused. That's where the hostility stems from. A reminder that you still have like half the try. That's true. That's true. That's true. I still have a lot of this to watch. Where were we? 2605? 2605? Yeah. Where fucking... Putin should pay for all reconstruction costs. We kind of like, I talked about that, but I didn't play it.
All money for innovation, he has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billion, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do
This man asking for $300 billion? Hold on, wait a minute. The Nazis despised Christianity and only used it as a political tool, plus the idea of attacking anything deemed Russian? Is this like the Italians aren't real white people but applied to Russians? Like Russians can't be real white people because they're Slavic and also commies? Russia offered to pay the reconstruction costs for part of Ukraine that they damaged. Did they? I wouldn't know. Yeah, anybody ever heard of the Havara Agreement? No, I have not. Hitler thought he was possessed, by the way. What? Did he do meth? What was the drug that fucking Hitler did? Because like I could see if he was drugged out of his mind, he'd be like, yeah, I'm possessed. I got a spirit in me. It was meth? Okay, I remembered correctly. It's just $300 billion. No big deal. No big deal, dude.
But it's not enough. It's not enough.
How is $300 billion not enough? What do you mean?
The trilateral summit with Putin and President Zelensky.
Wait, 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine or on the Ukraine's.
No, I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved. And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country.
Yeah.
Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think
Poland
has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. They, as you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
I love the yearly rainbow burning in Poland.
They got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too, but we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize, because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between. Why is the United States in for so much more money and other things?
Yes, why?
As Europe. With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful. But we have put in far more than they have. And I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
Please go ahead.
Ask you about the agreement again today. What changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
What was the
I'm just,
deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed.
I'm a business person.
I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal, so that changed.
Mr. President, what and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and Putin?
I don't know, but it's, well,
I
they
couldn't
don't
hear
like
that
each
question.
other, I can tell you that. Okay? They do not like each other. This is not a love match, and it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen. Okay? The United States, run by
Very
a man that
true.
didn't know much. I'm going to be very nice. Run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it.
I wish he would, like, name some of those countries, because, like, I mean, that's cool and all, but if we've never heard of it and we don't even know the reasons, like, I kind of want to hear of it, right? Like, what countries and what wars, you know? Like, I could probably, like, extrapolate maybe when he talked to Kim Jong-un, right? But, like, other than that, like, where? Who? Why? Trump has stopped the wars on Mars between the Martians and the Moonanites. The Egypt-Israel peace negotiations. Oh, that's true. That's true. That is one. There'd be too many. Take too much time. Naming is bad for negotiate. I mean, maybe. Maybe it's like fucking insider, secret, locked up knowledge that can't be declassified, but I don't know, it just sounds really weird when he phrases it like that. A bit of a faux pas to name. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe I'm being silly wanting the names, but it just feels really weird to phrase it like that, and it's like, well, as much as I voted for you, I'm not just going to believe absolutely everything you say, you know, like where's the proof? Some of the Russian chicken.
But this should have never happened.
Sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, modern Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the anyway will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending life, and they have real life, and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also, it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big... I'm gonna be a woman for a moment, chat. Like, I can't help it. It's just like where my brain goes when I watch things, okay? Like, I'm absorbing what he's saying, but I'm also like, bro, his haircut is fucking fantastic, man. Like, it is so mathematically chiseled in from, like, his hairline to his sideburns going into his beard. He's like, this is like character creation of fucking tier hairstyle, man. Like, that's nuts. That's so fucking fresh, dude. All right, like sorry, I had to woman moment for a second. Okay, he got them lines, man. His barber needs a raise. Nice ocean, yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to
down Foxu. He's the good. I'm not saying he's attractive, chat. I'm not saying he's a himbo. I'm just like I can give a compliment to someone without wanting to bone them. Okay, fucking weirdos.
By the way, but first to the Baltics, it's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR, you know.
He's gay now. Chad, I just complimented his hair. I didn't say he was cute. What the fuck? I did not make the leader of Ukraine gay.
They've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kiev or Odessa, which is known to be at the riviera or Black Sea?
It was my question.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa.
Yes, and I'm already disappointed because, like, this is what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear about, like, the details of brokering peace. But you guys told me they don't even fucking get to that. That's upsetting.
Cities have been destroyed. A lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No.
And a lot of things have to happen.
Mr. President, you have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things been destroyed, but mostly cities alive. And people work, and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine.
What is he talking about? Trump is just like, yeah, well, let's talk about brokering peace, and he's just like, yeah, children are going to school underground. What are you talking about?
And Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. So.
Mr. President, one more.
Did he just say that Putin lost 700,000 soldiers in this war so far? Is that an accurate number of how many Russians have died in this war? I don't know any of the numbers, so it's like, that is a crazy amount of people. Probably more killed in action and missing in action. That is a crazy amount of people. Russia's has lost well over 500,000. The official numbers injured, maybe? Probably not. We don't know either side's numbers. So, I mean, not that like it would be not as bad if there were less people. Like I don't want any people dead, but that's what happens in a war. Not just Russians. What? I believe Zelensky needs a translator to actually get through what he wants to say. Yeah, some of this is like frustrating, not because of Zelensky, but because they didn't give the guy a translator. It just kind of feels weird. You'd reckon 300,000 killed in action that the DoD cited under General Lloyd? Both sides fudge their numbers? I mean, probably. Trying to seem as big as Trump, even though he's rude and interrupting. High estimate is 1 million dead total, like for both sides? How do you mistranslate numbers? I mean, not like the numbers itself, but like him trying to like just speak in general on some things. Less than Zelensky says, more than Russian media says. Too much, anyway. You know, some people from your city dying, but at least there was enough of them for funerals. Well, that's a really sad thought, dude. I'm sorry. 300 to 700,000 for both sides is usually the range. That means a total of 600,000 to 1.5 million total. Jesus Christ.
Please, go ahead.
When did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that
A couple of days ago.
Is it just me, or is like the volume getting lower as we keep watching?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess, because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back,
I can agree with that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people.
Literally a cartoon character with the Foley slurp effect. I was finishing my coffee! I was finishing my coffee! You were like, what the fucking journo slurped in the Oval Office? It was me. I was the journo that slurped watching the Oval Office. I could do it again. There's a little slurpa left at the bottom there, chat. You yelled at someone in voice chat because of it. Oh, get coffee with a straight. Yeah, I drink iced coffee, chat. I mean, the ice is gone now because it's been sitting on my desk for like 5 hours, but you know.
Memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on its behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco. And we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about that?
Yeah, we have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of theirs, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made at Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
Mr. President.
It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday. And I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their...
Is JD wearing eye makeup? I got some news for you. Every single man in this room is wearing eye makeup. That's just what happens when you're gonna be on camera.
mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the president's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President, on the deal, is there any other oil and gas component to the deal as well?
I guess Trump doesn't have eyeliner on. He's just orange, man.
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table at all?
No, we don't need that.
Mr. President, I just wanted to ask you about, you just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you...
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay, and how was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am, I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest
Well,
there?
we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about.
Are you serious?
So we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll
forces?
be protected. The
European
agreement
forces?
will protect them.
US
The
forces?
agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement. You know?
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression and there's...
Oh, she's asking the same question I did when you guys were like, well, if they attack the American workers, they're attacking the American interests, and so we just attack them. Why would they do that? It's happening.
I just told you I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why...
You know, they ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions. Focus on surviving.
I asked a ridiculous question.
I don't think they're going to survive. Let's go. Please, go.
Since I already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good.
What?
And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned.
Yeah, so it would be ridiculous for Trump to insult either Zelensky or Putin. But earlier I was saying, yeah, Putin and Zelensky are at war. So if Zelensky says like disparaging things about Putin, obviously that's not going to look great if they're trying to broker a peace deal. But he's the dude who's literally at war, so I can understand that.
I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred.
Yeah.
And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly...
Well, he's saying exactly what I said, but more professionally.
So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I would respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace And the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions.
True, actions always matter more.
What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
He occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea.
Shit's about to get good because this man like scuttle-butted to the edge of his chair to like lean in to say what he's about to say. I'm fucking, something's about to happen.
Yeah. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact line?
2015.
2014 and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but
he said he signed with Macron and Merkel that Russia would have a ceasefire. If Russia breaks a ceasefire and it was just Macron and Merkel who had signed on to it, what the fuck are they gonna do to stop Russia? Like, chat, am I crazy? Merkel, that was your mistake. Didn't Merkel say that that was literally just a delay tactic to get them more weapons? I have no idea, because I don't know anything about this ceasefire that I didn't even know that Merkel and Macron signed a ceasefire. And you meant that Macron and Merkel mediated the deal? You didn't notice that either? Was Putin even a part of it? I mean, well, he had to have been, right? He had to have been. Merkel did say it was a delay. What the fuck? That's what you remember, but you might be wrong. It's hard to not be crazy. He means that they were the mediators of the deal. But he said they signed it, though. Macron was the French president? Yeah, but the French president... Sorry, I had my volume cranked so I could hear the video, because it was getting lower! It was getting lower! Fucking TTS voodoo curse jump scare, man. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, fucking... I know that's Augustus Sinclair. I know that's fucking that guy. Yeah, dude, I'm fucking right. Augustus Sinclair White, thank you for the 25, dude. Thank you for the voodoo curse and the manual breathing. They signed as witnesses and guarantors. Yeah, but it's like, what are they gonna guarantee? Isn't... I don't... Stop that. My furniture is floating. They would have signed alongside Putin, you guess? Likely why Macron was the first one to promise troops to Ukraine if they approached Kiev. That makes sense. Gonna wake up from a demon. There's no guarantees in life. It's always nice that the overthrow of Ukraine president in 2014 is ignored along with the threats of Ukraine kicking Russia out of Crimea. I remember the Crimea thing, like, vaguely. Like, I only have a little bit of knowledge about that, but not intricately. I don't know about the overthrowing of the president. I know there's a lot of people that say Zelensky was, like, installed. I don't know anything about that. The implication would be if Putin broke the deal that the EU would back Ukraine. Okay. They don't have any military to guarantee anything. It's all feel-good, we're helping nonsense. Update on the raped guy. You still can't find any non-Russian-based sources describing what happened, but the actual black and white video of the guy tied to the tree does seem to be accurate, that he said he was raped and would join the Ukrainian army. You installed a voice translator to check. Continued. Okay. All right. I don't know anything. He would 99% of everyone living outside of the Eastern Europe. I mean, yeah, but it's like... I want everyone to know that I don't know what's happening, and this is like my first exposure to a lot of it. Look at Crimea on a map. Anyone can see why it's important on a glance. Zelensky wasn't even a politician when Euromaidan happened. What is a Euromaidan? President was in dereliction of his duties. It wasn't a coup. The Budapest Memorandum was an executive action, also not a binding treaty by Congress. It was also meant for Ukraine to remain neutral and not join NATO, as much as Russia was meant to not invade. There's a Tucker Carlson interview with American professor Jeffrey Sachs where he explains the root causes to the conflict. The rest of the story seems to be that he was rude to a veteran at a fitness club where he was a trainer. Some activists came back later, beat him up, and forcefully took him to the recruitment center. That seems really fucked up. That seems like actually... like, ridiculously fucked up, if true. Please, you don't even know 1% of the Ukraine Russia's... I don't. I've never claimed to know.
After that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect,
Very
I think
blunt.
it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
Is he saying that, like, yeah, you have your ocean now and that's why you want to make it not your problem, but if, like, Russia ends up taking Ukraine, it's going to become your problem? Like, what? That's why we want to broker peace even? Man, like, we don't want to be in a war.
You don't
God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly true and real.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influenced.
See, now I'm noticing the interrupting.
Feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people.
Trump is right about this gamble that he's taking, but it's also like, how are you going to sit here and interrupt the guy who's like, I want to end this war. I want to broker a peace deal. I want to make sure this stuff stops happening. I want your citizens to stop dying. Like, what is he even trying to argue in this case? Like, what am I even listening to at this fucking point, man? I don't play the cards.
Gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please.
Because he knew that if Trump got elected, he wouldn't have as easy of a time getting all the American money dollars to continue the war. We know there's war hawks on both the Democrat and the Republican side, and they just want to keep enriching themselves by keeping all of these foreign wars going. But, like, Trump's campaign was on ending this war. And if he reneged on that promise, a lot of people would be incredibly fucking pissed.
I think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly.
That's true, he was not.
Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times to American people.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long.
I can agree with that.
You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're
I
saying
said-
you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a
with
ceasefire.
guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
I mean, again, I can understand his paranoia about the ceasefire, but if Trump is going to be placing American workers there who are diggy holing for some minerals, if Russia attacks, like those workers are the guarantee. I don't like the idea of that, because if Russia decides, oh, well, fuck it, I don't care, and they have American casualties, that's going to be a huge fucking problem. But hopefully Russia would be smart enough to not do that, right? Like, I don't think Putin wants to have America decide to just like, yeah, you know what, you fucked with us and we're coming, baby. I don't think he wants that. I don't think anybody wants that. I wonder how many lines Zelensky had to snort after this one to calm himself down. I don't know, man. There are no minerals. I mean, they literally talked about the minerals in this conversation. One of them even brought up the ones that are in eastern Ukraine. What do you mean? What do you mean? Maybe Putin does want a war with America. I would like to believe he is not that dumb. Something extremely appealing to the man brain that being a worker who died and started World War III would be an insanely cool way to go. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's an intrusive thought. If Russia tries to fight the US, it'll be over for them in a month. I do not like thinking about a potential war between America and Russia, because we both have nuclear weapons. And if a war happened, I don't know if either side would completely not use them. Zelensky needs this war to go on. It means it gets them so much money, hundreds of billions of cash. Russia's nukes are not the same grade as ours, not anymore. I mean, even if they're not the same grade, they still have them. I don't want Russia to ship over any of that shit, man. A man can be responsible for destroying the entire world. It's basically godlike. It's a bad way to look at it. Do you really want to take a chance? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We think we have nuclear weapons. Have you considered that most nukes have not been tested or even checked and refurbished for decades? I mean, I don't know how you would test that. I'm not a nuclear guy. I would like no nukes falling on my head. True. Russia made a test bomb with the target recorded explosion. Doubt most, if any, of Russia's nukes are still viable, but it's also not just you that would be affected, so you cannot blame those who are not willing to risk. That's not true. Russia has restarted testing their ICBM. Using weapons 70 plus years old, who knows if their intercontinental missiles work at all? I feel that's not a gamble you should take, man. I feel like if you're just like, oh, they have nukes, but when was the last time they were tested? I'm not a gambling person, so maybe I just don't have the full scope of thought, but that's not a gamble I would take, man. Have we all forgotten they just showcased their hypersonic MIRV? I don't even know what that is, so I didn't forget. I just didn't even know it existed. Russia has nearly 10K. Do you really want to gamble that they all don't work? So that's again, I understand Zelensky's paranoia with they've broken ceasefire agreements before. So I need more assurance than just something signed on paper. And then Trump is like, well, we're going to have Americans there, and the Americans there are the security guarantee, because Putin's not going to attack the Americans. So I kind of understand what's happening, I think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins.
I don't understand what he just said here. Can someone explain that to me? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What are sheets? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's I don't know what that means. I know javelins are missiles. I know that, but I don't know why he's angrily saying Obama gave sheets and I gave javelins. Javelin anti-tank missiles. Yeah, no, I know what javelins are. Sorry, I didn't explain exactly what my confusion was. He's saying Obama gave them blankets, basically. Blankets, sheets of paper. So he's saying like Obama really didn't do anything for them, and he gave them something helpful. Is what he's saying. Obama gave them bed sheets. Trump shipped javelin missiles. Sheets to cover the bodies. Oh, okay. During Trump's first term, Trump gave Ukraine javelins. Obama gave them is he making bed sheets to like cover the corpses? That's like the allegory he's trying to make here. Obama just gave sheets. Fucking pathetic. Obama gave them medical civilian support. Like Obama literally gave them non-lethal aid. Oh. Obama gave humanitarian aid, which did nothing to protect them against Russia. Only gave humanitarian aid, he gave them military aids. Okay. Zelensky keeps referring to presidents that weren't Trump. Also true. Obama's relief for Ukraine when Russia invaded them in 2013 was basically nothing. FEMA relief aid and some training. And we all know how fucking useless FEMA is. Not body bags, blankets for barracks. Okay. Okay, Obama only gave Ukraine non-lethal military aid. Obama was too busy playing with his drones elsewhere. He was like, here, have some hospital aid. I got kids to drone strike in different countries. DRT's King David V. Obama gave humanitarian aid as in bed sheets, while Trump gave them military aid. T-Money is saying his contributions were fucking T-Money. T-Money and K-Dog. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand now. Thank you, chat. Thank you for explaining, chat. Because I had no idea what that meant.
You got to be more thankful. Because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make. Because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam.
Oh my gosh.
And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war.
That's true.
He went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia.
Ziz, can we get it came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom? It was disgusting as a sound alert. Can I have that, please? Thank you, Ziz.
Yeah. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if
Completely
we're out,
correct.
you'll fight it out.
Completely
I don't
correct.
think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out.
It's like, I don't know if he realizes that if the United States stops funding this war, they are just kind of fucked. And I don't think anybody really wants to see that either. So the brokering the peace would be the best thing. And I can get the frustration from Trump here as well, because earlier I even was like, oh, she asked the same question I did. But that was like, also, he's been asked this question multiple times now. And even someone like me who has no idea what the fuck was going on can understand, like, he's saying the peace agreement isn't just going to be a piece of paper. He's putting securities there because he's going to have Americans on the Ukrainian soil working to mine minerals. And if Russia invades, if Putin attacks, if he comes in and harms those Americans, America is going to retaliate. That is the security guarantee. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, because I could be fucking retarded, but that is what I got from listening to this. There's a painful truth he's addressing here. It wasn't fair to Putin that he was painted so visibly as the boogeyman to America for a decade. Now, Trump has to actually work with this man that the media has vilified. No matter what Trump does, he's going to be seen as validating the journo scum. And it's like, on top of that, I think people don't exactly take respect as a guarantee either, because it's more like a silent, tacit agreement more than anything that you can really count on. But if you have world leaders who have some kind of respect for one another, even if they dislike what the other country is doing, they're not going to cause an issue insofar as it could create a war between the two of them. So when he says that, like, Putin respects him and Putin didn't do anything during his presidency, he's saying that as Putin is not going to do anything as long as I'm here. And I guess the hope is that whoever comes in after Trump is going to be just as much of a respectable figure, that Putin will hold on to that, and it won't be someone weak like Joe Biden, where Putin feels like he can do whatever he wants and take advantage of the fact that we had a weak leader. Here's the correction. The problem is that Trump will put the workers on the far west where Russia won't have to reach them, so we can attack without hurting our workers and still continuing the shit all over again. Well, that's why that lady asked about the east side. This is why we need to elect actual competent presidents, true and real. Putin has broken pacts before. No pact, the U.S. would be secured at all. I mean, I don't think you can have 100% guarantee on, like, any of this stuff, right? Like, if we broker peace, let's say tomorrow, right? If we have a ceasefire deal and we send the Americans over there for the minerals tomorrow, if Putin attacks in 2035, is that going to be, like, Trump's fault? Is that going to be like well, we had guarantees and now they're broken? Because, like, what's going to happen 10 years from now, right? This is the why he said, what if a bomb drops on your head right now? Like, you can't continuously have the anxiety over the what ifs. You have to just try your best to make guarantees that will make the lives of the people better right now, to stop the Ukrainians from dying right now, to stop the Russians from dying right now, is what the point he's making is. At least I think so. What if you stub your toe on your bed frame? Part of the weakness of democracy with a revolving door of leaders is exactly this issue. There's no guarantee beyond the current president's term. If you insist on only signing a perfect deal, you're likely never going to get one. Yes. Sargon made a 20-minute video about the taking respect as a guarantee. You'll link it in stream suggestions. Thank you. Yeah, like, the respect thing, I think, is something that people just either don't understand or they just don't take as something that matters. And I think it does matter. What if finger butthole? What? Like, you really don't want to sound like a Putin shill because there are people that are worse than him in positions of power in Russia. It's like, I don't have any feelings towards Putin. I'm just trying to, like, understand what's happening. Kirsche in chat, to understand this, you need to understand general Russian history. They respect those who show strength. Putin sees Trump as strong, and the Russians see Putin as strong. So to get respect, you have to have strength to back you up. Which is, I guess, why Trump said that he made Zelensky, a tough guy. Because he understands that Putin kind of respects those who show strength, maybe? I don't know. It's another problem. Putin's replacement is far worse. I don't know who his replacement's going to be. Trish Chan, thank you for the 20. Americans are tired of meaningless foreign wars. They need actual reasons for active deployment to other countries. And protecting something tangible for them is the best guarantee you're going to get. True. True and real. This is why it needs to be a congressional treaty to make it last longer than a single president. But even if they make that congressional treaty, like if you have a weak president, if you have someone that wants to continue these wars so that they can enrich themselves as a politician, they're probably going to try their best to find some kind of loophole to that, right? And this is another, like, what if kind of situation. Because it's like, yeah, it would be good to have that, and instead of thinking about the what ifs right now, at least come to an agreement at the moment. Congressional treaty won't control Russia. Russians are a different kind of people. They don't accept pussies. Being a brat like Zelensky is weakness. I don't fucking know. No hashtag brat Kamala nonsense. Money fungible. Petitioning a treaty in our Congress for a foreign country. What kind of cope is that? They will use the poop. What? To be fair, Zelensky is a literal fascist. You hate that America has been funding a fascist regime for the last 4 years. I don't know if that's true, or I don't know enough about the situation. Right? My opinion had always been I just don't want my money going to a foreign war. I don't want the war to be happening. I feel bad for the men who are dying in this war, but I don't want my tax dollars to be going to it. So any kind of peace agreement as fast as possible would be ideal. Fuck you, Red Square. I'm not Red Squaring!
But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position.
True.
But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together. Thanks, sir. I know this is
I need the back of this.
We'll see. I don't know.
What? Why did he give a thumbs up?
Come on.
Okay, alright, that's just the end there, okay. Okay, alright. We fucking... God damn. Zelensky was kicked out after this, and the White House staff at his launch. You see, I heard people saying he got kicked out, but like... Did he? Is there, like, a source for that? Like, that's how it usually is behind closed doors, nothing really new. And they all laughed about it. It's the opposite. Trump respected and talked with the Russians. Biden went back to expand NATO and undermine Russia. You know, this may all be an act. The thumbs up shows he misjudged the situation. Probably. Marco Rubio escorted him out. Everyone's sending the guy money. Picked him up by the scruff of his neck. Zelensky left 30 minutes after that video. God damn. Did he really call JD Vance a bitch? Somebody said that he dropped like a suka at some point, but like I guess I didn't hear it. I don't know, because I think that was one of the timestamps, wasn't it? Zelensky interrupts Trump. Vance says Zelensky's been disrespectful. Curses while Vance speaks by saying suka blyat, which meanings ranges from fuck to fuck you to bitch under his breath. Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Stories, and I know what happens is you bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring up my browser again. It's 4240.
Stories, and I know what happens is you bring people,
right
you bring them on a propaganda tour,
There's a little whisper. Suka. Suka bliat. I know that from Counter-Strike. It's a small comment though, so you don't think it was direct to him? I mean, who else would it be directed to? Come on, my guy. Like, didn't the UK Prime Minister come out and say he'll be sending troops to help Ukraine? I don't know, maybe? You know that from Tarkov? Oh, Slajali! It can mean goddammit or words to that effect, an exclamation of annoyance. Yeah. You honestly don't blame him for it, as unprofessional as it is. I mean, I think the whole like throwing his hands up thing was sensationalized, but I feel like when you're already being told like you're appearing ungrateful and you don't want a ceasefire and all we want to do is broker peace because we don't want to see bad things happen to your country, and then you act like an entitled child being like fucking scolded by your parents and you hit them with a fuck you, you know, like that. That's kind of not real leader behavior. Should have cheekied the breaky instead. Zelensky has been acting very entitled the entire war. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. A lot of Ukrainians are losing trust in the U.S. Feel like that's a little weird. Men who refuse to wear a suit for 4 years is being unprofessional. What a shocker. Why would you talk peace with this guy? He obviously wants war. He's not in the position to bargain. The only reason he's there is to try to give him an out and save some lives in the process. What? He immediately went to the EU to ask for more money after this meeting. He's like, oh, I'm not going to get money from Trump. I better go ask the EU. Is that what you're saying? It looks so small in that chair. I mean, I'm getting like Alice in Wonderland vibes. Zelensky met with the UK Prime Minister yesterday, took a helicopter to see the King of England. Ukraine thinks it's holding Russia back from murdering Europe and the rest of the world. Trump, take what you have left of Ukraine or lose all of it. Zelensky, no. I don't think he's even saying take what you have left. Because they were talking about like the rebuilding process. Ukraine didn't invade, Russia did. How is this hard? I don't think anybody said Ukraine invaded anyone. Keir Starmer ain't going to do shit about the war without the U.S. They gave him a big chair on purpose. Look at that size. The chairs are the same size! What do you mean? U.S. helping them to this extent and trying to broker peace is already a lot. We have no obligation to retake their lost land, but yes, our workers will provide security to what land they do have. We have no obligation to fund them to beat Russia. True. True. Chair domination. Oh, man. Trump and Vance are a foot taller than Zelensky. Yeah, it's like, I don't care about his height, though. That doesn't matter. That doesn't fucking matter, man. Alright, okay. I think that was, like, all of the Zelensky stuff. That was a fucking wild ride. That was a ride and a half. Speaking of a ride and a half, this is a good question to ask you guys now. Let me, would you guys, from what you see him getting kicked out, it's just him refusing to sign the deal that was being talked. Oh, he actually, like, just straight up refused? He straight up, what? Zelensky, oh, it is too wise normally. Okay. Zelensky leaves White House after Ukraine talks collapse. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky left the White House on Friday afternoon following the collapse of talks with President Donald Trump. Boop. After a televised explosive clash in the Oval Office. Zelensky did not respond to shouted questions from reporters asking him if a peace deal to resolve his nation's war with Russia was now dead. The White House canceled a joint press conference for Trump and Zelensky that was originally scheduled for Friday afternoon. Zelensky was in Washington, D.C. for discussions about a potential deal to give the United States access to Ukraine's rare earth minerals as a part of a broader effect to end the 3-year-old conflict between Ukraine and Russia that began with Russia invading its neighbor. Zelensky left the White House without signing the minerals deal, a White House official told the Reuters news service. Trump has not ruled out reaching that deal, but has left it up to the Ukrainians to be ready to have a constructive conversation. A White House official that, after Zelensky and Trump left the Oval Office, the Ukraine leader went into a so-called hold room in the West Wing of the White House, which is normal protocol. Trump then issued a post on social media saying Zelensky would be welcome back when he wants peace. National Security Advisor Michael Waltz and Secretary of State Marco Rubio then went to the hold room to tell Zelensky his White House visit was over. Zelensky later tweeted out a message thanking the U.S., Trump, and Congress. Thank you, America. Thank you for your support. Thank you for this visit. Thank you at POTUS, Congress, and the American people. Ukraine needs just and lasting peace, and we are working exactly for that. Well, then why didn't he sign the deal? What was in the why didn't he sign it? Trump in a statement said, "We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire and pressure. It's amazing what comes out through emotion. And I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage, I want peace." Trump also said Zelensky disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he's ready for peace. And I guess this kind of makes sense, right? He feels that, like, if America's on his side, he's able to, like, bully Russia into an uneven agreement. Which, like, whether you think they deserve it or not for being the instigators is a completely different story, right? knowing the U.S., there's literally 0% chance they would pursue peace if there were any chances. Trump did not pass the charisma check on Zelensky. I don't know what you mean by this. After his news interview, Zelensky went to the UK for further aid, aka don't ask questions, just give money. It's the main issue. He wants to win the war and retake all the lost territory. There's a Fox interview he did directly after that. Zelensky was the one that insisted on doing the deal, signing live on camera in DC like he was planning this crap. I don't know if he was the one who insisted it was on camera, but Trump did say like he allowed it to go on for this long, so. Russia can very easily call for their allies if we need troops against them and start World War III. Rubio put out a statement too. The reason you believe he didn't want to sign is that the agreement of that scale could offset rebuilding efforts. To Zelensky, it would seem as though the Americans are attempting to colonize Ukraine in lieu of the Russians. I mean, I kind of said that, like, at the beginning of all of this, Ukraine basically had the decision to become a Russian puppet or become a US puppet. And it seems like they chose the latter. The Rubio interview is worth watching. How long is it? Fox interview adds far more context. Is there a link, and how long? The signing was supposed to happen in Ukraine. Zelensky insisted he wanted to do it in the US in front of cameras. Zelensky tried to pull Trump's heartstrings with sad stories and change the deal. They're pretty much an EU colony. Akusa, thank you for the 50,000. I don't know what that currency symbol is. Thank you. Zelensky threatened not to sell food to Vietnam if we don't have his side. We're the third biggest export on rice. Why do we need flour for bread? What the fuck kind of a threat is that? That's so weird. That's so weird. Like, why is he threatening fucking Vietnam? 18 minutes. Here we go, buddy. It's like 6 minutes? Hold on. If it's 6 minutes, I got an 18-minute one. Hold on. Hold on. What do you mean by this? Nice dong. 50,000 dongs. Thank you. Thank you for the large dong, Kusa. Yeah, your dong has expanded and I have accepted. Ukraine is now trying to meet with China to get help? What the fuck? It's because Ukraine feeds a lot of the world with their grain, so it causes instability. But, like, why threaten Vietnam? What the fuck? Nam is an important ally in East Asia to America. Yeah, but, like, threatening them seems like a very bad idea, right? You thought longer meant better. I mean, yeah, but it's just like, I want to play video game too, chat, you know? I like learning, and I like ingesting this stuff, but I also want a video game.
And my source tonight is the Secretary of State, who is in that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary Rubio, for being here. We just heard from President Zelensky. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the Oval Office today. Do you feel otherwise?
I do.
Oh, sorry, BGM is still on.
You guys only saw the end. You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. So let me explain. The president's been very clear. He campaigned on this. He thinks this war should have never started. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened. True. Now here we are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, and I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way, because we're involved. It's now us. It's our interests. That was all explained. That was all understood. And nonetheless, for the last 10 days, in every engagement we've had with the Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelensky has made. But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington, and there was and should have been a very clear understanding. Don't come here and create a such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelensky took it in that direction, and it ended in a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose, and I think, frankly, you know, sends his country backwards in regards to achieving peace, which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
But what specifically do you want to see President Zelensky apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look, this thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe. It went off the rails when he said, let me ask you a question to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Well, this is a serious thing. I mean, thousands of people have been killed, thousands. And he talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children, all true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands that attacking Putin, no matter how anyone may feel about him personally, forcing the president into a position where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names.
That's actually a good point. And I didn't think about that earlier. I was just like, yeah, I can understand why Zelensky would insult Putin because they're in a war together. Like, I get it. You know, I don't really blame him for that. And like Trump even said like he doesn't blame him for like his hatred of Putin in the interview. But yeah, I can get that. Where like being in an interview with Trump for signing some sort of peace deal and then insulting Putin in that sort of scenario, regardless of how you feel about Putin or how you feel that Zelensky would be justified for those comments, probably not the place to be doing it. I can get that. I think some of you in chat might have said that when that happened too, and my brain just didn't pick it up. But yeah, I can understand that, dude. Bad optics, because it's like, if Trump had like said anything there, then Putin could be like, well, what the fuck, man? Why the fuck are you like capitulating to this guy who's insulting me? Why would I come to a peace deal talk with you now? You know, like I can get that. The optics, you know, that makes sense to me.
Demands about Russia having to pay for the reconstruction, all the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking about that aggressively, and the president's a deal maker, he's made deals his entire life, you're not going to get people to the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't. And that active, open undermining of efforts to bring about peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved in communications with them leading up to today. And I think he should apologize for wasting our time for a meeting that was going to end the way it did.
You yourself have said previously that Putin cannot be trusted in negotiations. That was the point that President Zelensky was ultimately making during that conversation, is that there cannot be an agreement without security guarantees, because he was talking about all the ceasefire agreements before, or agreements that Putin has just blown past. I mean, do you still feel that way, that Putin cannot be trusted in these negotiations?
Well, I was there yesterday when the president said in front of the media that our approach is going to be trust but verify. President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal. We all understand this. We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place we have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this repeatedly. I don't know. I think it is, based on what they've said so far, but we have to explore that. How else is this war going to end? I ask people, what is the European...
God damn, you said she blinks too much, and now I can't stop seeing it. Fuck. I can't stop seeing her blinking too much now. This whole thing was intended to be a media hit job. It definitely is feeling like that, especially since some of you guys were saying, like, Zelensky insisted that it was in front of cameras and Trump, like, allowed him to do it. Boguslaw, I think of the two. Zelensky isn't a Christian or a Slav. Small hat. I wouldn't know. I have no idea. She has a nostril higher than the other two. What? Fucking don't insult this lady. She's fucking doing her job. She hasn't done anything wrong. There's a rumor that the UK made a minerals deal too, and Zelensky sabotaged it on purpose. We'll see. What? He's in fact not technically a Slav. Technically. Zelensky met with Democrats before that conference, by the way. What the fuck? Who did he meet with? It ain't, but it's very distracting. You disagree Collins has a lot of wrong? I mean, I don't know who she is. She hasn't done anything wrong in the 4 minutes I've seen her here. I was like, Sorry, I'm holding a bottle and shaking it. It's Caitlin Collins. She's a jerk. I don't know. I've never seen this woman before. I don't want to insult random lady I don't know anything about. You're amused by her fucking :3 smile. He signed a 100-year treaty with the British, becoming a de facto colony. What? Is there a source on that? We gotta fucking please shake the pill bottle. This is my anti-nausea medication. Even made Joe Biden mad in 2022. I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
to end this war. I can tell you what one foreign minister told me, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I can tell you what one of them told me, and that is that the war goes on for another year, and at that point, Russia will feel so weakened that they'll beg for a peace. That's another year of killing, another year of dying, another year
of killing, another year of dying, another year of taking U.S. taxpayers' money to fund your year-long war. Why would any of us consent to doing that? Why would Trump give you that? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. And also, I feel like assuming Russia would be weak enough to give up a year from now is a worse what if than Trump telling you, yeah, we're going to put Americans on your soil and that's part of our security guarantee that Russia's not going to do anything to you. I feel like that is a worse what if than our security what ifs. Like, what the fuck?
Destruction, and by the way, not a very realistic plan in my point of view. So if there's a chance of peace, even if it's a 1% chance, that needs to be explored, and that's what President Trump is trying to do here.
President Trump said just when he was leaving the White House after that meeting that he doesn't think President Zelensky wants peace. But isn't that why the Ukrainian leader was in the Oval Office for that meeting today?
Isn't that kind of like a loaded question? Because apparently it was supposed to be in Ukraine at first, but then he insisted he wanted to do it at the White House, and then he also insisted he wanted to do it in front of the cameras instead of behind the scenes. Isn't that... Yeah, he was here for that, but then he rejected any kind of peace deal that Trump was trying to make with him. So, like, what did she mean by this? Oh my god. The sound from the bottle is more like Ritalin than anti-nausea. Double check your labels. Okay, we got some anti-nausea shakies. We got some fucking hydrocodone shakies. Look, those are fatties. They're fat ones, okay? That's for my back. What's this one? We got nerve pain dampeners. We got those sound kind of like maraca shakies, all right? You know, the different shakies of the pills. She's trying to rehab Zelensky's fuck up.
Well, he was in the Oval Office to sign a minerals rights deal. That's what he was in the Oval
Am I
Office
okay?
to sign today.
No, my spine is making extra bone. I'm turning into a titan.
But again, when you have comments that deliberately appear to be I mean, after having discussed this repeatedly, deliberately appear to be geared towards making the argument that peace is not possible. You know, again, he turns to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Almost as if to say, these people, you can't deal with them. You can't have any negotiations with Putin because he can't be trusted, and you're just wasting your time on negotiations. Well, he's directly, basically undermining everything the president has told him he's trying to do. Look, there's no need for that. You start to suspect, does he really want an end to this war? Does he just think that, you know...
Yeah, if he comes for peace agreement talks and then he's just like, yeah, I'm not going to sign anything unless you give me everything what I want. Like, that's not a peace agreement. That's not a compromise. That's you, like, wanting to de facto make a victory that you're probably not going to be able to have, man.
To do whatever he says and give him anything he wants without any end game.
Oh,
that was the
he said the same
strategy.
thing I did.
That was the Biden strategy. We were funding a stalemate. We were funding a meat grinder. And unfortunately, for the Ukrainians, the Russians have more meat to grind, and they don't care about human life. We've seen it, human waves, the North Koreans, etc. And so this is a very complex thing. It's very delicate. It's very costly. It's very bloody. It needs to be brought to an end.
His point was he wants whatever agreement to have backing. Otherwise, it can just end up like the last one. How is that crazy? And I mean, again, I understand his paranoia because Russia has broken these agreements before, but that's why you have to take into account the respect that Putin does seem to have for President Trump. Trump also deciding to put Americans on Ukrainian soil. We cannot, no one can, ensure 100% guarantee. That's impossible, and that's what Trump was saying with the what if a bomb drops on your head right now, right? The most we can do is what is tangible in reality. We can rely on Putin's respect for Trump. We can rely on Putin not wanting a war with America, so Americans on Ukrainian soil, not soldiers, but workers digging. That would be American interest. That would be people in Ukraine working on behalf of Americans' interest. That isn't a war. That isn't people dying. And Russia's not going to want to start a war conflict with the United States. That is the heaviest agreement we can give. What would you want? What kind of security would you want if Americans on Ukrainian soil, not as soldiers but as workers, is not enough of a security guarantee? Of course, it's impossible, but you can promise to do something if he breaks the agreement. A promise to do something, sending in workers isn't a promise. That is doing something. If Putin attacks those workers, do you think Trump is just going to be like, oh, well, that's so sad that Russia killed those American workers. Oh, well, you guys. Mexico, hey, how about that wall? Like, do you think he's just going to fucking about face? You think nothing's going to happen? Like, what do you mean by this? He didn't pinky swear promise he wouldn't make the bad guy do bad things. Ukraine can focus on gaining security after peace is achieved. And did Ukraine have no Americans in 2022? No U.S. companies? To my knowledge, I haven't heard anybody in chat tell me that Americans have died as workers there. All of this assumes that Russians trust us at all and assumes they have any need to negotiate. It doesn't matter if the Russians trust us. It matters what Putin thinks about Trump. Not even what Putin thinks about Americans, what Putin thinks about the sitting president. Like, it's not hard to avoid a specific area. You think the workers are going to be stationed in the entirety of Ukraine, that it's impossible to invade parts without them in it? I'm going to use America as an example, right? Let's say we have, this is a completely fabricated hypothetical just so I can actually get my thoughts out, okay? So just try to imagine, you know, US and whoever I'm talking about is like this conflict related. We're in the US, we have, let's say, Japanese citizens working to mine shit in California for Japanese interests, right? And then let's say the UK invades Maine and attacks Maine. They're also attacking the Japanese interest because the Japanese have citizens purposefully here mining things in our country. So yes, the attack happened very far away from those Japanese citizens, but it's still going to upset Japan because they had citizens here that should not be worried about any kind of conflict. And if the UK is attacking Maine, what's stopping the UK from attacking anywhere else? Obviously the hypothetical isn't a one-to-one because Ukraine and Russia are much different sizes. The United States has like fucking the ocean on both sides. Like, there's obvious differences, but hopefully my hypothetical makes some kind of sense. Hopefully you guys can kind of understand what I'm trying to say. They can have Maine! Fuck you, guy! They just get pulled out. That's happened before. It could be, right? But like, as America, we're a fucking giant country. And if people attack a place where we have our interests, we've never just backed down and pulled our people out. The only time I can think of a pullout happening is the end of the Vietnam War because we shouldn't have fucking been there anyway. So we had to pull out everyone afterwards in fucking a little bit of shame there. It sounds familiar to the Indian students that were in Ukraine and were forced to evacuate, and India still does trade with Russia. Pulling out always sucks. Of course, but there's a difference between being upset because your interests are being fucked with, right? Like, aren't your interests being fucked with by those lunatics in Yemen at the moment? You're not down there stopping them from fucking with the shipping. I have no idea what's going on in Yemen. I have absolutely no idea what's going on in Yemen. But, again, if I, as like a functional anime clown woman, can understand that Trump is saying, I'm going to place American workers there. We're going to make a mineral deal. The minerals are our American interest. Because we have American interest and American workers on your soil, if Russia attacks you, Russia is attacking American interests, and we will retaliate, is what he's saying when he gives that as a security guarantee. So it doesn't matter if the workers are in West Ukraine and Russia attacks East Ukraine, they're still attacking American interests. Got some crayon eaters. It's like, mate, I could be wrong, right? Like, I'm not an expert here. I could be wrong in my interpretation. I could be completely wrong. But this is what I'm getting from it. This is what I feel like I've heard from it, right? He didn't give that guarantee. If he'd said what I did, there wouldn't be a problem at all. He did say what I did. He did say, he doesn't have to say exactly in my words because obviously I understood what he meant when he said it, right? Zelensky wouldn't have kept bringing up a guarantee if he said that. It's because Zelensky doesn't believe that that is a guarantee. Zelensky still believes that regardless of what is promised, any kind of peace deal is going to be broken by Russia eventually, right? This is the what if. This is why all of those reporters were continuing to ask, like, how can you guarantee that this would happen? And Trump was like, well, a bomb could drop on your head right now. There's no 100% guarantee. He didn't say, or he said he didn't think Putin would do that because he respects him. He didn't say he'd use military force to back the agreement if broken. I mean, sure, it might be better if he would come out and just bluntly say that, but I think it can be inferred that if Russia attacks American interests, we would retaliate, right? Like that is just what makes sense, logically. You have succinctly summarized geopolitical strategy in an understandable way. Anyone protesting you does not perceive breakfast. I mean, again, I don't understand everything immediately, so it's like I'm not, and I might be talking a bit sternly here because I'm trying to figure out my thoughts, but I'm not like angry at anyone. I'm not trying to like insult people who don't understand. Inference doesn't really matter when it comes to something that important, since everyone can infer things differently. That's why it's important to have shit spelled out clearly. I mean, I agree with you. I agree. Like, would it be better if he was far more blunt? Sure. But again, if I can infer that if American interests get attacked, we would retaliate to those people that attacked us, I think most people can also infer that. Would they feel better and less anxious if he came out and said it bluntly? Yes, that would be better. But I still think that's something that most people can understand with what he said in that interview. Ooh, Tommy! Sorry, I got a really bad fucking grumble. What is, doesn't deserve breakfast even mean? It's a joke on the people who are unable to perceive breakfast. You don't spell stuff out, you lose your cards. I mean, that's also a possibility, right? Putting it too bluntly is inflammatory towards Russia and could harm peace deals. I mean, that's also possible. You don't want to make one party feel like you're... How do I word this? Like Trump said, he's trying to broker peace, so he has to be, like, nice to both parties. And if it seems like he's giving more of a guarantee to one party than the other, then they might not want to come to the table anymore. Like, this is a very difficult diplomatic thing to do, which is why, again, if he said it more bluntly, yes, I can understand that it would feel more secure. But also, like people in chat said, I can understand that Russia would be like, hey, wait a minute now. Why are you saying things in this manner? Is this a direct threat, right? Like, I could understand. Being a mediator's fucking hard, dude. It's just making you more and more depressed. Wait, why? Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. Aaron's done. Chimkin consumed. The actual legit copy of Xenosaga 1 you ordered off eBay came in the mail, and Foxy's still streaming. I'm going to be streaming for a bit longer as well, because like I said, I wanted to play more Okage. But we had a lot to go through. We talked about a lot today. We learned some things. I learned some things. This was a very, very learning, productive stream, I feel like. Russia is also a nuclear power, directly stating that the US would back Ukraine would be a direct challenge to Putin's pride on the world stage. Probably would have in a pre-Cold War situation, I almost said pre-COVID, but doing so nowadays is just asking for nuclear war. That makes sense. You're so chuffed. Zoned out. Okage mentioned. Yeah, we're gonna video game because like fuck, my brain is gonna explode. Ask my question about Tuesday. We've probably seen enough of this interview. We've talked a lot. The most amazing part of the past day or so is Asman actually learned himself something off people spamming him on Twitter. Yeah, I mean it can feel difficult, right, to like reach a streamer and help them like learn about something because like we're also fucking busy. Our DMs are full. Our emails are full. Like people in chat, like everything's scrolling. Some things don't have sources. Like it's fucking hard. But like when I don't understand things, I wanna try to, right? I wanna fucking try to. Like Ziz said before he explodes. Tuesday, there's a State of the Union address. I've been doing a lot of long streams recently, and would you guys be interested in watching the State of the Union together if I just did a super fucking long stream that day? So like Tuesday, if I were to do my normal stream at 3 p.m. and then watched the State of the Union, I think it's at 9 p.m., and that's going to go on for like at least an hour to an hour and a half, like at minimum. You guys want to? Okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if people would be interested in State of the Union. Apparently it's going to be super important about him talking about basically his roadmap for what he's doing from here on out. So like I was interested in watching it, but I didn't know if people would want fucking long giga stream. Does a swim duck? Might be late, but yeah, okay, all right. Is that even a question? I don't know, you know? I just feel like super long streams can be draining, you know, and other people have other streamers to watch, so it's like I didn't know if people would want to, but if you guys want, I'll do super long stream on Tuesday. No game after. No, I'm still playing Okage tonight. No sad faces. I wanted to ask this question while like everyone was here, because I know a lot of people leave when I start playing games. You know, they're here for the yapping and the learning and the retard takes, right? They're not here to watch me play video games. So I wanted to ask when the bulk of people were here. You're the only streamer you watch live besides your Oshi? Aw, thank you. Drain us for good reasons. It's a joint address to Congress. Yeah. Joint address. No, Kirsche, we don't want more with you on Tuesday. Oh god, you might have to catch it. Well, then you miss out on the VoD. The game is a trip. Yeah, no problem. You'd stay for the game, but you gotta dungeon some dragons. Don't worry about it. I'm not chastising people who don't stay. And it sometimes gives me the brainworms that, you hate me, ooh! But, you know, it's like, people got other shit to do. They can't just be here for fucking 24 hours. The last note, without a direct promise to intervene, you'd be relying on future presidents to infer the same way as Trump does. If there's another weak president, such as Biden apparently was, scrolling, help! There's the risk of them not wanting to do anything, and it's just using the inference as a way of getting out of it. Oh no, I literally said that. Like, not word for word, but I basically said exactly what you just did. But again, if you want peace, if you want people to stop killing each other right now, you can't keep focusing on every single what if. You just try to do something that you can right now. We can't guarantee who even will be the president after Trump, much less what they'll think and how they'll deal with Russia. Like, there's no guarantees there. Nobody can do that. Not appropriate for media tour. You need to have a fist fight with your parasocial self. What the fuck? Sparky, thank you for the 5R. For the next game, I should play some Civ so chat can grasp the basics of geopolitics and strategy. Surely if you can understand it, we should too. Maybe if I do some, like, super long, like, I don't want to call it a donathon, because I'm not going to do another one of those while I still have promises to keep from my last one, but if I do, like, a super long stream, I'll pull up Civ at some point, because, like, I don't play Civ correctly. You know? In that case, you're very stupid in apologizing for not understanding what you meant. No. It's completely fine. Like, this is a very confusing and convoluted topic, and, like, I don't think someone's stupid for not understanding, like, either what I say or what, like, you heard from the president. I think it's much better to, like, talk this kind of shit out, especially when you're someone like me who doesn't have all the information, right? The issue with just getting peace at any cost is giving Russia the chance to rebuild and rearm and attack again. It's much easier to do when you're not actively fighting. I mean, yeah, absolutely. And we wouldn't want that to happen in the future. But that's why I brought up, like, 2035, because it's like, we don't know what's going to happen in 2035. If Russia attacks again, then are people going to bring up, you know, the Trump peace deal and try to blame it on him and be like, oh, well, he didn't make these guarantees. But it's like, how could we have? You know? How could we have? You're always confused and stupid just for you. How do you play Civ then? I try to get the, like, first tree in honor, so I get extra culture from defeating barbarians. And then I take the, I think it's tradition that allows you to build the pyramids. I take the entire tradition tree. And then sometimes I take the entire liberty tree. And, like, if I decide to take the liberty tree, I'll only take the honor thing and I won't go tradition. And then I take either exploration or commerce, and then I always do, I think it's autocracy, the ones with all the soldiers marching. Like, I literally just do the same thing every single fucking time. Like, I play like a brain damaged autist, and if I change from what I usually do every single time, I just quit the game. Like, something in my brain just flicks like a switch, and I'm like, I don't want to play this anymore. It's like, if I'm in the middle of building World Wonder that I build every single fucking game, but then some other Civ beats me to building it, I just quit the game. Like, there's no point in playing anymore. She plays Civ just like me! Traditional autocrat, not a bad run. You need to be a brain-damaged autist to play Civ. I mean, maybe. Like, Kirsche's power fantasy to be an autist. Yeah, like, if someone beats me to building, like, the pyramids early on, I'll just fucking kill them, because, like, how dare you? But if I'm, like, past the beginning of the game and someone else finishes a wonder before me, I'm like, fuck you, buddy. Fuck you, I quit the game. I win by quitting. Autocracy to build city-states. I play on the largest map size with only 6 other civs and 5 city-states. Because I want to paint the entire map in my color, and I fucking hate city-states. They're always in the most inconvenient fucking locations, and they're bitches. I hate them so much. Hoard all the wonders. Only my slaves get to be proud to build my pyramids. True and real. True and real. I also am one of those fucking freaks that loves the Archipelago map. The only maps I play on are Continents Plus and Archipelago. Those are the only 2. Ew, no water. Sometimes I just want to build a fleet of fucking frigates, and then I send my frigates all over the world and bomb their fucking cities. I'm like, that's my clay, fuck you. City states do not deserve to live. Bahamut, thank you for the 5. Kirsche doing the fiddler on the roof path tradition. It's your playstyle. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's a very autistic way of playing, so I just don't think it's interesting to watch. Destroy your entire civilization out of pure rage. I also found out, like, many years ago when I was playing that when other civs ask for, oh fuck, what's it called? It's like when it reveals their capital city to you and then your capital city gets revealed to them. I forget what it's fucking called. But like they always ask you to do that and they're like, "Oh, I'll trade showing my capital if you show your capital. Like I'll show you mine if you show me yours thing." And I'm like, "No. Yeah, embassy, the embassy thing." And I'm just like, "No. I'll let you see my capital for 1 gold per turn for 30 turns. And then I just do that with every single civ and I make giga fucking bucks in the beginning. And then I'm just richer than fucking everyone while they have like -6 gold per turn. I was like, it's crazy, man. Woman, buy me dinner for, it's like, I can't show you my capital. Give me your fucking money. And then I stick a spy in my capital and he kills all of their spies and I fucking hip thrust into him. The art of the deal! Watch a spiffling Brit Civ vid and I'll really break the game. Oh my god. I'll let you see my capital when I take your ass off the map! Archipelago best map. I'm glad someone likes Archipelago besides me. I don't think it's a very popular map. As it turns out, Kirsch's main stats are wrath, greed, and envy. Yeah, no, just a little tinkle of autism there. Women economics. Yeah, usually my go-to civs to play as are Catherine, because I like the extra iron, the iron, because sometimes I get like a nice starting point, but then I have like 0 fucking iron around me. So I like being Catherine. She's fucking cool. I also like playing as Nobunaga because of his like barbarian buff. Barbarian. Sorry, brain cancer. And if I'm not playing as one of those two, I like to play as motherfucking Ian Smith. He's like my modded civ that I like playing. Aaron earned an Iron Aaron. Catherine was a great civ leader, such a pretty dress. I fucking love her dress, dude. She's so fucking gorgeous. Civ, the game that made Harriet Tubman a general. I'm talking about Civ 5. I play Civ 5. Oh god. Dave the Barbarian. I know, I just fucking triggered so many people's memories in chat. You still prefer EU4 over Civ though? I mean, I've never played EU4. I tried looking for other games that had Rhodesia mods, but I couldn't find any besides Civ 5. Rome is the only one true Civ, all others are pretenders. EU4's too autistic. Look, Catherine does the horses and she does the course. No! No! You gotta let him out of the stable more. He ain't the greatest hero, but he's the only one we got. I know. You're so glad people know Dave the Barbarian. That was such a fucking fun show when I was a child, man. I liked that show. How do I make this big? How do I big? I'm big in video game! Oh, my music is off. Hell yeah. Da baba. Da baba. I don't know why it's cut off like that. Hold on a second. Maybe once I embiggen it the correct way, it'll work. That one. Oh yeah, okay, it's just the menu that's fucking weird. It's just the menu that's weird. Short shorts and baby puke fouls for everyone. Mods work in Civ 5? You guess you're just stupid and don't understand? They do work in Civ 5, but it's really, like, weird. They have, like, a weird separate menu. Did I leave it up all night? I am paranoid about emulators. So, I was trying to... Oh, hold on, I still have my volume jacked up. There we go. I think that's better. I am paranoid about emulators, and I'm, like, stuck in a story railroad, so I couldn't manually save the game. Like, I couldn't hard save it. I could only do the emulator save, and so I do not trust just the emulator save to, like, actually not break, right? I would rather have the emulator save on top of the hard save. And I couldn't do that, so I just left the game up all night. I just left the game up all night. That's why I said I wanted to play it today, like, regardless of how long stream went. There we go. There we go. Now we're true full screen. Alright, it's been fun. You gotta support another streamer. Good luck, dude. Good luck, dude. You only ever had that happen if you used a different emulator? I mean, I was taking a risk that it would just fucking crash anyways. Or my computer would crash, because I've had a lot of those issues recently, too. My throat is also killing me, so I'll try my best to do voices. Did I eat before stream? I had a chicken sandwich that I said I wanted to eat because I didn't want it to get cold and have to reheat it because it fucks with the texture. I took about 3 bites of it and then started yapping, so it's, you know, I have a donut. I can eat the donut. I'm very healthy. Very healthy donut. Eat, damn you. Yeah, my stomach was grumbling earlier. It was hungry. You're wearing the wrong clothes. Oh, chat, listen to those beautiful crickets. Is this a Play 2 game? The emulator works fine then? It shouldn't be a problem? Even if it is a problem, this is like one of my paranoias, right? I just don't trust emulator saves to not break.
Cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Rosario Rivas Art. Thank you. I fucking struggled with your name. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, artist raiders. Beautiful, beautiful art. Well, she's actually eating on stream. It's about time. I hate it. I hate eating on stream. It makes me feel so fucking uncomfortable. Glad you could eat at all after your previous travels. Yeah, I haven't... Ziz, when was the last time I vomited? I can't remember things, so every time I vomit, I type it in my mod chat so they can keep track of my vomiting progress. The door's shut tight. Oh no. Were there any updates about when Best Foxu can escape the mold hell? Oh yeah, my dad was gonna text me. Hold on, I gotta check my texts chat. Looks good from the street. Okay. That was a good response then. Help, I can't type my brain. I spelled goof instead of good. Okay, that was a good response then. Happy face. When, can I schedule you to see it with my real estate lady? Since the open house was yesterday. Question mark. I'm streaming late tonight. Send. Oh god, I have so many fucking emails. Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude, usually when I get off stream at like 8, I try to like answer important mod chat things or important... Oh, I just put my controller to the side for some reason. Or, like important DMs that might have cropped up. So like I usually don't even get to eating after stream until like maybe 9 or 10. Hope I can get out soon. I hope I can too. This house that he's going to look at is a bit frightening, but he likes it from the outside, so that's a good sign. That's a good sign, because I said at the beginning of stream, he just sent me a text, and I didn't know how to interpret it. He was like, drove by the house, holy crap, and then instead of just a regular 3-period ellipses, it was 5. I was like, my dad doesn't use punctuation, what is happening? Lost internet, and then your YouTube player crashed. Did I get my vomit answer questioned? I don't think I got my vomit answer questioned, and I said that backwards twice. Chat, it's after 8 p.m. I'm sorry, my brain doesn't work past 8. Kirsche getting a Moida house. Maybe it'll be a good house. Yeah, if my dad is having a holy crap good reaction to the outside, hopefully the inside is just as good. God, you're just as bad as your sister at eating. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be as bad as your sister, but like, you know, I don't like it. I don't want to make mouth sounds and shit, you know? The statement implies it works before 8. I feel like my brain works kind of before 8, and then it just completely breaks down. What the fuck? YouTube crashed on you? I'm sorry. John in English, thank you for the member. Thank you. Alright, fucking voices. Oh, Ari, the princess is over there. I told her to go home because it's not safe, but she's not listening and wants to look for the flower. I'm watching here in case ghosts come, so why don't you help the princess, Ari? Last vomit was early morning on February 27th, Thursday. Thank you, Ziz. Oh, Ari, are you helping me to look for it? Thank you. I looked around most of here. Please look over there, Ari. Marlene's pretty. I love her dress, dude. I'd cosplay the fuck out of that lady. How many subs for a mukbang stream? Look, even Leo the Unwell couldn't pay me to do a mukbang stream. Oh, that's cute. She chases the ghost away. I forgot to change. Oh shit, you're right. I need to change clothes after the cutscenes. I don't want to miss anything. Oh no, she couldn't find the flower. She's sad. Princess, the dawn is breaking soon. You must go home. I see. I feel pathetic. I cannot even show my appreciation to a mother who's so nice to me. Ooh, shiny! Oh, that is... Thank you, Ari, Rosalind. Thanks to you, I was able to find what I wanted. I do not deserve your kindness, Your Highness. Now, please wash your hands. Huh? Oh, I did not realize it. Now let us rest. I will go and wash myself. Hey, baby, you need help washing? You need someone to sponge your back? Oh, she worked so hard to give that to your mother. I've rethought my opinion of her. Well, Ari, you must be tired too. Why don't you take a rest? Can we get a model? I'm gonna swap. I just wanted to make sure I got through the story parts. Wanya, wanya, wanya! Give her a tongue bath! Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Let me change before I continue. I dropped my controller. It's okay, I caught it. I caught it. Ein moment, let me change! It's like going behind one of those big changing screens. I gotta move a little bit to the side. I'm now in the correct costume for video games! Where's my manipulator? Alright, I'm gonna take a wild guess at who the question marks are. Hopefully I get the right voice here. Ari? Ari! Gobblespot! Finally, you woke up. What time do you think it is? Get ready and come down to the lobby. Everyone is waiting for you. And when I present the flower to your mom, you must be accompanied by me. Understood? Pray for you just fell on your ass because water got under the mat in the laundry room and you were trying to push laundry before the fox who continued the game. No! Don't hurt yourself to watch game! Don't hurt yourself, I'm sorry! And Gail Kuvo, thank you for the subby bubby, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Josh Burt, thank you for the 5. Back home from work. Your house is unburned. Fire in Carolina Forest is being contained. Yay! Crazy Q Fox Lady stream's still going. Hi, yeah. I didn't know there was a Carolina Forest still going. That's crazy. I'm glad you are safe. Hopefully it does not reach your house, dude. Hopefully. Person died here. Homes are great. Got yours for 10K. What the fuck? Unfortunately, the coroner's cleanups are half-assed as fuck. You've been restoring yours for 2 years. Should be ready for move-in by the end of the month. That's a crazy long time. You can get some nice discounts on houses if they had a recent, like, moida or suicide or something in them. Yeah! Help. What? Is that a Hitachi? I hate you. This is a microphone. Looking at the princess reminds me of a doll we had in my house. Oh, excuse my rudeness. Yes, indeed. It was a pretty doll, your mother's favorite. But we lost it when we moved. Your mother cried so much. I can't do the fucking raspy voice because my throat is so fucked right now. I'm trying to be raspy grandma or grandpa right now. That's an interesting thing. A Stan said that the princess has no soul, and this guy's saying the princess looks just like a doll our mom used to have. What did he mean by this? Who was our mother? That's right, honey. Annie. Rosalind. Come back, promise? I'll be waiting. Yes, I will. I won't forget my dear Annie. Rosalind, please stay safe. Take care, Ari. Well then, till next time. Yes, we still have far more to discuss and experiments to perform. I'm looking forward to it. Indeed, good luck. Oh, by the way, son, be well and become stronger. Oh my god, Rosalind back to cradle Robin Icy. That's her favorite activity, I guess. Mother, can I come to learn cooking again? Oh dear. Well, of course, Your Highness. Good. Thank you, Mother. And please, take this. Oh my. These flowers are beautiful. Oh dear, I need some water in a vase for them. Thank you so much, Your Highness. You took really good care of me. It's my pleasure. You're welcome here anytime. Oh, look at you. You're so pretty. Just like a doll. You look just like the doll we had in our basement. It was such a pretty doll. Sometimes I really miss it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, that reminds me! Remember, Ari? Present that to Her Highness later, okay? I'm gonna give her the okay, because I remember it's the music box. I remember it's the music box! I'm not an idiot! We're going with one, chat. Yes, the thing I gave you when you departed for the journey. Don't miss your chance now. Lots of question marks. Everyone in this game is a weirdo. It's like David Lynch dialogue. I love this game! I also loved Deadly Premonition! Isn't that right? She's another evil king calling it now. Go for it, Ari. Good luck. Now let's get started. Father, please. Now... Wishing your journey to be a happy one. 1, 2, 3... Good luck! I'm just one person, so, you know. Did you see it, Zach? Did you see the doll?
Once more, our hero leaves his home after being seen off by his family. He departs on a journey joining a strange group of characters. The evil king, a hero, a scholar, and a princess. In addition, after haphazard negotiations, 30% of him is now a slave to the evil king, and 70% of him is a servant to the princess.
I'm like a timeshare slave!
Who knows what could happen to this unfortunate boy?
This is just like the Russia-Ukraine war. If I like Deadly Premonition, I need to watch Twin Peaks. That's what I've heard. I've heard a lot of people talking about how great Twin Peaks was. They made a lot of references to it while I was playing, but I don't know shit about that show. All of chat should say good luck when the family says good luck. Oh, that's true. That's the second time that's happened too. That would be cute. If you think about it, Ari is basically Zelensky. She has the voice talent of a VC chameleon. I'm pretty bad at them right now. I feel like it's not as much effort as I can usually put in because I don't want to actually damage my throat. I'm drinking fucking water, but it still hurts. Ari, I am thinking about your mother's words. What is that your mother was talking about when we were leaving? I'm gonna just be honest with her. I'm gonna tell her it's a music box. Is this perhaps an ancient device? What a pretty sound it has. As if it brings back my old memories. Are you giving this to me? I feel like the correct answer is to give it to her. Give it to her, baby. I want to see what you think, chat, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to give it to her. I want to know your opinion. I want to know your opinion, chat. Nothing, you're not getting it. What the fuck? Twin Peaks inspired so many things that it's impossible to list fully. Oh, that's crazy. How many seasons is Twin Peaks? Maybe I'll have to do like a watch along in Discord. Lots of one. Alright, I'm glad you guys agrees. One like the good slave we are. Yes, that's a good boy, Ari. Give it to her! Really? Oh, I'm glad, Ari. I love this sound. Yeah, hold on, Ari. Just hold on. I heard it from Annie, but you were given this by your mom to give to someone you love, right? I don't want to think about it, but don't you think there is a class difference? Ari? Chat, should we shoot our shot even though we're fucking poor and she's a princess? Rosalind's stepping on this. Rosalind's just jealous because she wants to fuck the princess. She's trying to hag her way into this. I see everybody agrees with me. We want the ones. We want the fucking ones. Give it to her anyway. I, the princess, should not take a present with such a special meaning so easily. Oh, then I'll take it from you. Hello? It's nothing to do with you, idiot evil king. But Ari is my servant. So, Ari's property is my property. So, as an exception, I can accept this device. What a way to rationalize it. Are we in? Are we in, baby? Nice door. Now, shall we go, servants? Off to subjugate evil kings! Rug pulled. Chapter 4, Strange Days and Strange Company. Sounds like a tax to me. She's taking our music boxes as a tax. That's classist. I wonder if there's anybody I should try talking to. Ooh, ghost. You ghost. Don't touch me. No taxes. What's the princess's description? Is she a party member? I don't think she is. That's a good question though, chat. Let me check. Can you replace Kissling with the princess? I hope so. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know how to fucking... Looks like I still only have these three. Oh. Oh. Oh, mono sound. Okay. Text speed. I'm fine with the normal speed because it takes me a while to say everything out loud. I don't even know how I would change party members, but it looks like I only have these three still. Ooh, new dialogue. So, you're some macho. How do I fucking remember her voice? I'm Californian. I'm a Californian bitch. Like, oh my god, I love Starbucks. So, you're some macho tough guy now? You're getting further and further away from my ideal. I was thinking of reconsidering for a little while. Who's the supermodel over there? Well, speak up. Who is she? 1, 2, or 3, chat. Yeah, Julia's fucking scum, dude. Gotta work on my vocal fry. Like I said, I can't do the voices as well as usual right now because my throat's not doing too well, dude. 3, 2. Seeing a lot of 2s. Seeing a lot of 2. We're gonna put fucking Julia in her place. Like, yeah, bitch, I upgraded. Fuck you. I got a princess now. This is a princess, Julia. Well, you don't have to lie. If you don't like me, just tell me. All along, I thought you had a crush on me? You don't waste any time, huh? I leave you alone for a moment and you just fall for the first girl you... So you're that type after all. I was wrong about you. Whoa, how selfish. This is what humans are really like. The very fabric of human nature is evil. Evil and egotistical. Ari, why are you doing this? Why do you need to play tricks with your shadow? I told you, I don't like that kind of man. Play tricks with your shadow? These villagers here, they conspire to infuriate me. Say, you. Ari is not the kind of person you described. You've known him long enough to know that, right? And it's true that she's the princess. You've got to believe what your friend tells you, right? I don't want to hear any excuses. I give up. I do not comprehend. What is this country girl so upset about? I have not a clue. There, country girl. Cool down your temper. Would you like a cow? You have no right to call me a country girl. Ever! This is like some indirect insult calling her fat. Don't like have a cow, man. Free cow.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Suzuta Wolfu! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're fucking putting Julia in her place like the bitch she is. Country people like cows, right? I am a princess. I have no idea what strange country girls like. If a lady offered to give me a cow, I would propose on the spot. Women fighting over a man they don't want. Yeah, it's the thing. Like, you have a good man, right? Like a shitty woman has a good man. And then other women start liking the man after she discards him, and then she gets jealous of those women because she's like, oh, these other women are taking my slave, you know? The kind of thing. I'm a big fan of cow. Oh no! Oh no! Hold on, I have to alt-tab. YouTube doesn't show me this man's full name, and I love saying it. Oh, Stream Elements, you logged me the fuck out, you bitch. Bitch-ass Stream Elements. What fucking... What is this? Give me my fucking dashboard, you whore. What the fuck? Stream Elements. Country girl minus the O and the RY. Jugen Musugen Jugen Musugen Megosuge Matsu Furai Matsu Bumbo Ko Nano Jokyu Meno Chosuke. Thank you for the 5. Twin Peaks is a 3 seasons on a movie with 48 episodes total. The first 2 seasons are the important part, though. You would love it, I suspect. That seems like it could be easy enough to break up into sections to watch in the Discold at some point. Stream elements, you whore! True. Pakistani National, thank you for the 5 Canadians. You get jury selection tomorrow, help you get out of it? No. No, I hope you get selected for the jury and you have a really fucking crazy trial that's exciting and that you enjoy doing. I wish I could get called for jury duty, man. The last time I got called, it was in Massachusetts, but I had already moved, so I couldn't do it. You got him at the ready to stream. You love Twin Peaks? Hell yeah. I don't want him, but I don't want other women to have him too. What is that young lady mad at? Ori said nothing at all. To make her mad, I believe. Ari has quite a lot going on, it seems. You've got quite a busy social life here, huh? I mean, I guess for a small town guy, yeah? Just tell him you're racist! Butchers fatties! I love that sign. Hey, Ari. What's happened to your adventure? You homesick already? Okay, I guess some of these guys are gonna have the same lines as before. They pay too poorly. What the fuck? I mean, yeah, jury duty doesn't pay fucking jack shit, so I guess you do miss work and you do miss money. I feel like you should probably get reimbursed your, like, regular work pay if you go do jury duty, right? Because that's, I don't know, that just feels normal. Can I go up? Dum, 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 dum. He pretended to be racist to get out of jury duty. I want to do jury duty! I feel like I'm in the minority, no? Get $5 per... That's fucking jack shit! What the f... Why don't we change that? You should get your normal pay! You almost got jury duty in a rape case? You're the last one to get cut? Oh, jeez. Who loves me? Greetings, I am the Gypsy Fortune Teller. There's a reason I can't reveal my real name. But love, Fortune Teller, Master Number 1 is what most people call me. Just one look at the crystal and I'll identify exactly who loves you the most. You tell me! Here we go. Hey, hey, hey. Show me my crystal ball. Oh, it's come to me. You'll match best with the hero Rosalind with her parasol. Fuck you! I wanted the princess! We gotta fucking rub the princess more, Chad. She doesn't love us more than Rosalind yet. I don't wanna get groomed by Rosalind. I want the princess. Vercingetorix, thank you for the 10. Boomers at your work told you about the economic blackout to protest Trump repealing Obama's executive order requiring corporate DEI. You had to tell them the Civil Rights Act of 1964, sorry, was already an act. A little Freudian slip there, a little 1984 DEI. Oh, new dialogue. Hey, Nori, what do we have here? Who is this young lady? How rude! Oh, sorry, this is fucking... How rude. This is Princess Marlene here. Jeez, the villagers here don't even know what the princess looks like? What? Princess? You mean a princess of the royal family? Woo! Please do excuse me. Forgive my rudeness. I apologize. I give you pardon. You seem the type to not know better. I have just learned how to cook from Ari's mother. I am in a very good mood. Besides, I do not like formality. As long as people do not look down on me, it is all right with me. But you, Ari, you are different. Obviously, you are my servant. Wait a minute, we made a deal. I own half of this boy. You only own 1/3 of the rights. Don't you change the figure. Curses. Oh dear. The evil king. And you foolish princess. Not. The princess and you, foolish evil king. Stop this nonsense. Poor Ari. He's at a loss. 1, 2, or 3, chat! Panicked battle droid, thank you for the 2. Is there a harem ending? I don't think so. Stan stocks up 3%. 2. 2 I'm seeing, mostly 2s, a bunch of 3s now. Mostly 2s on YouTube as well. Lots of 2s. Alright, we're gonna go 2. I think it's funny! I feel like I'm completely left out. I guess that's how a loitering villager gets treated. I like how they incorporate their silly names. These bitches fighting over this retard. It's just like real life. It's just like Twitter. In Madrid, I hear that heroes and ghosts are working together. It's the end of the world. Scary, seriously. I'm glad that I was born in Tidal. I want to pull his fucking eyebrow hair, dude. Give me the tinker. Masterclass retard.
Egu! Yeah, he's an Egu man.
Hey, how are ya? I can see you're fine. I'm glad you're in good shape. On the other hand, the boss is depressed. He put his spirit into hammering a sword for you, but he doesn't seem to like the outcome. It's hard to say this, but it seems like he lost his touch. Blacksmith's block, you know? Tragic. But once he's out of his slump, he'll start making great swords again. Sorry you came here for nothing today. I'm so sorry to have you come all the way here to tell you this, but I've lost my touch. I can't make a sword that's good enough to give you. I'm ashamed. Just when a hero is born and from our own village. I'm so disappointed in myself. Same thing. I thought maybe he'd have more dialogue. Maybe... Do I have anything I can show him? Show him my bountiful nut. Ordinary card, ciphertext, cholesterol, 6 suspenders, hair, mascara, a shiny lens. Big spiral at the tip. No? Penlight? No. He should be ashamed. I don't know what people I have to use which items on. So like if there's an item, like if you guys know what I gotta do, fucking please backseat me, baby. Touch my backseat. He brings dishonor, kill him. What with this adventure you're having now, I thought I'd see you with more dignity. But you don't seem any different. Just don't forget to keep your chin up. And learn a lot by seeing a lot of things and hearing a lot of things, okay? A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Keep negative thoughts to yourself, okay? Thanks? Hey there, you're looking good. Wow, it's amazing. Our Ari. He's actually on an adventure. So how is it? How is it to be on an adventure? Do you feel different? Do you feel like you've changed any? 1, 2, or 3, chat. I don't fucking know. Don't go around flashing your nut. I'm gonna flash my bountiful nut always. You dishonor Famaru. Oh my god. What happened to the schizo scientist? He's still here. 1. I'm seeing some 1s, 2s, 1s and 2s, kind of tied. 1, 3. This guy. All right, we'll go with 1. We'll go with a little. Oh yeah? So you feel it. That's what it's like to be young. Feel free to come drop by again. The little miss likes that a lot. Of course, I look forward to seeing you too. Like, fuck you, bakery man. Wait, can I show the cholesterol to the fucking butcher? Hold on, I want to try showing the cholesterol to the butcher. Do you feel it, Miss Kirsche? Gonna feel something when I go to bed with that princess. Seems like nothing fuck. Well, okay. That was an idea I had. He's going through a midlife crisis. We feel different, more enslaved. Who's getting drunk in the middle of the day? Ooh. What's this music here? Oh, it's you, Ari. Oh, you have pretty ladies with you, eh? You have roses in both hands. Mind you, stand back. This is Princess Marlene here. What? Oh, now I remember. Excuse my rudeness, Your Majesty. It is nothing. I do not mind it at all. I hear that the lives of the commoners are plain. But why? It is not that bad at all. And you said roses? Where are the roses? Princess, you are the rose. You are as beautiful as a rose. Oh, no need to flatter me. So I am a rose. Say, Rosalind, she said he had roses in both hands. Good thing you're a rose, too. Please don't. Fuck. It went away so fast I couldn't read it, chat. Proof that humans lie! Shut up, you stomped on weed! That's right, Stan thinks she's fat. Pass my words to the princess that I wish Her Majesty a safe journey. Ari, you take care too. NPC's seen some shit. Yeah, they all look like they're fucking PTSD, like, crazed out of their minds. There's all kinds of things going on in other towns, but Tunnel is different. How can I put it? Tunnel is tranquil and calm. Peaceful, you know? Thank you, Eyebrows Man. Stan is the star of the game, don't care. Eepy. Say, it's a surprise to see you here. Is this one of those short return visits? We don't carry anything that may be of use to a hero like you, but come drop by anytime. How about an exciting story or two of your adventures one of these days, okay? Really? Oh yeah, he doesn't really have anything I need to buy. I don't want to buy his nut. I could never be regarded as equal to the princess. When I was young, I was handsome and bright white teeth. Oh, he doesn't have anything new. He's just talking about how my grandma dumped him again. Stan makes fun of Rose's big ass. Oh, Ari, thanks for coming. Since you came all this way to see me, I'll tell you something useful. The church in this village... Oh, this is the same as before. It's the same thing. Shut up, bitch. He can't stop thinking about your grandma. He wants to give my grandma his bountiful nut. Ari's grandma really had it going on if he's still bent out of shape. That's right, honey. What man doesn't want a woman that can't say anything but that line? I bet you could hear everything. Oh, she just wants me to use my shadow to gossip. Oh. Ari, what's up? Oh. Who's that foxy lady there? Hey, she isn't... Why aren't there any girls who will go after me? God, it isn't fair! Hey, you. This person is not what you think at all. How absurd. How could you say that to the princess? Princess? What? You mean the princess? The princess who came to Rochelle. What? Are you serious? What is it? Is there something on my face? Whoa! The princess talked to me! Yeah! You, Ari, tell me, why is this one so excited? 1, 2, or 3, chat. Why does this guy have artichoke hair? You know, JRPG hair. 2. We got all overwhelmingly. Okay. Because you, the princess, are beautiful. I do not like flattery, but somehow, when you say it, it does not feel so bad. I don't know why, but Ari gets all the luck now. It wasn't like this before. Hey, you. Watch your language in front of the princess. There's only one thing to do. I'll find new romance right now, right this minute! Oh, okay, kid, alright. We're in, boys! She wants our artichoke. We don't have artichoke. I mean, I guess kinda. It's not as artichoke-y as his. We got like a little headband here. We're dressed like an emo, right? We got fingerless gloves and a black vest, oversized belt. Fucking my dad's jeans from the 1970s. Hey, what happened to your adventure? Don't waste your time here. Go! I'll find new romance while you're gone. The word that the church in Tanel Village is the only church in the whole world. I've always been wondering, what kind of gods worshipped in that church? No one knows. Oh, fucking what the fuck? Princess wants Ari choke if you catch my drift. Oh my god.
You wanna know why I'm laughing? It's because... Do you know the story of the big turtle and the pebble? This is a funny one. Do you want to hear it?
Yes, please.
Okay, here it goes. Once upon a time, a big turtle lived in a nest along the river with a baby turtle. The big turtle adored the baby turtle and bragged about the black spot on its shell, saying it looked so lovely. No predators lived within the territory, so it was as peaceful as could be. Inside, the baby turtle fed itself and played. One day, the big turtle noticed that the baby turtle was missing. The big turtle rushed to look for the baby turtle, but it was in vain. The baby turtle couldn't have gone far, though. Oh, where can the baby turtle be? The big turtle began to panic. The baby turtle has to be somewhere. Where is my baby? It wondered. While it was searching inside the territory, it found a small pebble. The moment the big turtle found this pebble, it was delighted, because this was the black spot on the pebble. The big turtle rejoiced over the return of its baby turtle and carried the pebble home, paying no mind to its slightly heavier weight. And you'll see the next part is the funny part, really. Oh no, I can't stop laughing. And then you see, this is no good. I keep laughing. Sorry, I can't go on. The next part, to be continued.
This NPC is literally Pippa with her walking to a bar joke. I was having fucking flashbacks, man. Oh, my weed that he stole. Is that woman possessed? Probably. Oh, Grandpa, talking about a secret society. He's like a little kid. Does the Chinese... I can't do China accent, chat. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Okay, thank God. He doesn't have new lines. My granddaughter's in the upstairs room. He has no new lines. Thank God. Thank God. Someone's got to teach me to do China accent one day, man.
Bing ching!
Door's locked. Cannot be opened. Still coughing behind the door. Nothing new here. Need more discipline. You had to lower your volume before your family members heard that. Wait, but did the baby turtle get to go home? I guess the baby turtle might have died, and the turtle found a pebble and was like, the pebble is my baby now. It's just like those women that buy the real babies, and they look disturbingly real.
Hey.
Just pretend you're Jackie Chan.
Coconut!
So how's your adventure? Is it exciting? Probably the most thrilling thing in your life, huh? That's so cool. I'm jealous. And on top of that, you have the pretty ladies with you? Yeah, life is truly about adventure. Seeing you, I realized that. It's no good just dreaming about it. Let the adventure begin right this moment. Yeah! But it's easier said than done, so I'm here, goofing off again. There's a chest. Thank you for the 23-month resub, dude. Thank you. Love this retarded fox woman. I get a bit down sometimes. Seeing you cute and happy touches you in a very deep and only slightly inappropriate way. I get very goofy when I play stuff that I really fucking enjoy, man. You missed some? When did she get more than Stan? Wait, what? I get more work done when the manager's not around. Busy, busy, busy. Oh, there you are. Hi, Ari. I checked for your name, but it was nowhere. Oh, yeah, there's no mystery. I'm not on the classification list. That's so weird. I got no classification. You respect me too much. What does that even mean? What did he mean by this? Boing, boing, boing. Story wasn't funny at all. Now I'm sad. I know, that wasn't funny at all. It was a sad story. The turtle lost their baby, and they didn't even find it. Boing, 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 boing. Can I fuck the town by turning off the water again? Why is FaZe catching so many strays? They're not catching strays. I love Piba. I just thought it was cute how she fucking couldn't get through telling her man walked into a bar joke without dying of laughter. Keep talking to get more turtle story. Oh, can I talk to her now, or is it gonna have to be like a time thing? Baby turtle ended up in a soup. Now, let's see. Let's see if I can talk to her again if there's more. Or if she just repeats the same fucking thing. La 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 la. Nope, it's just the beginning. No, thank you. No, you don't want to hear it. It's a very funny story. Okay, then maybe next time. Yeah, fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, I didn't go in this house. Hold on. I was gonna say, I thought I missed a building. Come on, yeah. Fat kid. Hey, Ari. How's the adventure going? You look like you've gotten a lot tougher. Are you going home? Or have you already dropped by? Anyway. Say hello to Addie for me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think she cares about you. Munya. Is he a mailman? Dead kid, get it? Yeah, dead kid. That's funny, right? Ha ha ha. I should probably take another bite of my donut. I only took one when I said I had it. Yum. You thought I had chicken sandwich? I did, but it's like, it's cold now. Oh, hold on. Cyphertext 2. One knock side. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I know how to read this. Oh, fuck. I'm retarded. I can't read it all, actually. Okay, so we got 5 onha, 1 knocks, 4 side off, 3 in the 6. I think that's 2 L's. Because they're all low. Yeah, it's LLOFTTH. Then 2 Reet E Meso 7 E machines. Okay. 5143627. What? I need a I pasted this in a notepad. Let's see here. Remember E-machine desktops. Let's see. Then gateway. Onha... It has like knock, side, loft. I don't know how to rearrange these though, man. 514367. How? The numbers! The numbers, chat! What do they mean? Kyle Ralph, thank you for 5. Thanks for always cheering you up with your streams. Spent most of the day in the ER. I think you had appendicitis, but the doctors found nothing wrong. Oh, that's a fucking relief, dude. I'm sorry you're having like giga tummy problems though. Hopefully that blows over soon. Knock 3 times on the side of the town hall of the machines. Wait, hold on. How the fuck did you get that though? Don't just give me the answer. I wanna get walked through the steps. Rearrange the groups in numerical order. Rearrange the groups. Okay. So for rearranging in numerical order, so 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be LLOFTH, and then 1. Onha. And then 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, NTH. And then 3, side oft. And then 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, re-time so. 2, Knox. And then 7, E-machines. 1 is Knocketh, so that goes... Oh! Oh, I thought you guys meant I had to follow the numbers, like, in the order that they're presented. Oh, okay. So no, I do normal numbers? Okay. Okay. You've seen me as a guest on Side Scrollers and a few other streams, and everybody was such a talented voice actor. I'm really bad tonight. I appreciate the compliments. You guys are so sweet. My throat is in really bad shape tonight, so I'm like way worse than I usually am. Thank you, though. Okay, what? Oh, I was thinking that I had to read the numbers like the way that they're written, so I was thinking it was 514367. Right, but you guys had to just do it in normal numerical order. Like, oh, okay, okay, okay. So, wait. Okay, no, I get it. I think. Okay, so 1, Knox is 1. Knox is 1, and then 2 is re-time so. And then 3 is end the, and then 4 is side oft, and then 5 onha, and then 6 loft, and then 7 e-machines. Knock 3 times on the side of town hall of the machines. Woo! I know what I have to do. I know what must be done, chat. We must knock on a door on the side of the Madrid Town Hall. I forgot the name of the town for a second there, and I didn't want to get ghosted. I'm about to get ghosted. Brain activate. Thank you, chat. I'm glad that I love your retarded. Thank you, Bailey. She's a genius. I wouldn't have got there without you, chat. We're playing this game together. I'm sitting in your lap on the couch. Please help me. I'm retarded. The ghosted is this Tinder? No, it's when the ghosts touch me and try to onion me. You still don't understand how she got stuck. She saw it out of order and her solution was to read it in the same order. I explained it, but now I don't remember how to explain it, okay? I'm sorry. I want to see if talking to any of these people while I have the princess with me will give me different dialogue as well. Since everybody seems to be getting different dialogue, and I have a bunch of items and I don't know what the fucking items are for. Okay, looks like the person who was here is missing. Don't touch me. Oh, don't ambush me on the bridge, please. That would be really unfair. You bitch! Oh, the moo cow! I did a moo cow! I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill the moo cow. Yeah. Fuck you, cow. Didn't the previous boss mention the back of the Madrid sewer as well? He did. He mentioned that he kept having, like, dreams about the back of the Madril sewer. We can't go farther in the sewer yet, so I'm sure that'll unlock at some point. You spoke it into reality. I do that often. I hate it. Oh no. What do you want from me? If you don't need me, please don't talk to me. Bye. This is your depressed strawberry girlfriend? You can save her from a life of self-harm. Hello? You were not here before. Ah! Sorry. Staccato DDS, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you for your gift members. Thank you, thank you. Where's my Stan cheat sheet? Where's my Stan here? Positive reinforcement. What do you think about me? Dainty, totally, or almighty? Dainty. Dainty, cute, dark majesty. What the fuck kind of... What? I would have gone with well endowed if I didn't have this cheat sheet, man. Cute, dark majesty. So you think me a dainty, cute, dark majesty, eh? Well put, my minion. Don't want you to get beat up, so I'll soften them up for you. Take this! Stan is a brat! Imagine wanting to be called cute over well endowed. How is he well endowed? He's all flat. I don't know, maybe he got that fucking shadow dick, man. You don't know. You don't know. He's feeling cute today. Felt kind of cute today. Might destroy some evil kings later. Is Stan a femboy? I mean, maybe. Isn't it weird that quite a few games have at least one level in the sewers? No, I think that makes sense. I am a traveler. I'm traveling around. Well, of course. A traveler travels, right? But even if I'm not traveling around, I'm still a traveler. Because my heart is always flying as high as the sky. High up over the clouds, beyond the horizon. Of course, I've seen you from the sky. Just kidding. You guys are naive. I don't like sovereign citizens, chat. It's a dungeon. You don't have to justify in an urban setting. True and real. Go no further west. Scary ghost hangout. It's okay. Can I kick their asses? They ghost get so fast, man. I can't click on it! No! And the ghost molested me. Chimkin, Chimkin! I'm gonna kill the Chimkin, Chimkin. What determines a right versus wrong answer? Is it quizzing stuff said earlier? The right answer is whatever they programmed to be the right answer. That's why there's a cheat sheet. The ghost is detaining you. You cannot detain me! Oh, hey, there's a new guy. Friendly but shadowy person. The ultra-scary big tree hole is ahead. It must be full of scary ghosts. Don't loaf around here. You'd better go home. Now. Go quick! You never know what might happen. You never know. I don't like that! Why did 2 ghosts spawn behind him? Just like talking to women, except there's a cheat sheet you can reference. True. Ah! Can I talk to the allies in the overworld? I don't think so. No, I can't. Ah! No, 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 no! Yeah, fuck you, ghosts. Feel like you've heard that one before? Really want this to come to PC? It's on PS5, but you have to get PC or PlayStation Plus Premium for it. I'm playing on PC. I'm using a emulator because I have a physical copy of the game from when I was a child. That's a cool door. It is. Hey, circus boy. I heard you saved the day. That's great. I'm really impressed. On the other hand, look at the other heroes. You heard of the Heroes Club, right? Rumor has it they got a cozy relationship with Mr. Big Incorporated. Do you know what I mean about a cozy relationship? It means they're doing bad things by sticking together. The problem is that this Mr. Big Inc. is run by ghosts. You see the problem too, don't you? Doesn't it reek of evil deeds? I smelled the rat right away. They're symbiotic, like an arsonist and a firefighter. They seem to be using each other to exchange information on artifacts, precious stones, etc. Do you know what this means? It means that ghosts and heroes, who we think are enemies, are working together to extort money from us. I don't like this one bit. No, I don't. The ghosts and the heroes are working together to create a global conglomerate where we think they're fighting each other, but they're really putting chemicals in the water to turn the frogs gay! God, I love this guy. The Ghost Deep State. What? They're into evil deeds on their own? And I didn't even know about it! I'm jealous! Oh, that's right. I forgot about this guy. So this guy's not like a cheap trick or anything? Why, you boy. You're in it together with a ghost too! 1, 2, or 3, chat. How do we respond to fucking Madrill City Alex Jones? He's noticing too hard. 2. I'm seeing some 3s. I'm sorry. Why would you apologize? 2. Overwhelmingly 2. Okay. He's not a ghost, sir. Don't you mix me up with those lowly beings such as those ghosts. Why, this ghost got an attitude. What's going on, boy? I was just beginning to respect you, too. Tell me what the heck's happening. Stop. Like the boy says, this guy's not a ghost. This guy is... well... how should I explain this? Never mind, I don't want to hear any excuses. I'm disappointed in you, boy. Well, so long, man. What a letdown. I guess I can't even trust my own instincts anymore. I don't want to talk. And I don't want to hear anything. Go away. What a bitch. I don't know, a fucking bitch boy. Stand best, girl.
Mwanya.
Why does Kirsche look like a HoloLive idol?
Because I'm cosplaying as Linda. Linda is best girl.
Hey, what's with this rumor? Seriously? A cozy relationship? Come out, whoever's in charge. I'll slap your forehead 15 times. Come apologize in front of us. Hey, you better come up with a good excuse, or else I'll slap both of your wrists 23 times each.
You've been exposed, you. Don't think you can get away with it.
Why, you? I'm gonna kick your butt. Oh, one incident after another. I'm so nervous. You can almost hear my heartbeat. There's trouble in the Heroes Club in the back. Boy, are we in a mess. I have a feeling I'm gonna have a nightmare tonight. This is trouble. Big trouble. It had to happen while I was dozing. I mean, not paying attention. This is outrageous. Why do these troubling incidents keep happening to me? I thought all my troubles were over last year. I hear there's already an uproar in front of the club. If that's true, there's no stopping it from becoming major news. Bad rumors will spread about this town. That's something I want to avoid at all costs, no matter what the consequence. Especially in light of my election. Oops! There are lines from the desk on my face. No, I mean, this is because I was deep in my thoughts. Yes, that's certainly it. So please, everyone, please keep this a secret. Oh, yes, let me give you this, my name card. Come see me if you need me for anything. Let's deal with this in a positive manner. We'll keep it confidential, okay? Okay. The It's okay card. What a fucking... Political corruption. This is the second time a government official in this game has been more concerned with the election and their optics than the actual problem going on. What did the game mean by this? Hey. Okay, he doesn't have any new voice lines. I just wanted to see. Too real. I still feel the presence of the evil king in this town. My instincts have always been right. I wonder if the cozy relationship scandal was caused by this evil king. Nah, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. If it's true that the club and ghosts had joined hands to rake in profit, I'd be aiming my sword at my own people. But this presence I continue to feel, I wonder where it could be. Something the townsfolk seem to look at us, somehow the townsfolk seem to look at us heroes differently. It's an odious feeling. Perhaps it's better that I leave this town for a while. Yikes! Here they come in a horde! I'm never lifting a finger to aid justice, but always the first to demand it. Want to know the truth of the rumor? Why, I'd like to find out myself. Help! What do we do? Leader! Leader! Fucking useless middle management. Odious, now that's a word. Yeah, I had a fucking crazy vocabulary as a child, eh? With all my male violence. Where do I knock? Where do I knock on this building? Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Holy moly, Foxu's still on air. Yeah, we went over a bunch of stuff, but I really wanted to play more of this. I was fucking in it, baby. My turn to say I don't remember. Knock on a machine? Yeah, I was just clicking on stuff, seeing where the Kanaka-nakas go. There's a little back alley over here, too. I can't get on the pipe from here. Oh, whoop, whoop! Oh, there's a glory hole! Knock. Knock 3 times. A letter was handed out from inside the mysterious hole. Chat! We did the glory hole correctly! The next cipher text is... What? What? I don't understand. Looks like a Vingire cipher. What's a Vingire cipher? What does that mean? It's from the cursed TTS guy. True. It's from him. Augustus wrote it. So like you're saying I can go Google like a cipher translator? Take the letters in between the ones the same positions? Hold on. Oh, I gotta get out my notepad. Okay, alright. We gotta BTQ KXBKHEE and then DVSMZDMJGG. Vinegar? They're picking ciphers now? Boinya boinya. The first letter of the first one and then the first letter of the second one? There's no K in note? What? Mazimo Var, thank you for the 2 glory holes. You never know what'll come out. This is how they serve you your court papers. You wanted to go to the glory hole and have a good time, but instead you just get served. This was a kid's game? Yeah, it was a kid's game. I played it as a kid. T minus V, so it's U? What the fuck are you talking about? Each letter is from a different Caesar cipher. So if I was a normal human, I would go to Google and be like, Caesar cipher. Caesar cipher encode and decode online. In cryptography, a Caesar cipher, also known as a Caesar cipher, the shift cipher, Caesar's code or Caesar shift, is one of the simplest and most widely known encryption techniques. It is a type of substitution cipher in which each letter in the plain text is replaced by a letter some fixed number of positions down the alphabet. For example, with a left shift of 3, D would be replaced by A, E would become B. Shift of 3, A, B, C, D, so D is the fourth letter, and then 4 minus 3 would be 1, so that would be A. Okay, that makes sense. E would become B, and so on. The method is named after Julius Caesar, who used it in his private correspondence. Okay. The transformation can be represented by aligning two alphabets. The cipher alphabet is the plain alphabet rotated left or right by some number of positions. For instance, here's a Caesar cipher using a left rotation of 3 places, equivalent to a right shift of 23. The shift parameter is used as the key. When encrypting, a person looks up each letter of the message in the plain line and writes down the corresponding letters in the cipher line. Oh, Chad, I can't do math. And how do I know? How do I know what the shift is? Like, because this doesn't, would it be 3? Because it's ciphertext 3 and that's like the only number? Basically, you need a key. ABC becomes BCD, or maybe ABC becomes FGH, or maybe ABC becomes WXY. Look at the two ciphers, streamer. How are they different? How are they different? B to D is 2, right? A, B, C, D. So that's 2, maybe? But A, B, C, D... Hold on. I gotta write out the alphabet now. A, B, C, D... A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H... help. I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Oh, I'm so smart. Okay. So T and V... T is also 2 away from V, and S is 2 away from Q. Okay, so this is a 2 cipher. This is a 2 cipher. So what is the middle of the 2 strings? Oh, they want me to do the middle? I guess if it's the middle, it would be between B and D is C. Between V and T is U. Between S and Q is R. Between K and M is L. That's making a word! Oh, maybe this is working. Between Z and X is Y. Curly! Between B and D is C. Between K and M is L. Between H and J is I. Between E and G is F. Curly Cliff. Curly! Hold on, I know where that is! Chat, I know where that is! It makes the Curly Cliff! The brain cells powering up. Well, I mean, I couldn't have done it without you, chat. Couldn't have done it without you, chat. You can teach the old fox new tricks. I did it! You don't know if that's a Caesar cipher? I don't know if that's a Caesar cipher either, but I mean, fucking meh. Hell, thank you for the 6-month member. Now Kirsche knows her ABCs. A smart alphabet. Lazy Gamer, thank you for the 10. What is the letter between B and D, and then T and B, and then so forth? Bro. Bro. Definitely making it harder than it actually was. I don't know, learning about the Caesar cipher was neat. Technically, it kind of is. You just went up a letter each time. Hindsight, it technically does shift the letters by 1, so I guess it does qualify. That was pretty cool. Oh, it's you guys. I don't think you should hang out here. There's a strange rumor going around. They say that Mr. Big Ink and heroes like you guys are in a cozy relationship. I don't really understand what a cozy relationship is, but it's bad, right? Everyone says heroes and ghosts have some deals going on under the table to make us suffer. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what everyone in town says. But you guys are members of the Spotted Cat team. Don't you dare make trouble for the folks in town, okay? Mr. Big Ink, he said. They're up to some fun without telling me, eh? How dare they? That guy's a ghost too, right? Then that's even worse. People in town will be suspicious. You'd better hide that guy in front of people. Well, so long. I tell you, you better not do anything bad. I had like a fucking discount Italian accent for that guy last time, and I just couldn't remember. I just couldn't remember how to do it, man. Dale is a ghost truther.
I like Maggie, but I like Linda too. And now I kind of like Rosalind too.
Why, thank you, Toby.
Oh, now my face is like burning. This is like getting weirder, but like sort of happy weird.
What is going on? Why is everyone lined up side by side? What did the child do? Your Highness. This is Toby from the Spotted Cat team. He's been helping us out. Toby, is it? I appreciate your help. I am Marlene. Go on, Toby. Introduce yourself. You can do that, can't you?
Too weird. This is like too weird. This is like too much for Toby.
Oh. I don't know how to make pissing noises, chat. I don't know how to pee my pants. Toby just pissed himself. What is the matter? What is wrong with this boy? Oh, Your Highness, I believe he's just overwhelmed by your beauty. I am sorry, Toby, but I was born beautiful. I can do nothing to change it. This is most unfortunate. The nerve of her.
Weird.
Oh, that's like pooping. I can't. He's peeing again, chat. I can't make peeing noises. Just slide air between your tongue and the roof of your mouth. I guess kinda. Toby is the shock troop commander for the Spotted Cat team. He's very brave. Isn't that right, Toby?
I am embarrassed.
Why is she so nice to this fucking freak? It's a whisper woman. His sweater used to be white. Jesus Christ. Damn, what's that smell? He pissed himself twice and she's calling him brave. Yeah, she's a cradle robber, that's why. Be nice to Toby. Fuck Toby! I hate that guy. Bro wasn't making fried chicken. He's very brave. Piss himself violently. Cradle robbing. Rosalind is 22 years old. For those who don't remember. Kirsche is literally Rosalind. Ah, yes, look at this pathetic little boy smile. What? That's not me at all! What do you mean? The older One-san vibes. No, I'm embarrassed my dad's like this. But actually, he's a pretty good guy. It's just that yesterday, Robert came to visit and... Well, what can I say? I really appreciate my dad. He raised me all on his own as a single father. Oh, I guess I shouldn't complain to you about it. I know there's a funny rumor going around town, but I don't believe any of it. I trust you, the heroes. I'm currently having my team members look into every possible place, but we just can't figure it out. I can't be of any help to you, but please remember that here's a person who trusts you 100%. Well, yeah, but why does an innocent cat have to be involved? Aye! That stupid fool! How dare he say I want to date your daughter? I dare him to ask me again. That idiot! I'll unlock his knees from behind and make him fall on his butt. Aye! What? What's this? No more food? Hey, Maggie, go on and buy me some cheese fries! Anyway, that guy named Rob or whatever, I can't stand him, that idiot. If I see him again, I'll beat the living daylights out of him. Fucking cheese fries. Earlier you're serious and now come back to RPG and chill? Yeah, you kinda need some detox from like fucking a lot of serious shit. Oh. There's a lot of people in here.
Oh, wow! Linda's the best. Linda's popularity is rising. Oh, Linda! Oh, Linda! Oh, Linda! All right, hooray! Now I'm one step closer to my dream. One day, I'll wave a fan for her on stage. I'll wave it really hard. I'll scream. I'll wave till my arm drops. I'll scream my head off. Oh, Linda! Oh, Linda! Oh, Linda! Oh, woo!
So the Linda he's talking about is, that girl upstairs. What an oddball getting into her like that. Yeah, average VTuber fan, honestly. He's about to buy the idol glow sticks and go wave them around, you know? Sometimes, people become obsessive fans, only during someone's up-and-coming period. I see. Maybe there's something I could learn from this to attract attention from humans. You're not so cute, so I don't know if that'll work for you. What about you, Ari? Do you have a teen idol you like?
I like Linda!
Oh, already? Now that she's popular? Well, that's okay. It happens to everyone. This is like a rite of passage, especially for boys. Why does she look so happy when she says that? Yeah, fucking, oh, Linda! Me? They call me Mr. Know-It-All. I've never been as furious as I am today. Did you hear about the club's cozy relationship scandal? Yeah, I heard about it. What? You've already heard? But I bet you don't know the whole story. It's like this. Until now, the ghost had a scheme, stealing numerous treasures from the general public and important cultural artifacts from the town. And it was the heroes who took these treasures back as they punished the ghosts. The club oversaw the heroes' activity. It distributed rewards among the heroes so that they could have a steady income. But that all turned out to be a mere front. The heroes had always dealt with the ghosts under the table, playing a fixed race. Oh, this is outrageous! Everything was a trick to fool us, the general public. It really hurts to see people who should be virtuous take a fall. Ah, it hurts! Oh, it hurts! How it hurts! I didn't think that having information could be this painful. Stan, don't come out now. Did you say something? I expect you to explain yourself if you call yourself a hero too. I can't explain myself without evidence, but I will find out the truth. I will, no matter what happens. I can't just sit here while the good name of heroes is being disgraced and tarnished. If proof of the hero's guilt or innocence is found, I will take it upon myself to spread the word all over town. Wait a second. Hey, Stan can come out whenever he's comfortable with it. Well, Panic the Battle Droid, thank you for the 2. Rosalind adds Linda to the elimination list. My cousin here don't care nothing about the rumors in town. Do you see that strange-looking door to the right of this inn? That's the automatic vertical transporter. Oh, we already know this. We already know this. He's like the train autist, but for elevators. Rosalind's tsundere. Rosalind's being suspiciously nice to Ari as of late. Yeah, it's because we're liking every other woman besides her. And I guess that increases her affection to us. She just like Julia, but kind of less of a bitch. Ah, you guys. Heroes. Beats me. Shoo shoo. Okay, fucking freak-ass doctor. The fuck? You guys are heroes. You must be tough with all the rumors. I hear the rumor got started by Mr. Big Ink itself. Who would have guessed? But this is top secret information. I don't believe the rumors. I only believe what I can see with my eyes. So that's sort of why I say that there are UFOs and aliens. I believe because I saw. It's very substantiated. Not at all sus, yeah, greasy man. Okay, he doesn't have any more text, the same thing. What the fuck? We even have the aliens man making a cameo. I've been tricked by Mr. Big Ink. I'm going away on a trip. Please don't look for me. I like how this locked door has a different message every time I come back to it. 10 out of 10 greasy man impersonation. I channeled my inner haven't showered for a month. Says that she can't roll her R. Does it unprompted. I have to think of panty and stocking and the devils and be like, but that's against the rules. A cozy relationship between the Heroes Club and the ghosts. That's truly unacceptable. Why do humans want more money than they're worth? All they do is end up being crushed by the weight of money. What a pity. As a public servant myself, I'm truly ashamed. We must lose no time in finding out the truth. Help! I'm pursuing the responsible party. Until that happens, I'll quit drinking soda. Nope, I won't even have a drop of the stuff. Oh, that's funny. I was too young to understand it at the time, but this is like the fucking virtue signaling people who are like, oh, I'm just an average person. What can I do? Coney 2012, baby! I'm gonna change my Facebook profile picture to the Ukraine colors. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's funny. Ah yes, the old Powerpuff hymn voice. He's literally an NPC. Truly ahead of its time.
People call me the Wandering Peddler. These products are my pride and joy. I've collected them from all over the world.
Thank you, nose man. Ooh! Oh, this shit's expensive! Shit! Okay, I'm gonna get me an Omni Slice sword. Because I have a lot of suckle. I got like 23,000 sucks. Hardy Rapier. Why are you so expensive? And it's less for attack plus than that. What the fuck? I guess I'm gonna buy the Hardy Rapier. Ghost Pictorial. Yeah, sure, I don't really care about the old man, but I'll buy one. Fancy outfit is what I'm wearing. Durable outfit. Yeah, sure. We'll buy the defense. Chief's armor. Alright. Oh, not 11! Just buy one of them, please! Holy shit. Starchy coat. Yeah, sure, I'll buy one. I have 0 of these. Firmly screws your head back on. Cures confusion. I mean, you know. I don't know if I should buy any of those. Attack again with zeal. Cures saint. As if youth returned. Cures rust. Has richness of earth in fall. Releases seal. Envelops with spring flower scent. Cures lock. And guidance jewels. I already have one of those. Okay. I wonder if I can sell back the, like, weapons and shit that I'm not wearing to make some of my suckle back. Leftover ordinary nameless Omni Slice brings me to 65. Equipment, putting on the durable outfit. Guard. I'm gonna keep my luck here. Because I don't really have anything else to put on. This lady equipped a chief's armor, 23 to 25, weapon. No, weapon. 60 to 60. Oh, it increases luck, too. That's weird. It doesn't say that it increases her luck. Weird but cool. I like that. Weapon, Ghost Pictorial goes from 33 to 38 and also increases agility. Why doesn't it say that? Why doesn't it list the secondary stat? 22 to 25 defense. Interesting. Let's see if I can sell Liberation Stone, the gem awarded after a divorce. Status effects aren't really a thing until mid to end game, and even then it's rare. It's been a long time since I have played. Bonus! Does the old thing lower it? Yeah. So I guess I can just sell the old equipment? Probably. Who stole Chief's armor? He needs that. RPGs like hiding stats and stuff for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. Character limited interface. Oh, yeah, just that excuse. Support current and past thing. Okay, I'm gonna sell the leftover sword. Fucking give me suckle. Ordinary sword, 20 suckle. Nameless sword, times 1 suckle. Ordinary rapier, suckle. Ghost basics, suckle. Clean outfit, suckle. Fancy outfit. I'm assuming I don't need any of this old equipment for anything. Okay. Guess your sword got outclassed. Her bonus you sounded like the sound from 100% orange juice. Yak percento orange juice! I liked playing that game. That was a lot of fun. What do you got, old man? You got nothing important? Cannot get over the name Suckle! It looks like they finally cleaned up the junk that was blocking the street. The waste management crew here works so slow. But what they really should have done was to get Maggie and the gang to clean us up. Everyone knows who did it. Fuck you. The man next door is a wandering peddler. He has some good stuff. Go take a look. I don't know why I made that boy like 50 years old. It's a hentai game? No, it's not a hentai game. It's a dice game. It's a dice game. Said that Shuckle is used as currency. Oh, that's why they're telling turtle jokes, eh? Door shut tight. Ooh. Are you guys heroes? You're going to have to put yourself into it, aren't you? With force. Well, of course you are. That's great. So, please, step inside. Thank you, man in black. A dice hentai game, clearly. Oh. That's a cool soundtrack. Man, our middle managers think they can call us whenever they please. And so conscious of people's titles and other companies, too. I know. Like high-level public servants and professors. But when they become high managers, they no longer kowtow to those people. By the way, did you know? Our claims manager apparently has a crush on the hostess at some bar. Yeah, I heard. Heard it's a human gal, too. The hostess supposedly lives on the 2nd level of this town. Oh, I see. Then the bar is on the 2nd level, too. Must be an expensive bar. I guess that means no middle managers can go. So wait, are these ghosts wearing human skin? Are these like the equivalent of the lizard people we have in real life? Munya? Why not get rid of this nuisance by force, like we do ghosts? I do not understand why we cannot. First they let us in with no questions asked, and then they block our way, typical of a corporation. And yet, I think the people blocking us are just doing their daily jobs. And while the man in the back at the door is under different orders. So then, who gave the orders to the man in the black to let us in? I gotta find this out. I really gotta find out. What? You let us in easily at the entrance, but now you're making us wait here? How annoying. Are you here on a particular business? I can't let you in here without a proper referral. A referral by an acclaimed politician, a famous scientist, someone like that. No, isn't that you, Professor Kissling? Yeah, you got that right. A Golden Kissling, 45, a wandering genius of a scientist and a vessel of this century's most intelligent brain. How do you do? No, I beg your pardon, but I'm sorry. I cannot let you in even if you are Professor Kissling himself. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but please, leave us. Some famous person you are, oh mighty great Professor Kissling. Hold on, I got this, chat. Hold on, I got this, chat. No, this name card is, I see, a section chief at the Tunnel Village Hall. And who's this person on the name card? A name card belonging to someone in this town is one thing, but a name card from some neighboring village hall, please. Please leave us for now. Thank you. A name card from someone in this town, eh? We have that, don't we? The is okay! Please forgive us. You've been referred by the town manager. Someone from the 2nd floor will be right with you. Please, come up this way, through the stairs.
I did it, chat!
We have the damn princess! Yeah, nobody gives a shit about the princess here, I guess, you know? Why can't the princess use her authority? I don't know, man. JRPG logic? But you have the princess!
Ooh! Ooh, I can explore the building!
Why do they have, like, fucking weapons of mass destruction between the lockers? Oh, hello. Man, our middle managers think they can call us whenever they please. Wait, this is the same thing as downstairs. This is the same fucking dialogue as the people downstairs. Crush on the hostess, a human gal, they live on the fucking 2nd floor, is expected bar, blah, 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 blah. Boring, man! Where did there be more text? They wanted to whisper in other places too? What the fuck? I guess since they're ghosts pretending to be humans, they're trying to like gossip like humans, but they don't really know how to? Yeah, hello. Thank you for coming. And what is your business here? I'd like to go upstairs. The upstairs. I'm sorry, but no, it's not that I don't believe you. Well, I must say, we'd feel safer if you had a referral from one other person, but What do you say? Do you have a referral letter or name card from someone else? If you don't, oh, I'm terribly sorry. But we would like you to leave for today. Well, my ordinary card didn't work, so maybe the gaudy card, because that's from the lady upstairs. Maybe that's what the ghost gossip is trying to tell me. Like the second floor, the fucking gaudy lady. What's this? Mirage, a social club for gentlemen. Is this the name card of a hostess at a bar? Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't know much about the name card you've shown me. It's true, I go there often with my boss, but still, I cannot let you go upstairs. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to leave. Okay, ordinary card? These are the only 2 cards I have. This is, the name card is, section chief, who's the person? Please leave us for now. Okay. Alright, so I need to find another card. Chat, who have we met that we can get a card from? Negotiations broke down. Wait, hold on. Maybe you're right. Maybe if I talk to the princess? Hold on, because I forgot. My team members are standing there. Hold on. How boring to go gently about facing evil. At any rate, the workers here, they smell of things I've grown familiar with, but still, I wonder if difficulty still lies ahead. Unless they attack us, we can't beat them, no matter how much they get in our way. Well, that's fucking... Why can't we attack them first? That's not fair. They're fucking ghosts. Why do we suddenly have some sort of, like, peace pact with these feral animals that ambush our people from the bushes? Wait, hold... Chat, I'm looking at the downstairs, and the text says... Seems like there's nothing up there. What do they mean by this? Rosalind knows the game mechanics. I can try getting a card from Linda. What about his boss? Maybe the greasy guy? He looks like he'd have a card. Up is down, peace is war. Ah! I wanted to talk to the guy.
Yoni Boop Tsukiko, thank you for the 3-month resub, my guy. Thank you.
The building was upside down all along. That's great. Please step inside. Oh, I just had a genius idea. What about the children? Okay, I'm gonna talk to the greasy guy first. Oh, no. Same text. Same text. Look like I might eat rocks? You vibe with that? I'm following you? I don't eat rocks, but I'll eat some fucking rock candy. Don't forget to visit the research center on the 2nd floor now that I have Kissling. Oh yeah, true. Nope, she doesn't say anything new. I thought maybe she would give me a card. Brave SJ, thank you for the 5. You don't have the cards, Kirsche. With Stan, you'd have the cards, but right now you don't have the cards. Don't pretend you have the cards. You don't. Fuck, I really am Zelensky in this game. What the hell? OSHA does not approve of this town's layout. Also true. Of course, the children. I was thinking the children are in a gang that's in the town. Maybe the children gang have like a business card, you know? The official card can be acquired. No! I didn't read.
Oh, Ari, please, come see me again. I'll always be waiting for you. I love you, Linda. I love you, Linda. Hey, how you folks doing? Yuck, 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 yuck. When you get to be my age, you start appreciating clean air more than anything. One day, you'll see. Yuck, 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 yuck. But a dirty room with soil in the air. No, this is not good. It's absolutely unacceptable to have heroes and ghosts dealing under the table, don't you think? Huh? When you consider such things, Rochelle is such a great town. It's just great. The breeze from across the lake. My whole system appreciates it. Good thing I quit smoking. Are you headed to Rochelle too? Hey, that's a great place, isn't it? I'd love to live in a place like that.
living a carefree, single life. Oh, don't you dare tell that to my wife, though. Yuck, 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 yuck. I think that was the same text as before, I just didn't remember it. Oh, why? 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 Why doesn't my Prince Charming come into my life? I've been waiting and waiting for him. Someone with spiky hair and intense eyes who dresses well and can accept me with open arms. Am I asking for too much? No, I don't think so. Someday my prince will come. I know he will. I think I've read this before. So I'll keep waiting. I'll wait for him forever. Yuck, yuck, yuck. You keep that up and she'll return your boopus and then explode it again? What the hell? What the hell? Pendragon, take this.
Hey, did you hear the weird rumor? You better be careful. With so many strange things like ghosts happening in this town. And now the ghosts have apparently joined forces with the heroes. The source of the rumor might be that strange guy I saw named Batten Glin or something, you know?
We already read this too. She doesn't have new text. Mr. Kissling, get us into the research building. Hey, what do you guys want? You can't come in unless you got business at the research center. Or are you saying you have some business? Hey, is that you? Dr. Kissling? What are you doing here? Sometimes my fame is too much. They just won't leave me alone. Everyone figures out who I am right away. You're right, that's me, Guten Kissling, 45. A spirited man you'd want to write home about. How do you do? Are you really that famous? Like, really? Really an important guy? Oh my, I can't believe it. I'm meeting the famed Professor Kissling himself, acclaimed for his Guten Batten experiments. Professor Guten Kissling, welcome to our research center. Ah, well, yes, thank you, thank you. His work is hardly significant, I'm sure. My. I see. So this dark thing is your present research subject? This is great, Professor. It really stands out. Fantastic research. What do you think I am, calling me this dark thing and this thing every chance you get? Do you want me to end your miserable existence now? Hush. Keep your comments to yourself. I'll let him go for now, since it looks like he's presently into evil doings. Well, what can I say? The path of a researcher is a long and rugged one. It's a tough life. Currently, I'm studying ghosts. In addition, my research subjects include the flutters of my own heart. What? I thought you only studied ghosts. You don't get anything, you washbowl woman. Oh, shut up. That sounds like very fun research. I look forward to the presentation of new papers. Ah, yes, please be on the lookout for it. Oh, yes. If you would, please, visit us here at the research center when you make your presentation. Here's the chief researcher's name card. Take it with you, please. Why do they spell it like that? Ah, yes, a name card. Why, thank you.
We did it! We got a card!
The chief researcher would appreciate it, too. So long. Good luck, Professor. Good luck to everyone else, too. Can't get over the Kissling voice. I can't mimic Uo's voice, so I figured I'll just go for fucking crazy eccentricity. Good luck to you, too. But he won't let me in. What do you mean? You said I could come anytime. If I want to come anytime, what if I want to come now? Why can't I come now? Why won't they let me come now? Fuck you. I'm angry. Oh, my mouse is on the screen. Help! Somehow, I'm always out of luck. I just don't get it. Oh, I've already read this. This isn't new. This isn't new. I guess I just go back downstairs and give them the card. I mean, I guess that's what I'm supposed to do, right? Back to the place we couldn't get the card to her. What if I go with this card and this card also doesn't get me in? You like that the professor sounds just like Kirsche in a normal voice? What?
No, he doesn't!
Talk to Linda? I already talked to Linda. I love Linda.
Linda love! Linda life!
What's the wildest stream idea I'd like to do someday? I mean, I guess it's not really that wild, but I would love to do like an unironic camping in the woods stream with Pippa one day. Like, we just fucking go to some designated campground place. We have, like, Starlink with us, man. We can do, like, hand cams of cooking over a fire and shit. When we go to sleep in the tent, you guys can, like, view the river and see, like, animals coming for a drink and shit, you know? What is your business here?
I want to go upstairs.
The upstairs. I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot. I don't need to talk to him. I need to show him a card. I need to show him the card. I forgot I already did all of this. It's past 8 o'clock, chat. My brain doesn't work. Card to the manager of Majil, whose research is secret. Yeah, this one. Oh, please, do forgive us. You've been referred to us by the head of the research center. Someone from the 3rd floor will be right with you. Please, come up this way, through the stairs.
John in English!
Thank you for the 4-month member. Pippa didn't even do the haunted house streams. You think she'd do that? Absolutely. If I was there to make her feel safe, she would do camping. She's also said she wanted to do like the camper stream, so I think she'd be fucking hella down. Hella down.
Money.
Weren't I a Flesh streamer early on, or have I always been a VTuber? Always been a VTuber. I started with PNG, then went to GIF, and then went to Model. Oh, they still have the same fucking lines here. Same fucking lines. Nothing new. Camping is also not that scary. This man doesn't know about the Appalachian horror stories. You two near an open fire is not a promising thing. We won't burn it down. Oh, hello, everyone. How are you? Well, what is your business here?
I want to go upstairs.
Upstairs? Well, that may be difficult. Unless you have a referral from a special person. Could you please leave for now? I'm sorry. Special person. Chat, do we think he wants the card from our dad or the card from the lady at the bar upstairs? Like Appalachia is even remotely as scary as the White Mountains or any part of rural Maine. I don't remember what's in the White Mountains. Cryptid hunting. Oh no, Chim's ball is activated. You can't have my chicken sandwich or my donut, cat. I go camping in California? Absolutely not. Why do we have to give him a card? You guys think the lady card? Okay, let's try the lady. What? Whose name card? Sorry. We can't let you come upstairs without a proper referral. What? This name card belongs to the hostess at the Mirage. It even has her cell phone number. Oh, please. Oh, I beg you. May I have this name card? Oh, please. May I keep this name card? I'll take you upstairs. Yes, I will personally take you upstairs, so please. Sure, I'll give it to you. Hooray! No, thank you. I can't believe this. Come this way, please. Go ahead and come upstairs. Now I can use this name card to hit on the hostess. Oh, hip hip hooray! What a fucking gooner, dude. Jesus. How boring to go gently about facing evil. I already read this. That's not new. Damn paraphiliacs! It even has a watermark. She kissed it. This guy's kind of wiggly. Please, Kirsche, don't do camping. I want you and Pippa to end up as a Wendigoon video essay. That'd be an interesting way to go out, right? Oh, new text! Oh, I think I saw the executive director leaving his room sighing, saying, Well, that's done. By the way, what's the executive director up to? I hear he's working on a secret project codenamed Research on the Greatness of Ghosts. No one has a clue what it's about, but it has inspired him to rebel against insignificant authorities. Yeah, he seemed to have had a condescending attitude toward this chairman, too. He won't bend to insignificant authorities? How about twisted authorities? Is that how that works? I'd say he'd bend to big authorities, huge, enormous ones. What the fuck? The guy who wrote Deliverance got stranded in Appalachia in the 50s, and a bunch of good old boys helped him out and sent him on his way. Got back and went, but what if they raped me instead? And wrote the book. What the fuck? Dear Lord, she's still streaming. It's been hours. Go to sleep. No! I can't believe people actually make it this far. So, what is your business?
I like go upstairs.
Upstairs? Well, you know, I can't let you do that. Or maybe I just don't feel like it. I don't know who referred you to us, but you should realize by now that you're just getting the runaround. I'm telling you to go home. Just make it easier on you, okay? So, see you later, alligator. My dad's card. Surely my dad will be useful for something. Whose card is this? Sorry, but we can't take you upstairs just because someone referred you. What? This can't be. Thought I'd be surprised. Yeah, right. This is just someone's name card from the Tunnel Village Hall. This won't do it all. Well, so long. Go on home. See you later, alligator. That fucking game faked this. What an asshole. Some attitude he has. He has enough attitude to work retail. Yes, my studies have shown that useless people need a lot of red tape to make them feel more important. This looks evil. Really evil. So evil, I'm jealous. I should be like this. What should we do? Do you have any ideas, Ari? Chat, what should we do? 1, 2, or 3? Fucking retail catching strays. Only bad thing about camping is it's boring unless you plan. It's you make your own fun. It's like Minecraft, but in real life. 3? 3? A lot of people saying 3. A lot of 3s? Okay, we'll go 3. What should we do? What should we do? Come on. You can do better than that. But seriously, what should we do? I guess we have no choice but to look for another name card? Is there an authoritative, famous person who'd give us one? Then what about using my authority? Some authority? You got rejected on the first floor. What about with my charm and magical power? Nah, the so-called tempura rice bowl, a highly advanced comic technique. What are you doing your research on? Do not make such a racket, arguing. I have a name card too. That's it, Your Highness! Could you please give one to that man there with the attitude problem? Did you guys talk it over? This is my name card. Be grateful. What? Be grateful? Yeah, right. What are you? A flower patch? Oh my! No! Please forgive my rudeness. Princess Marlene, please do forgive me for my recent lack of courtesy. That is all right. You were discourteous on a number of occasions, but I grant you my forgiveness. No, Your Highness. Wow. So, what do you think? Ari, do you finally have some respect for me now? Are you happy that I saved you? 1, 2, or 3, chat! 1,000 years dungeon, no trial. Why didn't she just do that from the start? I don't know, man. JRPG things. Heading to bed. Have a good night. If you were to purchase this, could I voice act it for you? Aw. 2. We want to go with 2. I see mostly 2s. Hell yeah. You're awesome, lady. I see. It pleases me that you are happy. Let's move along then. Yes. I'm not at all happy. No, not at all. Now, why didn't this one just take out her name card in the first place? Stan is literally chat for real, for real. The more I listen, the more frustrating this gets. Why not get rid of this nuisance by force? Oh, it's the same thing as the fucking floor below. They know. Thank you, Chan. Soup. Please suck out your soul, demon. Holy shit. She's not a demon princess. She's just a soulless one. I'm gonna save just in case. What? It's that guy again. Princess. We thank you so much for coming. I'm the chairman of Mr. Big Incorporated. How do you do? You know, princess, if you had only introduced yourself from the beginning, we would have been nice to you. It's too late. You must be the guy who's been spreading stupid rumors about a cozy relationship between the heroes and ghosts. What are you talking about? Anyway, Your Highness, I have a business proposal for you. I mean, I would like Your Highness to be our honorary advisor. Of course, you won't turn us down, will you? I decline. I see. You are a strong-willed young lady. But this proposal will bring profit to the both of us. It would be very useful for an information business like ours to have the royal seal of approval. That is to your benefit alone. Why should I care? That's right. I'm sure you're thinking of making unethical money using the princess's name. I'm more interested in you explaining the rude behavior of your underlings. Could you be quiet, woman? You talk so much. Is your heroism all talk too? Help, I sucked too hard. Oops. Was I being rude? Now, princess, please think about this for a moment. You've witnessed the power of our information operation, given the rumor about the heroes and ghosts. That wasn't very nice of us, was it? How would you like it if a rumor spread around the world that you and that kid over there were seen kissing? You wouldn't like it, would you? So, you understand now, don't you? My proposal is also beneficial to your highness in that you wouldn't have to make me your enemy. Well, you know that the townsfolk have seen that kid and your highness walking together. It'll be all over the streets. Princess kisses pushover kid. Dirty, romantic, and royal. Juicy. Well, of course, the actual rumor would be more graphic and cruel, but I'm a man of class, so... Darn, how perfectly evil! Brilliant! Using the threat of social stigma, a subtle but potential attack! Stan never would have thought of it! Hey, what did you say? Oh, shut up! Keep quiet. Fine. Go ahead and spread your rumor. I will not let your scheme control me. Oh, it appears your highness doesn't fully grasp the machinations of gossip. A kiss never stays a kiss. By morning, they'll be saying that the princess is in love with her servant. How cruel! Shut up! It does not bother me. That is because Ari and I are truly in love. Is that not right, Ari? 1, 2, or 3, chat. Let's go! That doesn't sound like blackmail at all. It's just like real life, chat. We're in. Oh god, floods of ones. All right. Yes! Enthusiastically. Silly. The princess is trying to trick him. You've got to play along better. Your Highness, don't get too serious. I'm only kidding. But it just goes to show, children are just no fun at all. You can't even threaten them properly. I really didn't want to resort to using force, but I must insist on your cooperation, Princess. What? I am the evil king of chairmen, an evolved evil for civilized age, the age of disinformation. I like how his name changed, dude. Despite the fancy smoke, he doesn't look much different, does he? Is he really an evil king, Stan? You may be a professor, but you're pretty green with the real thing. Can't you see that his magical power is now increased enough to incinerate the building? Well, that's not good. Whatever. Come on, everyone. Let's get him all at once. Evil king of chairmen, man. The evil king of fake news. It's the globalists, chat. We're literally taking down Soros right now. Oh, wait a second. Let me show you how smart I am. Guys like this just love to brag, and their tales are so repetitive. Some manners for a princess. Listen, I'm much smarter than those other so-called evil kings. First, by spreading dishonorable rumors about the heroes, we've made the public turn their backs on them. But public opinion is still not law. An official denouncement by the princess, and the people will feel free to act and punish the heroes. Oh, the shame and persecution will drive the heroes into hiding, and then we will reveal the location of the evil kings. With no heroes left, the evil kings will have to fight amongst themselves, and then they'll all die, leaving me as the only one. And then the world will automatically be mine. What an intelligent plan. After listening to the whole story, it's rather a pushy plan, isn't it? Right? He is not as smart as he says he is. No matter. Evil king of chairmen, are you ready to fight my subordinates now? Oh no, I'm the chairman. Until my world conquest is imminent, I'll remain a dignified figurehead. I make it a rule to leave these trivial matters to middle management. Come out, managers, section chiefs, subsection chiefs, and staff leaders. What? What? He's got fucking katanas on the wall. Whoa, what's this? Negotiate, I mean fight with them. Everyone dies, except for the princess. I'm glad I fucking F1 saved at the beginning of all of this. Oh my god, look at them! I don't care about the scarecrow, but look at those fucking big mouth thingies. Look at their tongues. They got like little chiclets for teeths.
It's Chiclet Teeth's hippo, the hippopotamus. Plotting hippo and walking scarecrow. Alright, they're fire? Are they your fire? Well, I can't really do anything about that, but I'm gonna buff Rosalind because she's our fucking big-ass bitch over here. Kinda cute. They're so cute! I wanna squimsh them! He's bringing out the people leaders. Yeah, we gotta fight HR now, dude. Are there supposed to be deformed hippos? Hey, yo! Don't fucking body shame the hippopotamos! Pretty good palate cleanse for what we went through this week with some pretty heinous information about Marxists trying to normalize mass production of wood chippers. I love video game. I'll see how much charged Parasol does, and I'll get rid of the Scarecrow first, because I think it can put me to sleep. Wait, no, charged is electric, not frost! Fuck me, I'm an idiot! Do you have frost, flame, storm, speedy, spell suction? Okay, we'll speed up Rosalind. Fuck me, I'm a retard. Kill the Scarecrow. That's what a Kirsche with his mouth open looks like. Moodang! That's true. Ancient Moodang. Alright, not charge Parasol Frost. We want Frost on the Scarecrow. How much damage do it do? Beep beep. He did 66. Kissling. I guess I'll just attack normally. Oh, the Scarecrow's dead! I'm amazing. Frost. 29 and 28. Okay, so she definitely does better damage with just her sword. Touch the hippo. Touch the hippo. 127. Holy shit. Okay, never mind. Middle managers are fucking weak as shit, dude. Kissling's kind of dying, but that's fine. Eat books, bitch! I love how they freeze in place when it's like your turn to do shit. Will I be able to heal him? Can I do that? Oh, I guess he doesn't need 90 HP. I'm gonna give him 30. Oh. Knowledge is violence! I'm a lot smarter than I give myself credit for. I don't know. I don't like thinking super intelligent kind of stuff. I learn. I try learning. Here comes Professor Kissling with the big leather book! It's like a wrestling match, man. Only 162 monies. Damn, middle management's poor as fuck. Ugh, strong, aren't you? Especially that strange shadow. You're no ordinary shadow, are you? How about joining my company, doing meaningful work? I'll offer you a top salary and an office with a view. You clueless businessman. Don't you get it yet? I'm in a different class than you. Evil and chaos, fear and darkness. Shush. Get serious. In the name of all heroes, the vanguards of justice and peace. Hey! You ox! You messed up my line! For the happiness of all people, the sword of the light, step back, you evil king of chairmen. You who aspire to be a sophisticated villain with your housewife lies. But, Your Highness, I was just about to... As long as I am princess, I will not tolerate the existence of such tacky evil. Go, my servants! Oh my god. You're not exactly together now, are you? You need to work as a team. But never mind my lectures. As of now, I have resigned from the post of chairman. I have no liabilities whatsoever. So long. I must hurry to the escapeless abyss in the Rumile Plains. Sorry, gotta run. I don't believe it. He got away. Blast! Slave, follow him! He's getting away with my magical power! The escapeless abyss will find him with the map of evil kings! Right. My adventure will miss its climax if I let him get away. Ari, let us follow him. Social damage control?
The rumors won't die until he does. We may have different motives, but the same general idea. Let's get him! Well, I really don't care one way or the other, but no one's listening! Then off we go, servants. Housewife lies, dude. Professor Kiesling. He was quiet that whole fucking time. That was funny. Seems like there's nothing up there. Okay, alright. Of course, the top exec has a ready-to-deploy golden parachute. I know, right? What the fuck is this? Kiesling got the chat schizo energy. Oh my god. How many floors have I gone down? All I wanted to do was study ghosts. Yeah, but now he gets to study the measurement of the women in the party. Remember, he wants their toenail clippings. Oh, I have to go down another floor. How many fucking floors did I go up? God damn. He really is a globalist. When was this game released? 2001. A 2001 game. Ah, my fingers. Wait. Does that mean I have to actually use the map of Evil Kings? South of the City of Steel, there is a sign of one who ran. It is a desirous being looking up from the abyss. Past resigned, he conspires to rise again. God, I'm so fucking smart! Okay. So something south of the village? South of the machine village is towards Tunnel, I think. Probably. But I think we'll have to save fighting Soros for the next stream. Between this and Deus Ex, one has to wonder how we missed what was coming so bad. We are saving the video game. Beautiful. Wonderful. How many hours have I racked up from it being paused for so long? Oh, not many. Okay, so the pause actually worked. Beautiful. Doesn't fuck up my time. Doesn't fuck up my time, man. Bingo, bingo! Moinia. Where is this? So I can mute it. There we go. Does the change members of the inn do anything? Oh, actually, you have a good point. I should check that. Change party members. I was looking for that. I was looking for that earlier. Oh no, super unlucky. No princess. No princess, chat. But there are extra slots. We're gonna get more party members. Thank you for asking me to check. I didn't even fucking think of that. My brain, it's so off right now, dude. It's so fucking off. Kiesling was surprisingly quiet. Every executive has a literal golden parachute. He's just like real life. For real, for real. Munya! Let us go touch someone. Who are we gonna touch? Wee, 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 wee. Wee, 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 wee. Hina is on. I don't get to raid Hina too often because I don't usually stream this late. It's past fucking 11, man. It's past fucking 11. I went super late. I went super late. Thank you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me super fucking late tonight. We did a lot of learning, so I didn't do as much chat licking as I would like to. I think I actually have more chat licking. I actually have more. I'm gonna try and get like an actual schedule up here soon. We're at the beginning of March. I'm gonna try to get some actual schedule stuff up ahead of time for you guys tomorrow. You know, day off. I'm gonna do some behind the scenes work here. Love and support you. I'm glad. Fucking the POCD shit is rough. It's fucking brain exasperating. The Russia-Ukraine stuff, I don't know a lot about it, so that's also brain exasperating. But I'm glad we can all learn together and be rather great about it. Be rather great about it. I appreciate you guys, chat. Appreciate you, my honorable chatters. Thank you for hanging out super fucking long. We're gonna go raid Hina Bobina. She said her title is watching industrial accident videos. I don't know how she's gonna get away with watching that on Twitch. I hope she finds some of my favorite Chinese predator videos of getting eaten by escalators. I don't know what she's doing, man. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye.